ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kẹ́ gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún léje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdá bẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wanamejemo, anamu. Paratuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimo eguma wego. Paratuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimo eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubosi erona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Obodo sanye ye we mo. Ye we mo. Obodo sanye ye we mo. Nuba sanye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
And there it is right there, Ayendeba. So Ayendeba. So, and by the way, this the platform is still a daily streaming platform. I'm sure there might well be confusions that I come on one day, go off the next day, maybe a couple of days. It's just really, there's life happening in between these sessions, and sometimes life gets in the way of all of this fun that we have together. But the fun will continue, and it continues certainly today. So always a delight. So here we go again. So yes, here we go again. The week comes to an the weekend comes to an end, and then another week upon us. So as we hurtle towards the Christmas is what I was intending to say. So Christmas now, approximately 2 weeks from now. I hope you've done all your prepping. I hope you bought your whatever it is that you do buy for Christmas. So all of that. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's right there on the comment section. So all that, yes. So all that. Let's just get straight into it. I'm a bit rusty for having been away for only a day, really, but there it is. So let's get into it, and let's get into the headline piece straight away. Nigeria not fixable as I thought. So this is a Labour Party Senator, Kingibe, making this assertion. So this is a Labour Party candidate, Kingibe, making this assertion. Ordinarily, I would just let this pass. But this lady here, Ireti Kingibe, she's one of the senior-most politicians within the Nigerian firmament. She's been at the echelons of Nigerian politics for at least 5 decades, either through marriage or through direct politicking. She has seen it all. So if she speaks, then you must listen. So it's her seniority really that brings her to the fore as a topic of discussion. Nigeria is not fixable, as I thought. Labour Party candidate, Labour Party Senator rather, Kingibe admits. So it's a readout, but then there's a clip that goes with it. So let me quickly hurtle through the readout, and then we watch and listen as she expands on it. Senator Ireti Kingibe, the sole Labour Party member in the Nigerian Senate, has revealed that fixing Nigeria is proving more daunting than she initially anticipated. Speaking on Arise TV, Kingibe said that even President Bola Tinubu, who won the recent election, is also shocked by the fact that the country is not as fixable as it appeared before their election. Kingibe's admission comes as the Labour Party continues to advocate for a new era of selfless leadership in Nigeria. The party's rise to let me do that entirely again. It's not reading with the fluidity I wanted to read. Senator Ireti Kingibe, the sole Labour Party member in the Nigerian Senate, has revealed that fixing Nigeria is proving more daunting than she initially anticipated. Speaking on Arise TV, Kingibe said even President Bola Tinubu, who won the recent election, is also shocked by the fact that the country is not as fixable as it appeared before the election. Kingibe's admission comes as the Labour Party continues to advocate for a new era of selfless leadership in Nigeria. The party's rise to prominence stemmed largely from the widespread support for its presidential candidate, Peter Obi, who finished second. Look at that. Look at this. Who finished second in the election? Peter Obi did not finish second. You can see me highlighting it there. Who finished second? So who wrote this? I bet it's some Chinedu type character. Yes, Daniel. Say, of course. Peter Obi did not finish second in the election, or my guy. So if you purport to be a journalist, try and at least to err on the side of facts. Peter Obi did not even, he did not come even anywhere close to being second in that election. Kingibe's admission comes as the Labour Party continues. So this already preempts. If you see, this sentence here, it already indicates the bias of the writer, and then he lands it then with an absolute falsehood. Kingibe's admission comes as the Labour Party continues to advocate for a new era of selfless leadership in Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure when the Labour Party started advocating for selfless leadership, but that is how he's decided to phrase it. The party's rise to prominence stemmed largely from the widespread support for its presidential candidate Peter Obi, who finished second in the election. No, he did not. Recall that prior to the presidential election, Kingibe was canvassing for support for the Labour Party, said that Peter Obi has what it takes to tackle Nigeria's problems. So this is coming, by the way, from Politics Nigeria, which is a middle-ranking platform, but just the high level of bias in that reportage, But let's listen to Kingibe in our own words.
Hello guys, you're welcome to my channel. Senator Ireti Kingibe FCT is old as she thought before she is sure that what you think about it in the comments.
Let me get there, and I'm gonna. You think, oh, just
please subscribe to my channel.
You think, oh, just let me get there, and I'm gonna fix everything. It's not so simple. I'm sure that even the president, when he was getting, when he was running and thinking, oh, I want to be president of Nigeria so I can fix everything, he's probably just as shocked as I am that, oh no, it's not as fixable as I thought. And that runs through all arms of government.
All right. So I'm not quite sure if she's breaking any new grounds there. So the problems of Nigeria are a lot more complex than previously anticipated. So we hear this, by the way, from every and anybody that comes new into governance. They always find that it's a lot more complex from the inside than it is at first instance. So there's that. And then we go on from that to this. Cardinal drone killing some politicians in northern government houses sympathetic to terrorists. So, I mean, play us a tune that we've not heard before, because we all know, of course, that the terrorists are very much embedded in the northern in the northern governors' houses or political spaces. More to the point, investigation inside Abuja's kidney market, where the rich prey on the poor. So a lot of people send this in. So apparently this seems to be generating some sort of traffic on social media. So let's have a look at this. Right. In a 3-month-long investigation, correspondents on Sunday went undercover to expose a shadow economy of illegal kidney trade in Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory. 1 million naira is the official price for a kidney in the black market. This investigation uncovered a cell of kidney agents that have been planted in satellite communities to target and lure young men from low economic backgrounds to sell their kidney. The growing trend of kidney harvesting has, however, raised the question of why the Nigerian Medical Association, the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council, or even the Ministry of Health have not taken action against defaulting hospitals in this trade, despite a series of media reports linking a hospital with illegal kidney transplant practices. So this one is writing it like a novel somewhat. We'll take just about 3-4 paragraphs of it because it could get tedious, I suspect this one. As the rising sun ushers a bright morning in the bustling Mararaba community, a satellite town that stretches along the Kefi-Abuja highway into Nigeria's federal capital territory, the streets spark of the usual density of street vendors, vehicles, and motorcycles that provide a mixed recipe of chaos, low life, and vigor. Amongst its thousands of residents, many from low economic backgrounds, Mararaba boasts of an explosive youth population from a blend of Nigeria's multicultural identities who have migrated from various parts of the country for a chance to break the shackles of poverty. So it goes on. I'm going to give you 4 more paragraphs because I don't like the way this guy writes. Today, Maraba in Karu local government area of Nasarawa State is a thriving community with many offshoots where everything is sold on its streets, including human kidney. It was here in Tudunwada, an area of Mararaba, that Aminu Yahuza contemplated suicide in June 2023. Aminu, a 25-year-old unemployed Nigerian with many financial troubles. Let's take that again. It was here in Tudunwada, an area of Mararaba, that Aminu Yahuza contemplated suicide in June 2023. Aminu is a 25-year-old unemployed Nigerian with many financial troubles. To alleviate his troubles, he had approached his 23-year-old cousin, Abba Yusuf, to link him up with a kidney agent. Having sold his kidney to a South African female patient in June 2022, Abbas, a resident of Mararaba, quickly called his friend Abdul Rahman, who works as an agent, to let him know there was a new donor on the waiting list. Soon, Aminu's blood samples were requested, and a few days later, his kidney was harvested at a private hospital in Abuja and implanted into a waiting patient. With the payment of ₦1 million for his kidney, Aminu Yahuza was a happy man until 2 of his friends duped him out of half of the money. I have lost my kidney, I have no money or job, and I no longer have the strength to do any strenuous work, he told correspondents on a Thursday morning in September. I just thought I should end it, he said of his earlier suicidal thoughts. So there it is right there. Let me fast forward to this. Hold on. Okay, let me fast forward to the hospital that stands accused. Alliance Hospital apparently is where our kidneys have been harvested. Alliance Hospital accused of harvesting kidney of 3 minors. In August 2023, correspondents published how Oluwatobi Adedonyi, a 16-year-old son of a mechanic from Masaka in Kuru local government area of Nasarawa State, was lured by his friend, Yellow, to sell his kidney. Oluwatobi was paid ₦1 million in 3 installments, after which he was forced to flee Abuja. Since then, the story has jolted a ring of kidney harvesting agents and a chain of victims that have come up to share their stories. Ethically, organ donation is altruistic, based on the 2008 Istanbul Declaration on organ trafficking and tourism, which calls for the prohibition of organ commercialization. Except in Iran, it is illegal to buy or sell organs all over the world, especially when medical personnel or health centers connive with ready buyers or recipients to exploit minors or people from low economic background. Despite this, the World Health Organization revealed that more than 1 organ is traded on the black market every hour. Findings by correspondents revealed that in November 2022, a video of a young man accusing Alliance Hospital in Abuja of harvesting his 17-year-old brother's kidney went viral. In the video, the young man accused the hospital of lack of due diligence before the surgery. The management of the hospital had, in a press conference, denied the allegation, saying the donor had signed a consent form and presented a court affidavit to show he was above 18. But 3 months later, the hospital had, in February 2023, harvested the kidney of Oluwatobi Adedoyin, another minor, and in June harvested that of Yahaya Musa, a 16-year-old, despite the attention generated by the November 2022 video. The medical director of the hospital, Dr. Christopher Atobo, insists that the hospital does not source donors for its patients, but only ensure that donors are qualified and compatible with the patients to donate. Dr. Otabo had, in August, told correspondents that the hospital took care of the legal angle, insinuating that donors are expected to present affidavits and sign a consent before the surgery. Like Oluwatobi, whose kidney was harvested and implanted in one Egbuson Samson, which the hospital claimed was now deceased. So look at that. So they harvest Oluwatobi's kidney, and now he's no longer fit for anything. He's had to flee Abuja, paid him ₦1 million, and they've put it in this Egbuson Simpson, who in the process they managed to kill. So there it is. But that's the Nigerian narrative right there, isn't it? Oluwatobi, whose kidney was harvested and implanted in one Egbuson Simpson, which the hospital claims is now deceased. Yahaya Musa was another minor when he was lured to sell his kidney for 1 million naira. A certificate of birth presented by the Bauchi Medical Board showed that he was born on September the 9th, 2007 in Bauchi State. Narrating how a kidney agent convinced him to sell his kidney, the 16-year-old said, "He told me that there is a hospital that buys kidneys and that he also sold his own for 1 million naira. After the necessary blood screening, Yahaya's kidney was surgically removed, and a few days later, he walked out of Alliance Hospital 1 million naira richer. He paid the agent 10% of the money. A drug prescription sheet written for his post-surgery care made available to correspondents showed it was signed by Dr. Aremu Abayomi Adeniran, a consultant urologist and the deputy director clinical service at Alliance Hospital. The same doctor had performed the surgery on Oluwatobi in February 2023. Describing the pain he now goes through, Yahaya said, "The hospital gave me some drugs after the operation, but I went back and told them that the drug had finished and I was feeling pains in my stomach. Dr. Aremu said I should take paracetamol anytime I feel pain. But more than 5 months after the surgery, Yahaya said the pain had not yet subsided." His 58-year-old father, Musa Yahaya, confirmed this and said that as soon as he found out, he reported the incident at the Garki police station and was informed that the police had invited Dr. Adeniran for questioning, but later released him. So there is the boy right there. That's his torso right there. That's a badly botched up surgery. Look at the scars and everything. So there it is right there. Right side of Oluwatobi where his kidney was harvested. So that's Oluwatobi destroyed for life. And this looks like a receipt from the hospital. Alliance Hospital Abuja, one stop for multi-specialty care. It says, I'm not sure if this is a prescription, a post-surgery prescription sheet recommended to Yahaya Musa, a minor by Alliance Hospital. How kidney brokers agents operate freely in Abuja. Investigations by correspondents revealed that a Lagos-based broker with the synonym Major had recruited young boys to act as agents so as to lure boys like Oluwatobi and Yahaya to sell their kidney to renal patients. Experts said more than 20 million Nigerians had one stage of chronic kidney disease or the other. So it goes on and on. I think that's sufficient enough for us to have a clear understanding of what's going on there. So let's leave that and move on. Let's leave that and move on to the directive of Niger Republic. West Africa bloc to negotiate with Niger junta to return to democracy. So we're 4 months in now. But I think the Americans sent in, what's her name? Something Fee. That woman, as some undersecretary, they sent her to Nigeria recently just to, to put pressure on that space. And I think this is what has brought it back to the fore in the news cycle. West Africa's regional bloc ECOWAS on Sunday set up a committee of 3 leaders to negotiate with Niger military junta on a transition to democratic rule and to consider easing sanctions, a communique said after an annual summit. On Sunday's summit in Nigeria's capital, Abuja, ECOWAS decided to set up a committee of leaders from Togo, Sierra Leone, and Benin, to engage the Niger junta to agree on a short transition roadmap and work towards the speedy restoration of constitutional order. Based on the outcome of the engagement by the Committee of Heads of State with the junta, the authority will progressively ease the sanctions imposed on Niger. So that's how that's positioned. All right, let's go on to this one. This is a fun one. Also, this one now to the Biafran space. And there are actually more states in Biafra than there are in. And by the way, there's plenty of space in the studio if anybody wants to hop on. There's apparently there are more states in Biafra than there are in Nigeria. There are 40 states in Biafra. So this is Simon Ipa now releasing a list of states in Biafra. So there it is. Officially, Biafra is presenting its 40 United States of Biafra. The Nigerian government must recognize these 40 Biafra states, release Nnamdi Kanu, and withdraw all Nigerian forces from these 40 states to restore peace. So they even have an FCT, so somewhat mimicking what goes on in Nigeria. So Ebube, something or the other is their FCT. Ikemba State and all whatnot. Odumegu State and Ebonyi State, they retain. So Enugu State and all of the Lower Benue State. So they are taking over Benue State as well. Owerri State and the state coming to a local government near you. So fun and games from Simon Epa, and there's a bunch of empty heads. All right, fun and games from Simon Epa and his bunch of empty heads. Let me bring you this one. I'll only give you this one as a headline. Agents review Pesairo pays bribe of $20,000 monthly for his salary as Super Eagles coach. So that's that space that the storyline never changes in that space. So we just leave that at the headline. But let me bring you this one. Our federal government contemplates handing over stake in 11 discos to state government. So this is now Nigeria still grappling with that electricity situation. In a bold move to address the persistent power shortage plaguing the country, Nigeria's government is contemplating the transfer of its ownership in 11 power distribution companies, DISCOs, to state governments. This is according to information contained in a tweet from the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, on Friday. Currently, the federal government holds a 40% stake in these DISCOs, privatized about a decade ago. Each of these companies operate across 3 or more states, playing a crucial role in the country's power distribution infrastructure. In a strategy aimed at handing over oversight and efficiency in power distribution to states, Minister Adelabu disclosed that the federal government is considering an equity swap. This will involve trading its shares in the DISCOs for shares in the Niger Delta Power Holding Company, another power entity owned by the federal, state, and local government, but privately managed. I'm not quite sure. This sounds convoluted to me. I think they should just cancel all contracts and just restart all over again. So this will be the last one, and then we'll see. We only have about 1 or 2 people in the room, so it will be a very short session. We'll see how it goes. Right. Igbo used to Tinubu, please release Nnamdi Kanu, we will celebrate you. So I think the next phase of the news cycle will be that Nnamdi Kanu narrative. So we'll be going more and more into the Nnamdi Kanu space in the course of our days to come. The coalition of Southeast youth leaders has called on President Bola Tinubu to release the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, from DSS custody. The socio-political group said in a statement made available to correspondents by its president, General Goodluck Ibem, on Saturday, December the 9th, that it would celebrate President Tinubu if he upholds the rule of law by setting Nnamdi Kanu free from DSS custody. The statement reads in part, President Tinubu has before now been an advocate of the rule of law and respect for court orders, which informed his decision to be part of NADECO, which fought against military junta and dictatorship. The unconditional release of it, you see, I think they should start to disabuse their minds from the. I think it's just an easy to reach to phraseology, and they just reach to it. There's no such thing as an unconditional release of Nnamdi Kanu. There'll be conditionalities attached to whatever. What would they just? Then what would it be the purpose of the whole arrest if they release him unconditionally? Of course, there'll be conditionalities attached to it. But how stringent would they be is really the thing. It will be contained within certain parameters, and he will be given clear do's and don'ts, which will be similar to his bail conditions in the last instance as well, by the way. Certainly, his international passports will be seized, and he will not be allowed to leave Nigeria. That's one. So that's already a condition right there. And he will not even be allowed to leave the parameters of wherever they set the parameters to. For reasons of him not constituting a nuisance, they may as well just contain him in Abuja. So they don't want to release him to the east where he'll be able to make a lot of noise. They can contain him within Abuja or even within a local government in Abuja. And they will also contain and control the amount of people that can be within his vicinity at any point in time, which were some of the conditionalities of his previous bail conditions. So releasing Nnamdi Kanu on condition is just stupid talk. It's just brainless. You know, it'll be a negotiated release with conditionalities attached. The unconditional release of Nnamdi Kanu will prove that President Tinubu says and stands by what he professes and fought for in the past during the military era. The entire Southeast geopolitical zone is waiting earnestly to receive their son, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, as the Supreme Court decides on his matter on December the 15th, 2023. Actually, Nnamdi Kanu is coming into play because, of course, December the 15th, was it 3 days from now, thereabouts. We will celebrate President Tinubu for upholding the rule of law and respecting the court judgment by releasing Nnamdi Kanu from DSS custody. The group said that the insecurity in the Southeast will stop with the release of Nnamdi Kanu. So if they can give the assurance that the insecurity will stop, that then will suggest that they have some sort of understanding or some sort of insight as to why that insecurity is in place. So whoever said the insecurity will stop, that person then probably the government should pay him some attention. Like I said, plenty of room still, but Ajale Koko, nevertheless, Thomas is in the house and he usually leaves it till later, but he turns up early, so we have Kulata with us as well. So let's do the K guides and then kick off the conversation, and then we'll see where it goes. But anybody that wants to hop on, hop on.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe àmì ẹ̀pọ̀. So there it is right there. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe. So let's kick it off, and let's kick it off with Kulata if he's ready. If not, we go to Ajanle.
I'll kick it off with me, one man.
Let's go with someone else first.
Kick it off with me.
Oh, all right. Let's kick it off with you then, Thomas. Kilo Shele, Alpha. You don't usually like to talk to. You don't like to speak to topics normally.
No. I that kidney something. It caught my. It threw me off guard.
About at least 15 people sent that story in. Everybody was sending it in. People want to talk about it.
Good evening, everyone from Victoria, Australia. This is 10:49 a.m. in the morning. One man, the question I'll be asking you now is that I'm not a doctor, but I work in a medical field. I have a in-law that is a surgeon, so at least I still know a little bit about medical aspects. When they remove your kidney, they don't put it in the freezer, in the cooler to put it in another person in the next 2 days or 3 days. That means the person they want to transfer the kidney to will be open. The where they are transferring them, where they are taking kidney from will be open. They will do the swap. I think that is how it happens. So that means what you are telling us that now they are transplanting kidney in Nigeria. Can we say that?
Yeah, but they've always done that now. Nigeria has always had that capacity. Are you talking about Ekweremadu? Is that what you are leading to?
No, I'm even saying I didn't even know that there is any medical facility, maybe private or anything that can transplant kidney. So why people run to abroad, one man? Don't we supposed to ask that question? Why people run to abroad?
It depends on affordability and confidence, isn't it? If you are rich enough to that point, then you want the very best that you can afford, and that's why they come abroad.
One man, this is do you know this is criminality going on there? If you remember,
there's a United Nations embargo and a World Health Organization position on it as well, that you cannot sell kidneys. So you can donate kidney as an altruistic act, but you cannot, because if you are able to sell kidney, then they'll just be killing people and harvesting their kidney. So it's an illegality anyway. 1 million naira.
Yes. Yes, and we can say this is what jail Ekweremadu in London till now, one man. You cannot sell kidney, one man. I work in the medical field, as I said before, one man. There are some old people, they will write on their will that they want to donate their kidney. They don't want to donate it when they are still alive, but maybe when they are at the verge of death, or maybe they have any terminal disease, they want to donate their kidney. Some say they want to donate their body to the laboratory for. There are many crazy things going on here in Australia. People do things, but it's not that you will sell your kidney. It is not allowed anywhere, woman, in the world.
It is allowed in Iran. It is allowed in Iran because I don't think Iran signed up to that convention. But they
convention,
in Iran. Yeah.
I witnessed somebody here. I've never witnessed anybody who has gone through the transplanting, but there's a lady in my church that went through the transplanting, and she's still alive till now. So I knew what transpire, how they do it, how they normally transfer this thing, whatever. And I can see our doctor is in the background. BT is here. So I don't think,
if it's done properly, it should not, because I think we all have 2 kidneys, don't we? And yeah. if it's done properly, it should not really affect you. But what they are reporting from that hospital in Abuja is that both the patient and both the donor and the donee, they are both dying after the
sorry to interject.
Yeah, BT, how are you?
Good to see you. I've not seen
good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, one man to that. You do know that when you go through a transplant, when you transplant any organ, ideally before transplant they would do matching and everything, but you must be on anti-rejection medication and treatment for a while because your body has to adjust to that new organ. So it's not so much as they didn't have a successful surgery or they didn't match well. Perhaps it's not been very effective in managing that that process of having the body adjust to that system, to that new organ, to medications, labs. So there are many things you have to do. Sometimes when the body rejects that, you can have the perfect match, but if you don't manage it properly, the body can reject that that new organ, and you go back to the hospital. So
is the process too sophisticated for Nigerian hospitals? The process,
the surgery itself, they're capable of doing that, but I think post-transplant is what I don't think I'll be comfortable with them managing for me. If I because it's a lot. Somebody has to keep an eye on your labs. You have to check in all the time. You have to do that. Even people that went to a perfect transplant. If you notice, most of the time they stay in the hospital for some months because they have to watch them closely. This is
and BT, and even they go for checkup every 6 months. I know somebody that has done that before. 6 months, he will always go for what they call it, checkup.
Yeah, but even in Nigeria, sometimes with this all wanna be or where we just do one thing and we think that is it and we just move on. No, it doesn't work that way. For the rest of your life, you always have to keep an eye on your labs, and you have to work with your PCP to make sure that your body, because your body will naturally adjust to that. So that's where I think I don't think they've been able to effectively manage that post kidney transplant health care for people, especially with the kidney. I think with the heart they do a good job, but the kidneys and the liver, I would not be comfortable in that.
But Babati, do you think they can't do that, or it's just on care attitude? They don't just care.
I think it's
because if they can transplant, BT, if they can transplant, they should have the capacity to maintain the donor and the donee, as one man said now.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. Where the Yoruba word,
Abikita.
Yes, this Abikita.
Yes, uncared attitude. Uncared attitude. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you don't have effective healthcare promotion and management to educate the patient, like listen, and funds as well. It's an expensive. Do we even have? I mean, I wouldn't say I don't know about it, but healthcare insurance in Nigeria comes into play here, because sometimes even if you have insurance in Nigeria, what are they willing to pay for? Is it for the transplant? Is it for 30 days? Is it 1 year? Is it lifelong? So
Babati, sorry for cutting you. One man, for me to go back to Nigeria, Nigeria has to change medically. I don't. That's the only thing that can stop me to relocate to that country. Most people we are just dying like chicken in Africa, in Nigeria. There is no medical. No, woman. No. I can't leave this country or to Nigeria if there's no good medical woman. I saw many women. They will bring people they will think is going to die, and they still live. Woman, people live 110, 105, very in their old age. But what is going on in Africa?
Thomas, let me give you an example so you know what I'm talking about. So let's say somebody has a heart attack. They call 911, right? So they have a brace, like a life alert. They click the button, they call stuff. Before they get to the hospital in America here, with their social security number, they can already pull up all their medical information, prepping for them to come. So they already know your medical history. They already know, allergies. They already know everything. So that when they're treating you, it can be very effective. They can be to the point, because it's a very severe. In Nigeria, if anything happens to you, I get to general hospital, who knows your medical history? If you cannot,
if you had accidents in Melbourne, if you are living in Melbourne, if you travel to Sydney, there's a number for everyone here. Immediately they put your number on the system. They knew all your medical reports. Even if you travel anywhere, it's just Africa.
I've seen where somebody has allergies, right? And they call one. Do you know what they do? They come to that park, give them a EpiPen. They shoot them for their allergies.
They shoot them EpiPen. Yeah.
You might have a clog, because if you have that kind of reaction, it might block your respiratory tract. You can die as a result. You can react to medications. So even snake bite, there's a plan for that. When you call 911, they have for snake bites, they have for allergies, they have for heart attack.
Blood clots,
DVTs. So they have continuity for all these things. So in Nigeria, if I'm living there, I'm assured that if I call the number they have in Nigeria, they'll be, number one, responsive to me, and number two, when they respond to me, it will be within the time frame that I need to survive. If anything happens to me, and even if I get to the hospital, I will get that immediate attention I need for me to survive. These are key things for people that have lived abroad now. You can't come from this kind of system and go back there. If you have like chronic disease, so it's a lot of things that have to come into play, man. It's a lot of things, man. I don't feel comfortable. I want to go back. We all want to go back, but from this perspective of a healthcare provider, I'm very skeptical about this.
Yeah, but most people don't actually take their healthcare with them when they go back to Nigeria. So this is what you find every 3 months. You come for your medicals. Even my mom, she doesn't have her healthcare there. She's in and out of this country for her health, and then she goes back home.
Right. Yeah. So
anything about to go there, paracetamol. Don't anything for your paracetamol. Forget Nigeria.
Even the paracetamol they even give you, do you know? Maybe it's chalk. They are even selling to you. You can't even, woman.
Thomas, right? But for good news is that I know in cardiology, for instance, some hospitals in Nigeria that are being built now, especially in Lagos, that they have all these UK and US trained doctors. They now have hospitals in Nigeria that have the insurance, they have all this package, where they have affiliations to American hospitals. That if you have any issue, they can send you there. But that is in Lagos.
That is not for common. That's not for common man on the street.
If I live in Ijebu and it's in Lagos, 3-hour drive is this is about time management. So,
Babati, I don't know how US works. There is no big man in health in Australia. Everybody is equal. The only people that are exempted are the students. You have to pay with your pocket, with your money. But everyone else, there's no Olowo hospital, there's no Talika hospital. Everybody go to the same hospital. They gave everybody the same medical attention. It's only the big ones, the Olowo one. They always go to the private hospital. So that one, they have their own private healthcare, different. But woman, if I walk up to any hospital now, they will not say, who are you? Are you son of Dangote? Are you? They will treat you. They don't care.
Thomas, going back to this to this storyline, they identified this hospital, Alliance Hospital, as a hospital trading in our kidneys. They did that in 2022.
2022,
but continuously there's still storylines coming out of that hospital. How come the authorities, the medical board or whatever, how come no action has been taken?
By the way, what is the law around transplant in Nigeria? I'm not fully aware of. Is there any regulation?
You can transplant as a donor, but you cannot you cannot sell an organ. But they're selling it for a fee. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Babati, is it typical for a urologist to be doing kidney transplant?
For who?
An urologist.
Yeah. Uro. I know nephro will do. I mean, but
this is not nephro. This is a urologist.
What was he transplanted?
Kidney.
The guy that did the kidney transplant is a urologist. He's not a nephrologist.
A neurologist doing.
Urologist.
You. I thought you said neurologist.
No, urologist.
Yeah, urologist. Yeah, of course. Urologists can handle that. But
they can handle a kidney transplant,
but they have to be with coordinated
specialists.
Yeah, but the thing is like this: what is the nature of that, and what were they coordinating with? Like when it comes to transplant, it's not about the surgeon itself. It's about what are they there for? Who are they working with in collaboration to do the surgery?
Yeah, but I get that. But is it typical? For because look, kidney transplant, let's not badmouth Nigeria. Kidney transplant is risky in any country. It depends, it's the luck of the draw. It's not like the most successful surgery ever. It depends on whether your body accepts or rejects it. And sometimes your immune system may react to those drugs that are supposed to suppress what you called it a name, I can't remember. But it's not exactly, because people do it in the US and it fails. So it's not like
yeah, like but urologists. I mean, before the nephrologists came out of them, they kind of that specialty came out of that urology. But ideally, before it was urology that were doing that, but they kind of branched off to like having nephro also do the surgery. It's like having cardio and cardiovascular, where the cardio would just do the treatment and the vascular, the down would do the surgery. So, but ideally, it should be a nephrologist doing that. But urologists, if they also train in that, can also handle that. But the Nigerian market is what I'm not sure about the laws, Kulata. So I don't know.
But when you do your specialization, right?
Right.
And I mean, since they branched out, when you do your specialization, your house, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. After
you must have like a fellowship in surgery.
Fellowship.
Not just
people do internal surgery, nephrology, cardiology, blah blah blah. So will urology fellowship involve training in kidney transplant, or is that part of the general degree?
I see your point. Like if they didn't go further into surgery, yes, that would not make any sense. Then
exactly. So that's what sounded weird to me.
Yeah, because if you had gone into that further, then it could be combined uro and nephro, then you have that training into surgery. So yeah, it's a way. But by the way, Coletta, let me just give you kudos. Good job on that port debate on the other show. I saw your back and forth, so that was good. But back to the topic anyway.
What port debate? Were you on?
I was watching this ridiculous. There's no port in Oni. It's not working. It's not like so. He came up with this. I had to go look it up. Apparently, you can actually track the shipping lane in Nigeria when those things come.
Yeah, I think Kulata sent in the tracking something ago.
I didn't know. I'm like, oh wow, I didn't know that. So it was just giving them showing receipts. I'm like, okay, good job. Good.
Oh, I have to go.
They don't
really care for that in that space.
They don't care for that.
They don't want facts. They just want
the reason I did it is always that this is why we're still in Lagos bullshit. That's why I just wanted to shut it up. That if ports were working, we won't be in Lagos. Then I showed them, okay, ports are working. What's your excuse? So that's why I did it.
Kulata, do you know what baffles me? Somebody will be arguing on something they don't even know. And they'll be saying it as a fact that, no, there's no potting. In a way, there's no potting. And somebody will be giving them the fact. Well, man, let's go back to something that is important. Yeah, I think this hospital, it may be one of the big boys hospital. Because now, that hospital should be shut down. People should be under lock and key with chains. You can't sell.
But Thomas, Nigerians in medicine, I've noticed back in my time in Nigeria, their doctors have this onibugboshi attitude. even though
general practice.
Yeah, so even if you train in one thing, it thinks it's everything. It will be the one, So the onibugboshi attitude is sometimes it gets us into trouble. So that's why I was asking about the laws evolving around transplant. I'm not, fully educated in that aspect of Nigerian healthcare. So I would do my own research about it. But if you have any stories about pertaining to that, so we know when it comes to, because I've heard about this kidney thing for a while in Nigeria, but I didn't know the laws around, like what man was saying about. You cannot donate. You cannot.
You can donate, but you cannot sell.
Okay.
Yeah. So not even for a 10 naira. So, but there are ways around that. Of course, you can say it's gratuity and whatnot. But you cannot actually.
Yeah, but what I knew, when my in-law, I have a in-law that is a surgeon, told me that you can't sell. You can donate, but after the surgery, the family, they can appreciate you with anything after the surgery. It's not there is no monetary negotiation at all will be involved. It's just like that is how I think that no, you can't negotiate. Now it's not done. It's a free will something That is why you see family members, sister donates to their sister, mother donates to. Is a friendly something that you want to keep that person alive. But now they are selling. One man, I will send my kidney for 1 million naira. 1 million, 1 million naira. I will spend 1 million in 2 weeks. That you are selling your life.
Yeah, but you are looking at it from your own economic bracket now. 1 million naira is 100 million naira to somebody else, isn't it?
1 million naira, one man.
And by the way, 1 million naira is a lot of money. It's not you have to work for that. How long does it take you to at least that'll be 2 days of your input?
1 million, 1 million, 1 million. It's maybe 1.5 days.
All right.
No, well, it's 1 million. Is 1 million is nothing. One man.
They are paying you too much in that Australia.
No. 1 million is nothing. One man. My payday one day we pay 1 million naira. What is 1 million naira? I will sell 1 million.
Thomas. TMI.
Yeah.
TMI.
No. Don't worry, one man. It's so forget about it. You don't want to know everything.
Look at that.
Yeah. So it's ridiculous. One man is criminal. By now, Ed should be rolling. If they can identify this hospital, they are doing this search, selling kidney. I can say without consent. They may do us something without consent. Even they will just say they want to do something. But one man, why I think poverty too is in play here. Because somebody can tell me in Nigeria to come and sell my kidney 1 million. How much is 1 million, one man? It's just ridiculous, one man. I just say let me kick it off with this story. Yeah.
Thomas, one man I just told you that to you, due to your financial standing, 1 million is nothing to you. But a lot of poor people that never even counted 20,000 before, 1 million is like a million. Like a lot of people in the country never in their life counted 20,000 naira. So is that person,
as their personal money?
Yes. Is that the person you want to offer 1 million? You think it's not going to jump and thank God that yes, God has answered his
I have a question, one man. What is the age limit for to be a donor? I was saying something.
I think it's 18 and above because they are describing the 16-year-olds as minor. Okay, and they're then making them to go and swear affidavits to declare a false age.
18 years. Okay. I will look into it. I don't know.
That 1 million is how much is it? $1,000. Look, I have watched on TV people that are giving 20,000 naira by state government, and you see people jubilating and thanking them.
Ajale Koko, leave the state governments. Remember when we were doing some outreach about a few months ago, and we're doing it via Folly. I was saying that Folly should be giving them 50 to 70,000 naira, and then he said he identified one man that had a disability, and he said, "Okay, can I give this guy 20,000 out of the money?" And I said that I don't want, maybe even say 10,000 naira, and I said I don't want to be offensive. To give somebody 10,000 naira is almost as though you are mocking them. It was saying no. And then when they gave the guy, I think he actually gave him 20,000 naira. And then the guy phoned with Folly. You should have seen the prayers. Just 20,000 naira. You should have seen the prayers.
Look, if you can pull it up now, this is Kogi State government.
What are you talking about?
Thomas is Solenui. Look, I watched Kogi State, I think it was last week. So this state governor doing some kind of program, giving people
Don't share, right, Abi?
financial support to maybe women. If you see the prayer that they were praying for
20,000 naira
for 20,000, and you'll be shocked. I was crying inside myself that 20,000 naira and prayer have from heaven have to be delivered to that most corrupt governor in the world. 20,000 naira. Look, Thomas, we know the way people are suffering. Go to rural area or outside Lagos. Go outside Lagos or any other part of Nigeria. Don't go into the main city. Go to any other local and see how people suffer. One man, it's just poverty is not good.
Okay. You are not. Let me say this. Well, periodically, I just check my phone book. I have my Nigerian number. I have some people I don't give my number, but I have their number. I'll just check their number randomly and transfer 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, just randomly to people. If you see this kind of prayer that will be coming in my heart,
so you know
I'm not doing anything because I can't.
You know that you are. Look, poverty is not good. We should thank God they are not within that bracket of people that live in poverty. People that live in poverty, particularly as been described in Nigerian case, multidimensional poverty, they are desperate people. They can do anything for money.
Okay, one man, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, coming, Prince. But let me just say this. You know, the people I feel sorry for the most in Nigeria is the females. In those sort of conditions, they're just so vulnerable. But Prince, let's hear from you. Yeah, Prince.
Yeah. So poverty can be relative, right? So you guys looking at that. So this is the problem. When we look at Nigerian situation, we always look at it from a monetary conversion point of view. Okay, 1 million naira is nothing. Fine. But we have to look at this money in the context of Nigerian space. Sometimes we are a little bit disillusioned about, how people live over there. I think it was Mike saying that he said in the past, sometimes the farther you get away from the big cities, right, the better the living condition of those people are or should be, relative to what Angelica just said. See, if you move out of the city, you're closer to the farms. Okay, you're closer to the farms, and there, these people, they don't need much, if you know what I'm saying. As long as they're able to get their food, their food source or get their food, they're good for the most part. Okay, they don't too much worry about transportation. Most of them they walk, right? So life should be much easier. Okay, so we have to put a lot of things in context here. See,
what about electricity, medication, education, exactly. all of these things?
Those are good points, and I was going to mention
rent.
Rent is not a big problem in Nigeria or in poor countries relative to advanced nations, and I think you would know what I'm saying, or you would know what I'm talking about. Okay, in a country like an advanced country like America, whereby most people use
it's a big problem. Don't say because the ratio of home ownership versus the population in Nigeria, you know that is a big problem. You can Google it and see how much Nigeria have, what the percentage of Nigeria that own their own houses.
What percentage of Americans own their houses too? Okay, let's concentrate here. My point here is that, what's my point?
You were saying poverty is relative, is what we are trying to
say. It looks pretty bad in Africa or I guess poorer countries. Why? Because the infrastructure is not adequate. But if you go to the West, they have good roads, good transportation, healthcare is there, and all these things. Now people have to concentrate and fend for themselves, right? So it looks much easier. But if you really do the tally in America, for example, very few percentage of people have over $5,000 in their savings account in America here. A lot of people pay over 50% or about 50% of their income on rent. Just on rent, they have to think about other things like insurance, car payment, all these other things. So, there's this word, I think Angelica would like to throw that word around, multi-dimensional poverty. I think
Hold on,
explained before.
hold on,
I'm even struggling to
hold on.
understand that concept anyways.
Let me push back at you. I like the point you make now that people in America doesn't have even $5,000 now or $500 in their account. And you just did the analysis that they pay their rent, they pay their car note, they pay their lifting. Those are, yes. So, for the who is that?
Who's that?
There's one baby crying there. Who is preaching the baby?
No, right. I'm laughing at. Sorry, I didn't know my mic was on. Apologies. I was laughing at the.
Okay, so people work, they make money, they pay their bills. For the fact that they can have job that pay their bills, you are good in this country. You are good. Look, let me tell you, by American standard, if you are able to make savings at the end of the month, after paying all your bills, you are making to make $200 savings. You are in good financial standing.
But what percentage of Americans do that? What percentage is that? People live paycheck to paycheck. In case you don't know that, a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck.
Ajali Koko and Prince, let me just add to your conversation, just 5 seconds. Ajali Koko, when you are thinking through and comparing with America, remember one very important thing. What is the GDP per capita of Nigeria? GDP per capita of Nigeria, because that 1 million naira is $1,000. The average Nigerian earns $2,000 a year.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not comparing.
I just wanted to give you context so you can continue.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
We are comparing, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm not. Look, no. Oh, okay.
We are comparing.
Yeah,
really?
We are comparing. But I am not. Look, there's no way we can compare the level of poverty in Nigeria with that of America. Anybody that is doing that is just not.
Is it not unfair to compare gold to iron?
Well, we're not comparing. See, for
Let's
example,
compare with our neighbors.
What I'm telling you, Baba, because you are trying to push back that people that live in rural area in Nigeria, they live better life, quality life, and I'm saying that is not true. And one might just give you a situation, or rather, one might just ask, what about the education for the children? What about electricity? What about good road?
What about petrol?
What are the petrol? When you don't have those things, those are the things that make. What of the health care?
This is how we live. Maybe we've forgotten where we come from.
When those facilities are not available to you, and even good food are not even available to them. Go and give
there's junk food here in America too. But
can I come in, one man?
One quick point.
That's what puts you. That's what puts you down.
One voice there. Let's Ajali Koko land. Yeah, Ajali Koko land.
So when all those things are not available to you, good house is not available to you, good road is not available to you, good Medicare is not. You don't even have Medicare. Forget. And financially, you don't even have nothing in your pocket. So for that is a multi-dimensional poverty there. Serious. More than just poverty. Serious multi-dimensional. No good, no future. You don't even think a better future for yourself. And your children, you don't know what the future holds for your children because they cannot even go to good school. There's no medical care for them. So you don't compare it. It's worse in Nigeria. And
all
we don't
right.
have to believe some people that want to run some kind of sentiment. Say, oh,
No,
let's
it's
be
not.
good.
Can I come in one
If they
minute,
go
please?
to rural area, then when I come to Nigeria, that is when I have the best of the tasting.
Pause for a moment. Let Prince Daddy push back at you, and then let Baba come in after him. Push, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, somebody once said, like in Mexico, the daily income is like $1 or $2, and in other words, the person was trying to say that, well, they live in maybe in poverty, or they live way below the standard or the worst standard in Mexico. And my question to the person was, but the question is, are Mexicans living okay? Are they living averagely? The person thought for like few seconds or so, and said, you know what? In thinking about it in retrospect, that the people seem to be living okay. They're living okay. See, sometimes is not the income. So you have to go beyond the income of what one makes and look at the structure around that person. I made a really poignant point about a lot of people using half of their salary to pay for rent. In Nigeria, most people don't do that, even though it's hard to pay a year's rent for a lot of people. But the way it's structured in our society, in our community, it makes it easier. The burden is much easier for people to live. Okay. The way Angelica talks, you would think that looking at all these major cities across the America, why would anyone be living on the street? Why would anybody be poor in America? That's a question. That's a question that would naturally come to people. But the point here is that it can be hard anywhere. Some people spend $10,000 a month in America and they still don't have much in the bank account because they have a lot of obligations. But back home, you don't have to spend that much. Just a little fraction of that, and you'll be relatively okay. And this is not to say to glorify poverty. I'm not talking about glorifying poverty here, but again, I think there's a false comparison really when we look at poverty in totality. I don't too much buy into this multi-dimensional poverty. The point here is that if that was the case in the West.
Sorry, sorry. I apologize. You said you don't buy into that it does not exist, or you don't. No. Just to clarify, because you said you don't buy into it. So what do you mean by you don't buy into it?
No. There's an alarmist. There's an alarmist undertone to that phraseology, multidimensional. It's an alarmist.
Why save him, woman? I'm trying to.
No. Because hold on, Ajalekoko. Poverty is poverty now. Poverty is relative affordability, isn't it? So woman, hold on. If they're saying you're multidimensional, if you don't have the money, then you apply to all. Yeah.
You missed the point. Hold on. It was dismissive of it entirely. That's what I'm trying to get.
No, it should be dismissed actually, because it's an alarmist phraseology.
How is it alarmist? I'm looking out there, one man.
Look, I don't know. The standard is living wage.
I don't know.
Let me say this.
Let me make this statement. I don't know. I don't know what you're pushing back at, one man. When Nigerian state itself, the Bureau of Statistics, or what do they call it?
Bureau of Statistics, yeah.
It's our National Bureau of Statistics that came out with this physiology.
They are imbibing the United States principle. Every time they throw this lingo at us.
Believe in our agency.
Sorry. Let me just say this quickly. If you are saying multidimensional poverty, then you are talking about poverty in healthcare, in education, in all of the dimensions that poverty manifests. But is there availability of those things in the country? Yes, there is. But can the majority of people afford it? No, they cannot. So it's not a multidimensional poverty. It's just poverty. Because they don't have the funds to access what gives them a better life. And that's what poverty is. So all that multidimensionality is just really a narrative of affordability.
And to clarify on that, Angelica, hold on. To clarify on that, see, that term multidimensional poverty inherently encapsulates the government's responsibility in providing certain things to the people. So they put that burden on the people. That's why that's why it sounds so horrible. Multidimensional poverty. No, if the case were the same here in the West, trust me, most Americans also will be in multidimensional poverty.
No,
Okay.
it is there in the statistics, Daddy, Prince Daddy. It's there, even for America. That's why I go against it. Check it.
Say it does. Say
Sorry,
this is the problem.
do they still measure? Sorry, guys. Do they still measure poverty by earning $1 a day? Is that still the measure?
Is it
Well, they call it living wage. Living wage, they call it.
I think they used to measure it at one point in time $1 a day.
1.5. I think 1.5 or so. Yeah.
And if it's $1 a day, context matters. $1 a day cannot be
Don't we have issues with one man's and things like this being dismissive of this? I have a problem with you being dismissive of that. Actually. Yeah.
No, but I'd say it's part of the problem when we borrow certain terms from the West and we don't really try to customize it or
inculcate it to our own environment.
Okay, can you do us a favor? Can you customize it and find the proper phraseology so that we know how to properly describe the things like this? So how would you better describe the poverty in Nigeria?
It's just poverty.
Why can't you save him from this?
Okay, can you listen to this? Listen to this. On average, 13%, this is about US. On average, 13% of non-elderly adults were multidimensionally poor. This means they were deprived into or more quality of life indicators, and about 12.5% were income poor. That is, their income was below the poverty threshold. That's the American statistics.
Hold on.
Let the man answer the question so that we know where it's coming from. So, since you don't want us to use the word, how would you best describe the poverty in Nigeria? Don't be one man. Don't say poverty. How can you?
People living below living wage.
No, let the man
below living wage.
Hold on now. Let him answer the question.
Is the one answering?
How to define poverty in Nigeria? How to define poverty in Nigeria?
You say we should not that you're a bit dismissive of the using to describe. So how would you better describe the poverty that you see in Nigeria?
Well, I want poverty to be maybe defined, explained in the context of Nigeria based on the level of income of individuals, how much they're able to earn.
Exactly.
Okay. But my problem, I was trying to explain that when we lump in this multidimensional poverty, it allows us to externalize the government responsibility to the people. See, that's the problem. See, because this multidimensional poverty you're talking about, a lot of people, of course, don't experience it. They don't experience this poverty level that you're talking about. But again, that's why I was trying to tell Angelica that look, the farther that people get away from the big cities, the easier their life should be. Why? Because now the overly dependency on government amenities is greatly reduced. Well, sure, they have challenges with healthcare further you go away from the city, but their lifestyle is much more streamlined as opposed to the people in the city. Okay, so but the more they're clustered in the city places, now when you talk about multidimensional poverty, it tends to be more accentuated because of that geographical area in the country. I don't care for that term. I think if you allow the government to do what they have to do, be responsible to their citizens, provided the basic amenities from roads to healthcare to certain infrastructure, transportation.
No. Daddy, hold on. You are describing the response to address the issue. Hold on. That's how do you respond to that? That's what you're describing. I'm describing the term itself. Like, if you don't describe it as multidimensional poverty, like you have an issue with it or you've been dismissive of it, don't tell me about what the government will respond to. That very the term itself, like the poverty in Nigeria, which I think in some areas are worse than others. I'm describing those that we don't even see on TV that really going through it. How would you better? Don't tell me about the government solving the problem. I know that they should solve the problem, but how would you describe that? Because I want us to have this clear distinction between those that are poor and those that are really poor that nobody describes. For instance, they talk about, oh, let's give the poor 10K a month, and they will talk about people that have a bank account or they have access to the public. The really poor ones don't even have access to bank account. So I'm describing those people that they are really poor. They can't even afford to open a bank account or have access to a phone or even to civilization or what you call, or public access to, to that information. Those people, how do you describe them? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I hear you about it. But why should everyone have the access to?
I'm not lumping them together. I'm trying to separate them here. I'm not trying to lump everybody.
Yeah, I understand. But why should everyone have access to bank account? Why should everyone? All these amenities are not for everyone. See, to me again, I go with woman's definition. Poverty is poverty, right? Of course, it varies from people group to another or one area to another. Say that multidimensional poverty sounds to me like a coined United Nations or World Health Organization.
No, poverty is not poverty. No. That's my point to you. Poverty is not poverty. That's what I disagree with.
Thank you, Baba.
Trust me.
It's woke poverty, isn't it?
Yeah, but Babati, to be fair to Prince, though, this multi-dimensional poverty, they're looking at health, education, and living standards.
They are lumping.
Yes, exactly.
So a lot of all these things, they're kind of like Western standards because
exactly.
Well, I mean,
to my point, Kalata. To my point. So
it's gamed.
No,
you will never say that. If you look at
okay, give me 1 second.
One more thing. Hold on. One more thing. The other international standard, which is extreme poverty, is $1.90 a day. That's like someone earning 60,000 naira in Nigeria. That's not poor. If you're earning 60,000 naira and you're living in Itailewa or you're living in somewhere in Yobe State, you're not poor.
No. Kate, just to do what I'm saying. I'm looking at it from the hierarchy of needs, just not even those values you're throwing. No, I'm just saying that if we have a standard or a measure of poverty in Nigeria, right? Some people even fall below that. There's the poor and there's the super poor. If I use that term loosely, I'm describing the super poor. Now, lumping everybody together and saying that they have this, I think it's irresponsible. So on that one, I give you that. But I want to also talk about those that fall in that category that we don't oftentimes talk about. We can use that term for them. But I do agree that you should not lump everybody together. But to be dismissive of those groups is what I don't agree with. They do exist in their millions. They do exist.
Yeah, but I'm not dismissing anything.
The
term is what I
think we are deviating now.
Babati, it is not just in their million. Nigerian Bureau of Statistics.
I think it's an organic. Let it roll for a few more minutes and then we go back.
The Nigerian Bureau of Statistics came out with a figure, said that 2/3 of Nigerian population live in multi-dimensional poverty. Kill and push back. Are you telling us that our agency, the agency of government, does not know what they are talking about?
Yes.
What's our population?
Yeah.
What's our population? That 130 million
is what we're talking about.
Dimensional poverty. How many are we?
It's a copy and paste standard.
Exactly.
That should apply to
exactly to my point.
It doesn't apply to us.
That's my point.
Exactly. Good point.
Okay, do we have a Nigeria? Okay, do we have a Nigeria standard? No. Wait. Since you guys want to remove the goalpost, what is the Nigerian standard for poverty to measure the proper?
Okay,
we should stop borrowing standard. Okay, let
Babati. Wait. You are an Egbaman. When you go to your town in Egbaland, you have Abba. The people in your Abba actually are people we can say poor of the poor. But when you go there, they don't pay rent. It's family facilities.
There you
Behind
go.
their back, they have okra, they have ewedu. When they
Better
prepare
food.
things, they are very fresh.
They don't need a bank account.
Baba Ejo, all those brown roofs that is in our hometowns, isn't that where people are staying? Are they paying rent there? Isn't the family house for
Exactly.
generations?
It's a different dimension entirely. Don't compare. Our institution is peculiar to us.
You know what? You guys.
Baba is talking about
That's why.
I am so angry with
one voice, please. One voice.
I am actually disappointed.
One voice.
Don't you guys know what I'm talking about? Is it just me? Get down, people in soil now.
It is just you. It's a new. It's a
even on healthcare services,
terminology.
Medical,
it's a woke terminology.
It is woke. Okay, don't be that. Don't do this woke thing. Everything is not woke. Don't come on. Stop saying woke.
Look at that. It's along the lines of calling a cleaner a hygiene engineer. Is this sort of new language that we are multi-dimensional poverty?
And you always have it.
No, guys, don't worry.
Admin manager has turned to HR.
You know what, kid? Don't worry. Very soon you will code that same Western numbers again, and I'll remind you, because now you want.
It's work now. It's not. We can't copy and we can't be copying and pasting all this.
Very soon.
Why?
You will go for them. Don't worry now. My relative very soon. You will go for the same people.
Bèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn. Ìgbà wo ló ti lọ sí Nàìjíríà gbẹ̀yìn àwọn tó ń jà fún Nàìjíríà pé kọ́ lọ rí poverty sójú fúnra wọn. When last have people been to Nigeria? Or go to rural area in Nigeria? When last have people been there? You think Nigeria of today is like Nigeria of 20 years ago when you guys left Nigeria?
I'm telling you, it's different to guys. I'm being serious right now. It's different.
When did you last go to
Nigeria?
Nigeria?
It's the rural urban drift that is making it worse. People coming without any address, sleeping under urban towns, sleeping under bridges.
Why is one man?
All right. Let Ekene have the last word on that space, and then we move on. Ekene, may get the Are Ona Kakanfo of Mbese.
Megida of Alaba.
The Are Ona Kakanfo of Nigeria. The Jagaban of the one man went to more platform. The Jagaban.
The Jagaban of Anambra State.
Hello, Alawaban. Thank you, Aja. Thank you, everyone on the platform. We are very fine. I think this poverty issue, there is no two ways about it. You compare poverty in Nigeria by how they are they able to access medicals, educations, even water, good water, all those stuff, which is in a very low ebb in Nigeria. So it's just it's common in our society. For you to live well, you must be able to pay your medical bill, pay your school fees, pay for good water. If you are not able to do that, you are poor. Which even in not only in rural areas, in the city, in Lagos State, you must be able to pay. If you don't have private hospital that is taking good care of your family, if you're not able to afford that, you are poor. How many family in Nigeria can afford a private hospital for their family? Just check our movie stars, all those when they fall sick. Well, they resort to begging money online for them to get a good medical care, which in a sane society like America, that cannot be possible.
Not true.
That medical health care is available for them. So it's very expensive in Nigeria to acquire a good medical health care. A good education is very. How many people can afford it?
Okay, sorry, can I? Not that many.
So that statistic is very, very correct to me. The way I see things in Nigeria in terms of medical health care, education, even good water. Because for you to have a good water in your home, It's just like the bottled water. We know the ones that are good. The one I buy every week. You buy it for your own good health.
Why are you
How many
buying
families
bottled
can
water?
afford that?
There is a well at the back of your house.
You cannot drink a well. You cannot drink well. You are drinking.
Why
How
can't you
can you be
drink the
drinking well?
Why can't you drink the well?
Why should I drink a well? Now, wow. How can you drink
I
a well?
drink well water when I was in Nigeria. Straight
Maybe
from
your
the well.
state, it depends on the well you are talking about. But in Nigeria of today, even in here, you cannot drink well. Nobody is drinking well in Nigeria. Even the only thing, they can only buy pure water. Every family in Nigeria use pure water, and most of the pure waters are not even okay. So for you to have a good one, you have to go for good bottled water like Mr. V or Eva or Nesto or Coscharis, all those ones that are expensive.
You are making mistake. Who tells you that the bottled water you are drinking is more healthier than the water you plug from the back of your house? Who told you that?
You don't need to. Maybe when you come to Lagos, I will give you well water and bottled water. You will test two of them. Then when you test two of them, you know the one that is okay and the one that is well purified. There is no two ways about that. Thomas.
That's a good answer.
So,
you try well there.
Thank you. I don't need to explain to him. So all those things are what you need to live a good life. Not necessarily the amount you earn. But if those things are available, when we're having free waters all over Nigeria during the time of Ajali Koko them, we don't experience all those things, all those kwashokos and all those things, because when government dig borehole, they do it in a well purified manner. Not just go to your well and dig a well. How many feet you say is good for people to drink? So these are the things that are lacking in our society, that when you compare it to other crime like in America, you know that Nigerians are poor because they're not able to access it. For them to access it, they need to earn high. They need to earn high. For you to even bear a child in Nigeria, to pay your hospital bill for your children and all that, it's very expensive.
Okay, can you hear me real quick? Let me tell you. See, Babati's right there. I think on average to have a child in America, average is like $10,000. Okay, and just to have medical care in America, for example, most Americans cannot afford medical care if they don't have government or private insurance care. See, the things you're talking about that people have problems with in Nigeria, they also have the same problem in the West. Okay, nobody can afford medical. Nobody can. Ordinary.
But what are you comparing there? The government in the West provides health care for people. Your government doesn't compare.
That's the point here.
They provide healthcare in Lagos State. What do you mean? They provide healthcare in Lagos State.
Who told you that? Which healthcare? Which healthcare is provided? Go to a general hospital and
They do.
Okay, Angelico, I was saying that people cannot pay out
of
pocket.
Even women who, if you give birth, you can give free of charge, right?
How many hospitals in America government owned?
Hold on. One
and
voice
they are
at
private.
a time. Hold on. One voice at Ajale, let Emeka come in. We've not heard from him. I think he wants to tell us that they provide healthcare in Lagos, and he's about to tell us they give birth for free in Lagos. Which you cannot do in America.
Yeah, for free. You go there. It's just what many people negotiations do. It's just.
Mega, give me the name of the hospital.
Go to Bagada. Go to Bagada. Go to.
But at least I know a lot of government hospitals.
We must have one voice.
Even when my dad died, right? The amount. When we rushed, I told my sisters to take him to the hospital with my cousin. They took him to the government hospital in Ikeja, right? We didn't pay that much, right, for everything. And when we even took him to the mortuary. In Bagada, in Lagos Island, is free. Even if you're going to pay, it's not so much. My friend, who is now in Canada, when the wife gave birth, he gave birth in Lagos Island General Hospital, right? And they are very, very good. They have midwives that are very good, very excellent. The baby was on the side.
Those women will do it without electricity, with candle.
Yeah, if he had taken his wife to a private clinic, he would have done what did they call this operation again?
CS.
Cesarean.
And cesarean is 1 million straight on the dot you just paid. So they massaged the baby and brought it to the front, and she gave birth safely. They are very good there in General Hospital. When I had accident on Third Mainland Bridge, right, when I was still a bachelor there living the wayward life, I had an accident. I was coming from the club from the island, and I had an accident. It took me to Bagada. I paid nothing, not a naira. I didn't pay a kobo, no dime. They did the operation on my hand, did everything. I paid no. In short, I was unconscious when I woke up, right? I saw that I was in the hospital. I looked. I was like, "Where's my wristwatch? Where's my iPad?" They already stole my iPad. I trust Lagos people. My wristwatch, the police brought it for me. My bags and everything. But the next morning they told me I was okay. I was ready to go. I left. I didn't pay a dime. Nothing. My parents were there. I didn't pay a dime. We all went, and I went home. Nothing. I didn't pay one kobo.
What year was
that?
In Canada, it would have been free.
What year was that?
It was in 2008. 2008. So, 2008. So in Canada, it would have been free too, right? It would have been free. Honestly, I'll say the truth.
In the UK, it would have been free too, yeah.
In the US, I don't know.
But in the US, they will let you die.
You probably will have an insurance from your employer. You probably have an insurance from your employer.
A Canadian man just died because
what people don't do, people don't go to general hospital in Nigeria, right? People don't. I won't say Nigeria, in Lagos. People don't go to general hospital in Lagos. They prefer to go to private hospital. And even myself, then when working, my employer, we also had the NHS that Obasanjo brought. You still have to go to private hospital and the rest. But when your situation is critical, my brother, honestly speaking, they'll refer you to that general hospital. When your situation is really critical, either Federal Medical Center or general hospitals. That's where you will go and end up. And that's where you get the specialists who will come in and resolve your problem. And if they can't resolve it, that means you are going abroad. Thank you.
Emeka, let me make this comment, one man. My own immediate sister, it's not that this is not story. My own immediate sister, before he left for the US, he gave birth to his child in Ifakojai local government hospital, and it was free. They just collect the money for what they call this thing, and when what they call it, they always
card.
Yes. It was
sorry, Thomas. Kabiru, make sure your microphone is switched on. Your device is not connecting. So we cannot put you on because your device is not connecting. Or maybe go out and come back in. Sorry, carry on, Thomas.
It's not that I'm baby there. I'm a teenager working in Lagos. I'm a teenager, adult working in Lagos. I drove her to Ikeja and to Ifakojai local government in Fagba. If people know what I'm saying, they know what I'm talking about. If you are going to Ogba, I drove her there. She gave back there in that hospital. One man, that hospital is one of the best in Lagos. I can tell you that for a fact. And it was free. They collect maybe 1,000 naira or something. I don't know. So just a
registration fee or something. Yeah.
Yes. Just one ridiculous money like this. It was free. We didn't pay a dime. Go and check it. If I could die, local government. I don't know if they've changed now, but we didn't pay nothing.
Should we, Thomas? Should we learn to start to applaud all these little victories that we have, rather than just condemning the country in totality? You don't have that system in most countries.
Nobody's condemning anything inside. No, nobody's doing that. We're just saying that we can do better.
Of course, we can always do better.
But that doesn't mean we should be critical about.
Well, I've never. In the US, are you paying free in US to give back?
Look,
they already told you now it's $10,000.
Hold on, you people.
If you don't have $10,000, you have to what?
Hold on.
Well, hold on. One minute. The point here is that
medical. You don't know how medical services work in US. So what you don't know, don't say it.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. Hold on.
I can't let go, but we know now.
It's 60% of the platform is American.
Look, in US, if you are poor and you are pregnant, your medical treatment and what do they call it? Prenatal, or is it prenatal and this thing?
Obviously, you go to the county hospital. No, they have county hospitals, so it's going to be.
You go to your county hospital. Do we get insurance?
Yeah,
your insurance, they will give you the Medicaid, which is observed, which is free.
The charity organization picks it up.
The question should be answered.
It is not charity.
Should be answered. The question should be answered. Angelico and Babati. How much does it cost for these services? And if the people can afford it, that's the question.
Let's leave whether people can afford it.
The issue actually without insurance is about $30,000 actually.
Yes, you will go bankrupt without insurance.
There you go.
Go bankrupt.
$30,000.
Hospitals go bankrupt.
The average salary
forget about people can afford it. But the issue is that when you are classified as a poor person in America, you will get your insurance free. You will get
forget about that. What about people making $100,000? You think they can afford $30,000?
When you are making $100,000, your income will tell you that you are not living within the bracket of poverty.
That's what I'm. No. I understand that, but here's the point. Listen, here's the point. See, if you're making $100,000 a year in America, and if you didn't have insurance, are you able to pay out of pocket these fees and costs for medical insurance?
Okay, let me call out on. Why would you have? Let me make a point real quick.
Except you are an irresponsible person. Why would you be making $100,000 and you don't want to?
Before the mother and the child, they used to be they should be under the same patient, so they would treat them as one patient. What happened is greed. Now they treat them as different patients. So the mother and the child are not under the same label anymore when they give birth. They've separated that. Before it used to be, when you give birth, it was you and the baby were one patient technically. That's the way they have it. But now they separated that. That's what made.
Babata, I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question. Babaja, if you go to General Hospital for medical test, and maybe you pay for your card and all that, and they did you some medical check, maybe you pay a little, like 1,000 or 2,000. And they give you medication bill, the medicine that's the medicals you are going to buy of about 50,000 or 60,000 naira. Is that free? Because they will refer you, they will not give you bill and refer you to the pharmacy.
Okay,
let me explain.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing, right?
For America,
Canada is the same thing, right?
If they give most of the people, they give them the bill from that hospital, they run. They will not come back again.
The prescription is not free in Canada, so you need like healthcare insurance to go into the pharmacies and get the drug. If you are doing tests is free in Canada. So that test. Right, I can understand what Kana is saying, because now most of those laboratory machines for the testing are not in the hospital, so they have private medical centers. I know that there's one very close to Bagada on Oshodi, Oshodi Apapa Expressway, close to Isolo. That is close to Bagada Medical Center. They will refer you there to go and do your test. I think it's owned by some Indians, right? Very well, big, equipped laboratory. So you pay a fee to do the test and go to get the doctor to read that test and know what's wrong with you. Now, if you include the doctor's expertise and his skill set to see you and the time he's going to bill you, right, it's still going to be a very, very exponential and high amount of cost that you'll be paying. But because it's being managed by external people like the medical centers and as well as the pharmacies, chemists, right? The doctor would not, they will write the prescription and you go buy it. I can understand it could be expensive. I understand. If you work, and I think that was what Obasanjo was trying to do, Many people in Nigeria, except you are in a formal employment occupation, do not enroll in NHS. That's the healthcare system, the insurance system. If you do, it becomes cheaper for you to do the test as well as to get prescription pills. If you have the card, just let them know, and they'll sort it out for you at a relatively low price. So, it's something you should do for yourself and for your family.
Let me
too.
No, there is nothing. I've been there, so there is not like all this. When I ask this question, is the system I've been through. You understand? You cannot tell me that it's free when I go to. I've used a general hospital here. When I go there, after the test, even most of the tests, they tell you that they will refer you to one private hospital like that, which they will bill you a lot of money. So it's just the normal test, normal test they will do you.
Not
So it's just let me finish. It's just normal test they will do. You pay like 3,000 naira and all that. But most of the prescription they will give to you in that pharmacy, many people cannot even afford it. They will run. You see some drugs 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 before they calculate everything. It's up to 60,000 or 50,000 naira, and many people cannot afford it at that spot. So that's not for me. I don't see where the free medical care. It's not when you have wound and you come there, they dress your wound, and you say you have received a free medical care. I'm telling you the real issue. So when people
are you saying the medication should be free as well? Is that your expectation?
Hey, I don't know because is it not that medication you will take to you? Well, So for me, the best thing to do, instead of you to go there and be wasting your time, you go to private hospital where they will give you everything and give you your bill, you pay and go.
It's a choice.
That is why I stopped using them.
Can I clarify something real quick before you go ahead? So if I prescribe you amlodipine, right, for instance, you can get that even without insurance for maybe 30 days supply for $15. And even in the office, I will even give you coupons to scan at the CVS they will even give you for $3 a 30-day supply. Now, it depends on the disease or the ailment. If somebody has HIV or they're diabetic, of course, it's going to be more expensive. The medication is going to be expensive. So chronic disease management, they've been able to, that is heavily subsidized medicine in America when it comes to, I know diabetic is chronic, I know that, but for like cardio, for instance, now, it's heavily subsidized. So even with that insurance, they know people are hypertensive, so they've kind of, put at the price. So what government should do is, what is those 3 or 5 top diseases that people are managing at home in Nigeria? Is it diabetes? Is it hypertension? Is it asthma? Whatever. Then you go in and you subsidize those meds for people to be able to afford it with or without insurance.
For chronic disease management, they subsidize the stuff that you can buy in India and Mexico almost free. Because for diabetes, isn't it just metformin and what's it called? The one Suno, whatever. But the new drugs like the Wegovy, like and also people that have cardio like PCSK9, you have to pay through your nose.
They are more expensive, but most people have insurance or they join organizations to help them pay those bills. But I'm saying that metformin, that one is oral meds, and that means they give you metformin. That means you are either newly diagnosed or your A1C is still low, it's still manageable. Once you are getting close to 8, 9, they're going to put you on insulin. But that is
they can give you the Sunorofia or whatever that thing is called, that sulfur based.
Right, but that means it depends on your sulfur, man. Good luck with your kidneys. But that's not the point. What I'm saying. Well, what I'm saying is that government should make an entire effort to look at, this is all study and planning. What's my people going to? Okay, somebody goes to the hospital, they get the diagnosis, they cannot pay this bill, and we've seen this thing all the time. Let's subsidize those meds for maybe high blood pressure in Nigeria, or you target those meds, then you make this with those pharmaceutical companies to bring down the price.
But why can't we make those meds? They are made meds have been made since the 50s to 60s.
Then make it, then put money into that industry and make those meds to help people out.
Yeah. And for Ajale Koko saying Medicaid, you know the income eligibility for Medicaid. You have to be making for a single person. You have to be making less than $19,000.
Right.
How many Americans make less than $19,000? Very, very, very few of them. That's one person.
That is done deliberately now, just to avoid paying taxes. But that's a different story for
one man. Maybe we should move on. We already dealt with this. Yeah. Maybe we'll go back to the people that is collecting kidney in Nigeria. But you guys are just talking.
That's what led us to here now.
Yes. Ajale Koko. Yes. Medical is not free here. Even though in context of the government is free here. I don't know about you guys. I'm talking about Australia.
I thought you said we should leave that topic and go to the kidney.
No. They just tickle me sometimes. You guys are talking about free. It's not free. We have a Medicare card here that allow you to go to the hospital. But why do you have that medical care card? It's because you are working. You are added to the quota of the country, and they are charging you from your salary is being removed. It's not free here. Guys, if you go to your GP will write medication for you. You go and buy it yourself. It's not free. It's only when you are admitted in the hospital that your medication will be free. Hospital will be dispensing that to you. But when you go to a GP, they write your prescription for you and you go and buy it. It's not still free. To be alive in the whole world is not free. Forget about free. Even free things is not good. They say free things, they turn pockets. So don't look for your health that you are looking for free. If you are looking for your health for free, you will just die like a chicken. One man, to the people that is taking kidney in Nigeria, they have to look into that. They should be arrested, investigated, know what is going on in that hospital.
You want taking a bungee, taking kidney or stealing, what is it? Is it taking kidneys?
They're taking it because you can't give somebody 1 million naira and you took one of his kidney. How much is 1 million naira? And you are not even allowed to sell your kidney. It is not allowed. So, one man, thank you for letting me kicking it off. I think the session has started. Don't let me take the floor.
So,
let me go back
Thomas, and everybody, can all of us now agree that anytime Ajale Koko is saying multidimensional poverty, that is just being woke. It's just a woke.
It's just woke now. It's woke language. It's newfound.
This is Kulata. No. Can you hear this? Can you see double standard? Can you see double standard by Kulata? He's always the one that we quick go and search something on the internet to as a data to back his point. But now he doesn't want to believe in this data.
The same people are now
Ajale Koko is a woke liberal.
Because it doesn't suit his own political sentiment. He doesn't want to believe it.
Do you know
what adjective do you want us to refer you by? What's your adjective?
You can't call him a progressive because that would be an improvement for
center of the left.
What is wrong with you, Kulata? You don't believe in data again? Where we remove that title from you and give it to someone else.
Give someone else.
Babaja, you know. One time I was talking. They said I should bring data. So next time nobody should tell me to bring data here again. No. That data of 13 is cancelled.
You tell them about your experience about General Hospital in Lagos. Somebody said they are doing something. I know how much I paid for somebody like 2 years ago that went there, that got admission, they admitted that person. I even told that person they should move because they have another session there where you can get the best of the best treatment.
And the most important, the worst of it is that if you don't pay that money, they will dump you. They will dump you. If you don't pay the money, they will dump you.
Even oxygen, they don't even have us. I was paying to get oxygen for that person. Look at what are they talking about?
All right, let me move the conversation on. Let me present this, and Kenne, maybe you can lead on this. I think an injustice may have been done to this young man. This was a Nigerian student arrested in the United States for impregnating 4 female police officers. So this story has actually gone around the social media space like wildfire. But it says a Nigerian international student named Jamil Ezubuike from Anambra State has found himself entangled. Can you read for a moment? A Nigerian international student called Jamil Ezubuike from Anambra State has found himself entangled in a legal web in the United States for impregnating police women. Ezubuike, pursuing a course in women's security at a distinguished university in New Jersey, stands accused of impregnating not 1, but 4 female police officers. His arrest has sent shockwaves through the community, unraveling a complex narrative of deceit and clandestine relationships. Ezubuike's journey to the United States took shape under the guise of an international student armed with a non-immigrant study visa. As an aspiring professional in women's security, he had seemingly immersed himself in a course that aligns with his academic pursuits. The intricate tale of his arrest unveiled a carefully orchestrated deception. Operating under the radar, Ezubuike managed to engage romantically with 4 female police officers simultaneously. The relationship remained concealed until one of the officers who had been impregnated by Ezubuike discovered the truth. What adds to a layer of intrigue to the story is the officer's decision to investigate further, revealing Ezubuike's involvement with 3 other women in the police force. The revelation prompted the officer to report the situation, leading to Ezubuike's apprehension by security authorities. The legal repercussions loom large as he faces the prospect of a court arraignment. If found guilty, the consequences may extend to deportation to Nigeria, marking a significant downturn in his academic and personal pursuit. Because I read it all the way through just to establish that he did.
Where's the crime in this?
That is what I'm wondering. He didn't force himself on them. He didn't force himself on them. So why was he arrested? Never mind being deported. Is it a crime to impregnate police women now in America?
By the way, one man, if he was doing if 4 got pregnant, he was having fun with more than 4. Only 4 just got pregnant. So,
look at that.
One man. For me, I don't see any crime. I don't see any crime there, unless if he forced himself on those women. If this is what both of them or the 4 women enjoy doing with him, then that's it's pleasure now. I call it pleasure. They chop life. So is it because
women's security was doing practical?
Now he they do practical of what he's teaching.
What they taught them in school. Women's security, he was providing security for them.
So, and if they deport him now, who will now father those childs? Will those childs will be fatherless? Is that what they want to say?
Yeah, what would be the grounds for the deportation even? What would be the grounds? What crime does he stand accused of?
That for me, to impregnate a woman is not a crime. It depends on how they see it. Because he was helping them to populate their city now. So maybe it's because the only thing I see that occurred there is that maybe those women are jealous. So they need to fight each other. So they have to go to police for one person to claim the guy. So that's the only fight I see there. So
even if he lied to the women, somebody is saying it's deceit. What is the deceit? Who doesn't? Is that not? If men have been arrested for lying to women, I think all men will be in prison.
That is it now. So the pleasure of life is what occurred that way. So they should just bear it. At least they enjoy single motherhood there.
Different if you lie to an officer of the law. You understand?
In terms of justice,
were they opening their legs?
Can you please verify? Can you please verify the story?
Were they opening their legs? Or they were opening their legs as women?
Can you hold on, please? One man, I think it's a fake. I'm reading
that. I saw it from about 4 or 5 sources. That's why because it's all over the. I'm not quite sure, but
even one man, another player. Is this Slovakia or what? Slovakia player, Nigerian player, when they are pregnant, the daughter of a club owner, the person that owned their club, the daughter of the person that owned their club, Nigeria. They also arrested the guy. Why are they arresting the guy? Is it because he's the club owner?
What to the world, though, if you go and
would they do wonders, so we they do wonders, so forget that. They do wonders. We have children all over the world, and I like it. So anybody can continue to arrest them.
If you go to China, you'll see all these black kids with their mothers. Nigerian boys, they don't drop and run. You know, it's people like rational mind.
Ekene, you have dark humor. Your humor is very dark and very funny.
No, those things are nothing to me now. To impregnate a woman, you agree to have that fun with me. After that, you tell me you are pregnant. They should go and sort it out. If they cannot sort it out, why going to the police? We didn't discuss with the police before we go into that enjoyment of life, because for me, even women enjoy it more than men. So they just pretend. So when the thing,
do you think so?
I think so. Yes, I know so. Not that I think I know so.
You know, there is data that actually shows that women don't enjoy sex. That they see it as surrender and control.
Not true. Don't let anybody.
No, one man. Women enjoy it more than men. So when you see a woman doing shakara to you, it's just because you have not touched her. Once you touch her, and you do her very well,
you can get arrested.
You touch her and do her very well. So forget that. That's shakara will go. Unless if you don't do her well. If you do her well, anytime she's in the mood. If you meet a woman, it's just that you have not met her when she's in the mood. If you meet her when she's in the mood, forget it. She will be the one to beg you.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's very rare that women actually initiate sex. So if they like it,
woman, it's not that you don't understand their mood. If you understand their mood very well, you know that women beg for sex even more than men. If you understand their mood, because once they are in that mood, there is a way you move your hand. Even if they say leave me, they will not say it with a hard voice. They will just do it.
Is it leave me go? Leave me go. You don't commit havoc with that alaba.
No, I don't commit. I don't commit anything.
Look at this.
So that is just a reality. So if you notice it, a lot of women play it that way. They do it. There are many of them. So it's just that you never meet them in that their ovulation time and all that they think they're hungry them more than the man. So if it's even the man that will be rejecting it, man, leave me. I'm tired. I have a very hectic day, so I don't need all this stuff. So and if you don't do it, they become angry with you. So a woman never fight you because you did not do that thing the next day. Maybe after staying with her, you pretend to be a good guy. The next day, the woman.
Don't worry about that. I'm a monk. I'm a monk. It's not allowed in the monastery. You know.
Okay, so it's not allowed here. Okay.
One man at the and the different one that I be.
Look at that. You know. All right. Yeah, but I thought there was an injustice there. And like Babachi, I thought it was fake news until I saw it on about 3-4 more platforms. Everybody reporting it.
Unless there's more to the story than we actually know. There has to be more to this story than just sex and flings or something. I think something else is going on. I don't think you just.
Do you think they can establish illegality that you lied? If they establish that you lied to a girl to sleep with her, is that because some people are saying deceit and whatnot?
Maybe something in their files. Maybe he has access to something about them. Maybe it has to be more than just toasting and sleeping with women and getting pregnant. I don't think that gets you locked up or to the point.
That guy, he just went to America and went wild. Four women in just within the space of however long.
Yeah, but Nigerian men in America, that is even below the threshold. That is not even. I don't think it's. I mean, it's average. I mean, for
maybe because of his study, he has access to some information that suggests
maybe
that they are vulnerable and now
maybe they were able to track his login. Maybe he was looking at their data, personal stuff to kind of profile them to kind of exploit whatever he's looking for. That I would say is a criminal offense. But just that you were having a and therefore because it was 4 people, there's actually more to the story than just getting. No, I'm not buying this. No, there has to be more to the story.
All right. KB, did you want to come in before I move? Ekene on?
Yeah, one more. Good night. Good evening. Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm good.
Yeah. I purposely come in because of two people, Babajale Koko and Ekene. Good evening. Babajale Kale. Yeah. I see that you are saying. I see that you are saying. I believe you guys have moved past that discussion, but I purposely come in because you are saying Nigeria government is not doing this, it's not doing that. There's too much poverty in Nigeria, and I just want to ask you, what measurement are you using to judge that? I can tell you right now I'm in Nigeria. I was based in Canada, specifically Toronto. I've been in Nigeria for like 4 months now. Can you please compare the homeless in your US to Nigeria? The people sleeping outside in the US, can you compare it to Nigeria? Is that not part of poverty?
Oh, yes. Homelessness can be described as, as one of those things that we can use to measure poverty. But let me tell you, those people that you see as homeless people, they have...
Hold on, sir. Just don't go there. You want to say they are drug addicts, and I can actually tell you that. Hold on, Babajale Koko. I know. I used to live in the state. I live in New Jersey, New York, and I know how it works over there. Just don't let us go there. Babajale Koko, I can tell you, when it comes to poverty, I believe the ratio Nigeria is still better than the US, than the state. You talk about healthcare system, this, that. I got shot in the state. I was standing in front of my house and somebody shot me. Do you believe I stay at trauma center? This is the one in Newark. I stayed there for 2 days before I could see a doctor. I got shot for nothing, straight bullet. It took me 2 days before I could see a doctor. And that specific night that I got shot, there was about 52 shots in Newark that night. And it took us like 2 days before we could see a single doctor. So, Babajale Koko, when it comes to all these, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that.
Well, you cannot
believe you are not
happen in your city.
All right, Ajale Koko, a brief response to that, because we spent over an hour and a bit on that topic already. But
I know that. I've been trying to come in. You can see that my mic is not connecting.
All right, let Ajale Koko respond and then we move on. Ajale Koko.
All right.
if your city fail to provide a good Medicare system, then the people in that city will suffer.
Baba Jale Koko, hold on. I can see. No. Now, hold on, Baba Jale Koko. You are saying my city, but people are trying to explain to you that village. That you see that people in the village they don't pay. You are the ones that are telling them, oh, don't compare the village, don't do this. Now you are telling me I should use my own city to compare me standing in front of my house and I got shot for nothing. For nothing, for just standing in front of my house and I got a bullet in my body. So like I just want to let you know that you cannot throw Nigeria under the bus. And okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So don't get me wrong. I'm not throwing Nigeria under the box. I'm going by the data.
Yeah, you are, Baba. No. Okay, Baba Jale Koko, one man. Hold on, Baba. Let's forget. One man, please. I would like to give you this assignment. I know Baba Jale Koko like to say the military is more better than the civilian. One man, can you just find maybe like 1 week? Let us do this program. Compare the military era and the civilian era. Let us just put it side by side and see which one is better. And I believe the civilian era is more better than the military. Because I always see that Baba Jale Koko always say, oh, the military, they do this road, they do that, they do this, they do that. But I believe you left Nigeria during the military during the time of military era. I believe you are going to be among those people that will leave Nigeria during the military era.
Okay, let me tell you this. I'm not throwing Nigeria under the bus. I'm going by data released by Nigerian state.
Which data? Which data?
Okay, let me mention to you now. By National Bureau of Statistics, that Nigerians, 2/3 of Nigerians are living in multidimensional poverty. That is so that is our government agency.
Where? Baba Jale Koko.
All right, we must move on because we've spent too much time on this.
National Bureau of Statistics, go and check it. National Bureau of Statistics, they release it sometimes maybe in May or June this year. They released that figure that 2/3 of Nigerian population live.
Baba Jale Koko, and I want to put this to you. You said Nigeria, the Buddhist, the whatever. He said Nigeria is in poverty. Do you believe that the beggar in the state is more than the one in Nigeria? The beggars we have in the state, they are more than the one we have in Nigeria. In all the city. You will go to Florida, to Houston, Austin, New York, like Staten Island, Flatbush.
There are more than Nigeria. Wow, where's your data for that? I don't think.
I don't know.
I know. My that is. I believe if you go to
poverty is quite rife in America.
There is no store you will go
what
to.
Man are you being updated or just being serious? I don't know.
No, just what I see anytime I go there.
There is no store that like maybe food store in America that you will go that you will not find like 2-3 beggars.
That's not true. But let me tell you this. Do you want Hold on.
No, all right. KB, after Jale Koko responds, we will move on.
And I'd like to ask Ekene 1 or 2 questions, please, one man, if you allow me. But if you don't want me to, you can forge ahead.
Okay, hold on. So when we are talking about beggars, those people that call us in the diaspora begging for money, begging for help, do you classify them as beggars too in Nigeria?
Yeah, but
how can you classify them as beggars? You can't.
They will never force you to give them. Don't be like the Emma Sibe now. You know that means you know what I'm talking about.
I want Molebi like beggars, Molebi money.
Yeah, but they are not. They will never force you to give them money.
The right response to him is this: you say if you go to stores, you will see 2-3 people begging. If you go to a market in Nigeria, is it only 3 people you see? If you go to, for example, You go to Aduani, you go to
Sabo begging another come on now. You can't compare now.
I know.
You can't let that tell you now.
All right. All right. Let's do this. Oh, hold on, everybody. Let's do this. Put 2 questions to Ekene. It will be rapid fire questions. Ekene, no long extended answers, and then we just move on. I'm keen to move away from that space. Put the questions to Ekene, quick answer Ekene, and then we'll move on.
Ekene.
Yeah.
Can you call me?
You know the one if you're the man.
Okay.
Look at this guy.
No, it's not that. It's not. I see that the Kenya always show Nigeria under the bus. That's why I came to him. Like Kenya, you said Nigeria government don't give you water, they don't give you hospital, they don't do this. Do you actually know that there is? I don't know where you are living in Lagos or where I know you are in Lagos. Do you know that so many places in Lagos have water pipe? It's just for you to go there and connect it and put it in your house. And the reason why the Lagos State don't connect it to each house was a lot of people don't pay water bill. Do you know that? And all these things you are asking that they don't give you hospital, they don't give you that. Again, with your church mind, can you actually tell us on this panel that you are paying your normal taxes you are supposed to pay to Nigeria government and Lagos State government for you to get all these benefits from the government? Can you actually tell us with your church mind? I know you said you go to deeper life. Can you actually tell us the truth that you are paying the regular tax?
So you don't follow me way back. Anyway, for me,
yes, now.
Your first question, I know that what I said here was there was a time that those things are working, not like now that they're not working. That's the first answer to your question.
You said there was a time, and I'm in Nigeria right now. I'm in Sri I'm in Aguda, and I can categorically like most of the streets in Lagos State have those pipes. If you don't know, you can ask people in your area, and they will show you.
I never saw that those pipes are not there. I said there was I used to see them.
No,
I said I used to see them.
No.
I said there was a time it was working, not now.
It's still working.
And when we used to have it, we enjoy good waters.
Hold on
then
now. Let me tell you, Ekene, let me tell you. This pipe, they bring water, I think like 3 or 4 days in a week, because they have to clean it, they have to make sure everything is clean before it goes into the house. Probably that's the reason why you don't know they are working. But they are still there. The structure is there. They already did it. Marwa did it. Tinubu did it. You know, it's there. Most if you go to Jew,
my argument is not that it's not there.
They still have workers.
My argument is not that it's not there. I said when they do it, even those waters are even more good, because when government wants to do water, they do it in a well purified manner. No, so you can easily drink that one than the one you dig in your house. You understand? I didn't say it's not there. I say it's there, but it's no longer working. So it's not an argument. It's not an argument. And the issue of paying tax, I pay my tax in Lagos. So I cannot be doing business and not be paying my tax. Any tax that is bring on my table, I pay them. So there's no 2 ways about that, and there is nothing much about that. It used to be there, but it's no longer working. That is my point. So there's nothing too much.
What is not working? What is not working?
No. Let's move on. But let's move on, but still stay with Ekene. So let's move on, but let's still stay with Ekene. So Ekene, it looks as though the Biafra space is expanding and even expanding beyond Nigeria. So Simon Ipa, he has come out now with a list of 40 Biafran states. So where do you fall amongst these now new states? Where does your space? Are you from Ikemba State or
I'm looking at my state there. I've never seen my state, yo.
Can you please, because can you tell us what's going on here? Because I just see list of what happened there. Is it? Can you?
Well, these are the new Biafran states that have now just evolved.
Sorry, woman. I have a call. Maybe I'll join back, please. Let me pick the call. I'll join back.
So is it?
All right. Good to have you.
woman, is this including the south or just the southeast only?
No, it includes everybody. Let me give it to you.
I know what you.
Yes, your state might well be there as well, Babati. It says officially, Biafra is presenting its 40 United States of Biafra. The Nigerian government must recognize this Biafra 40 states, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and withdraw all Nigerian forces from these 40 states to restore peace. So let me just rattle through them. Ikemba State, Omambala State, Odunego State, Ebonyi State, Eda State, Ahuaku State, Enugu State, Alanso State, and on it goes. Lower Benue State. So Benue, it reaches to Benue State and all whatnot. Everybody swept up.
So even not Central.
South Atlantic State, everybody captured.
All right, thank you.
I can even say Abo in a Delta State.
Yes.
And the Oman State. Cocoa State. Anyway, one man, for me, this guy, I don't know what he's up to, but my major concern is it seems like is it the Finland government? It's like they're giving him too much protection. I don't know why. So if that state that he's residing and be doing all this stuff is giving him so much protection that nobody can talk to him, nobody can put him in order. I think that is the main problem. So I don't know what the government is doing about it, but I think that Finland is giving this guy a lot of protection, and people are hailing him for that. I don't know the reason. I don't know the power he has got for the state to be giving him that protection that he's enjoying in that Finland. If not, who gave him the audacity to do all these things? You say Ikemba State, Omambala, all those stuff, man. Anyway, when he comes back, we'll know if he wants freedom, you don't do it in another man's land. You come to your state and fight for freedom. So for me, anybody that stays away to be fighting for freedom of his people is a coward. So he's a coward. If he wants to fight for freedom, let him come back home. Unless maybe he will give us that have not believed. Let him give us the courage to fight for it. He cannot be in Finland and be telling me to fight for my freedom. So if he wants to lead, let him come back and lead us at the front so that we'll be following him. So that when the bullet falls, you to first of all follow him before other people. So he cannot be staying in Finland and be giving me state that I will be living in. So one man, forget about him. So what next?
All right, let me take you to one more space and then we move the conversation on. I'm trying desperately not to make it too heavily political at this session. High cost of rice threatening 2023 Christmas. So what's your finding regarding the price of rice as we hurtle towards jollof rice season?
Anyway, everybody knows that now. Rice is a big commodity in Nigeria now. It's not.
Have they jacked up the price just to take advantage of people?
No, it's still what it is. About 60,000. The lowest you can get 58 or 50 something, but 60,000 at least. So it's not a good thing. At least for people, for income earners, from the salary earners, I mean, it's very difficult for a salary earner to buy a bag of rice of 60,000 in Nigeria. So it's a difficult task. So this season's Christmas, you don't go see jollof rice to chop for a lot of family. If you must chop, you must drop something. So rice no be small thing. Anybody will give you rice now, a big man, go to market and buy a bag of rice, 60,000. It's not a my thing. So this the money we used to buy like 6 bags of rice before. We use it to buy 1 bag of rice. I don't even know this rice issue, what cost it. I think we are before Buhari left, he said we are becoming one of the more.
He told us we are exporting rice now. That's what he told us.
Rice. I don't know why this government are deceiving us. What are you exporting? You cannot even feed. Before you export, you first of all feed yourself. I'm of the opinion that we feed ourselves, we export. But why are we not achieving that? Even when government said we are achieving it, but still the thing is, I don't even know. I even saw your headline that King. That is even what I wanted to talk about, to know why the woman said we cannot. It's difficult to get it right in Nigeria, or we cannot get it right.
Yes,
So
she did not actually give specifics. She was actually saying that when you come into government, when you come into governance, you find that the problems are so plentiful that are almost insurmountable. I think it was somewhat was somewhat trying to show some sympathy towards Tinubu, that the problems are just too big.
yeah, the problem are just too big. Everybody knows that. But the problems are just too big. One man. But I must be sincere. I think other countries are involved also. But it's just that we have not experienced it in this manner before. That is why a lot of us are seeing it this way. Because I relate with people that just came back from most of these African countries. So I was in Festac today, I was discussing with them. They were trying to, even though Nigeria is hard, but places like Mozambique and are even difficult. All those areas, you don't even see the money. So, but it's just that we Nigerians, we never experience it this way. So the problem, my major concern is that
You know, a lot of people actually feel that Nigerians have been over pampered by their government. You pay hardly anything for petrol. You are paying maybe 60% less than they are paying for Coca-Cola in Ghana. You know, all of these things. You know, now that reality is coming in a little bit, everybody wants to kill the government.
yeah, that is main issue. That is main issue. But you know, my problem is that we have it. One man, we have it. To compare, you cannot compare what we have with what Ghana and all those African countries. We have it, but we are not exploring it. That is my own concern. We are just concentrating on the oil. We have it. We have land. We have other natural resources. So we are richer than many Western countries in terms of natural resources, land mass in the north, every area. So my problem is that we have it, but we are not looking towards it. We are concentrating only on the oil. So when oil is disappointing us, we are feeling the heat. So that is the only problem I have. Let us do more in terms of diversification. This rise of a stuff is not supposed to be an issue to us because we have enough land for it. We are supposed to be people that say that we're exporting it. I thought they were not making mistake, but I don't know what we're exporting when we are not feeding ourselves. 60,000 naira per bag of rice is not a small issue. People are still buying it. Yes, people are buying it. I buy, other people buy. But you see, just like when you say that you give people 20,000, people are happy. One man, if you measure a painter of rice, just put it 5,000 naira on top now. Go and give to anybody in Nigeria now. Then you receive a very good prayer from that person. No matter the person, no matter who that person is. So to tell you the situation, just buy one bag of rice, share it, one painter or two painters. Just give it around. Anybody that can do that, just do it.
Can you give me 1 minute, please? Yeah, one man. Can we please? It's been dropping in my mind. Can we please drop? It's up to you. Make the decision. That charity we did that time. Can we do that so we can pay? I'm willing to give something out for people. So it's up to you. Make the decision.
Yes.
Yeah. For December. Yes. Yeah.
Well done for saying that. I've been actually thinking to propose it to the platform, but I'm thinking maybe I should just start doing it myself. But if you want to chip in, then chip in. I've been speaking to Hassan who is going to present 3 people from the north. You know, and then amongst those 3, we do either outreach to all 3 or one. So it's in the works. Yes, I've been just as early as 2 days ago, I was speaking to Hassan about it. But you know, the last outreach we did was in was it in the southwest, Ekiti State? So we want to do the next outreach to the north, and then if we do so I think we're going to call the initiative level up. So what we're intending to do is that we're not giving money to people to go and, you know, pay rent or buy food or whatever. So if you are selling whatever it is, or you have XYZ, if a parachute of 100,000 to 150,000 will move your business from where it is to a level higher. So that's what we're looking to do. Yes, well spotted. I was just speaking to Hassan 2 days about it.
One, I will maybe you give us your PayPal. We'll pay to your PayPal account so we can move it from there. I want us to do it before the end of the year, if you don't mind, please.
It would depend on Hassan. If Hassan is able to present those people quickly enough, then we'll do that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, Woman, that's a nice one, Mr. Thomas. So anything you are doing to make available for Nigerians to also contribute, any amount, even if na 5,000, we just transfer there, so it can get a long way. Any amount.
And if Ajale Koko is willing, he usually handles the money. I don't often like the money to pass through me, but that's in the works. Yes.
So it's a nice decision. So anything I'm involved also. If I see a Nigerian,
we've done it in the past, though. By the way, Kenneth. So maybe you were not with us then. We did it in the past. So it's something we do every so often. Yeah. But with the bag of rice now, is there any room for anybody to be charitable?
Even if I suggest if we can buy this bag of rice, buy it like 2 or any quantity we can buy and share it. This rice is a very good, it's a tangible asset to give to people in Nigeria now. It's a tangible asset, honestly speaking.
Ekene, can I do something if you don't mind, please?
Okay.
Anyone in your community that is a little bit, you know, they are struggling, I can give you like 2 bags of rice, so you just share. And I want food sharing. It brings blessings. So I can give you like 120,000 just to share to people. So people just be happy, because you know, I know how people are struggling. Yeah, if you don't mind, please. I don't know if you have any. I know you are a billionaire. You don't live in
I have a suggestion. Can we? I mean, I think we're good enough to do northeast because we have Asan there, southeast because we have Ekene, and southwest because we have Foley B. I think it's only north central and northwest that I don't, and south that I don't know about. At least those 3 regions are good enough. If you guys are game, I'm game.
You mean to do them all?
But we have Ribadu in the north that can.
Okay, Ribadu can do northwest.
Ribadu is in the same region as Hassan.
And Solomon can do Abuja, north central.
Yeah, they don't need anything in Abuja. We want to go to the interior where our own people are, not the 160 million SUV people.
I think as what do you call it? As Kulata is trying to suggest now, if we can donate some money, get some bags of rice, like Ekene that is traveling now, if we can take it to the people in village and share it to them on behalf of the, what do you call it?
What are we looking at in terms of a budget?
How many bags of rice do we want? Then we can budget it.
It's money that we determine that. So we know all of us that are regular here. So if we can raise whatever amount that we can raise, then we can share it among the 3 of them, Ekene, Foley, and Ribadu. I mean, what do you call this? Hassan. So just to share.
What we could do is we could set up a GoFundMe, and then people can populate it. Shall we say is $1,000? Is that or is that the realms or
How
1,000
many
rice?
bags of rice?
I think
$1,000
that's
a bag.
good now. That's the cost of a kidney.
Yes, there you are. that's there you are.
That's a terrible joke. That's a terrible joke. That was a bad joke.
Sorry.
If we can do more than $1,000, why not? We can raise it up, and whatever we get, then we can use.
Ola, you know my aim and objective. I want us just to share food. That is the aim and objective. I can drop 2 bags of rice. I can drop conveniently 2 bags of rice just to share to people, not in the city, if there's people in the city, but people in the wood, people in the downtrodden one, the one of Ajale Koko's poverty. What's the name for Ajale Koko? Poverty alleviation, or what they call it. So that's what I just, it's been on my spirit. Yeah, multi dimension. Yeah, multi-dimension poverty people.
That thing is super real in Nigeria. I'm just wondering why Kulata and some people are in denial. So
let's talk about donating money. Olama Bere, Professor Chief. Let's talk about
anything, but it's just it baffles me that you guys just say we don't.
He doesn't want
I
to
even saw
accept
someone that came online to attack because of Ajale Koko and he's trying to.
my Baba Willie, I would never get over that one. No, my Baba. Baba Willie.
You that jump from the US.
Okay.
They wait for you.
You that jump from Canada, from US to Canada, we know that. Is he not looking for something better? Why not stay in Nigeria and create factory and create businesses to take care of people's problems? See,
one man, don't let us talk too much. Tomorrow, set a goal for me. We drop the money there, and we make it happen before the end of the year. I am willing.
Please make it anonymous if it's possible.
How do you mean?
If you're setting up GoFundMe or whatever, I mean, one can do an anonymous contribution there, right?
Yes, of course, you are not going to see my name there. Yes, of course, I donate. But
okay, I'm all good. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to set it up as we speak. But yeah, that's so yes. So we're not just all talk. Yes, that's brilliant. All right. So where we conversationally, and I'll see if I can set it up in the course of this session.
Yeah, as you are setting it up, so I'm just trying to give Kulata Koboko. Who join Kulata to please that you join to Koboko for you. People see. You are saying those people. You think it's all by food alone they come multi-dimensional poverty, access to quality healthcare.
You see, this is what is wrong with all this, Professor. Nigerians can drink Agbo and be fine.
Don't brush it.
Is Agbo factor the multi-dimensional poverty?
I know you have many people in power and you don't want to offend them. That is understandable. You understand?
You two you've joined those kind of people that talk like that. Who do I have in power? I don't have anybody in power.
Of course, I know now. You that you graduated from IFE now. I know your guys that are in there now. So probably
there may be IFE guys there, but doesn't mean I have people in power.
I don't catch you. We read that don't catch you because I don't mention your real name on the platform. I don't know you already. So maybe we just put that way.
No. How did you go and source him out? Are you allowed to do that?
I'm not allowed. It's incidentally I got to know him, and he's a very good guy anyway. So nothing.
Who told you that? It's not where did you become a very good guy?
Kulata is a very good guy. He's a very good guy. So you have nothing to be afraid of. You guys from IFE, you don't kulobi the presidency. Good for you guys. Good for you. So,
but we are delivering now.
If you don't want to speak against the government, just waka pass. Let those people that want to say the real thing, let them say that. See, that country, people they hungry. Let's just face the facts. People are terribly poor. When you say poor, if there's another definition that is worse than poor, let us use that. So,
in Sudan.
I've never been to Sudan, but when you from by the knowledge of what I understand to be poverty, man, people are terribly suffering in Nigeria. Let's just face the reality. Let's not just be realistic. No way to.
But I'm saying, but my point is I think we have some money in Nigeria to set up to still make our economy bounce back. But it seems that the money is not going towards the right direction.
You see
billion being budgeted and all that. Are they not money? Are they not supposed to be used for the people?
I don't believe in handouts. I don't believe in handouts. That type of money you are talking about is not this. See, the enabling environment is not there for people to make themselves wealthy. And even if you concentrate those money on them, it will still not achieve because we are overrating our wealth. We are not that wealthy as we think we are wealthy. So we are looking at natural resources, but what about our capacity to even create wealth for ourselves? Do we have that? Because if we have capacity to create wealth for ourselves, we won't find ourselves in this type of trouble. So if you want to wait for money from politicians from now to tomorrow, it's not going to happen. So don't think it's only in Nigeria that the government squander money. They squander it here too, but stylishly. Just because people are engaged and they find a way of empowering themselves, you won't know that, right? So to me, all those money we are talking about, they are very insignificant compared to our population. That's just the reality. So it's not going to
all right. Now, shall we move the conversation on to Kulata and have him take the floor? So Kulata, do you want to free flow at it, Kulata? I know you like to speak to topics.
There's a few topics, but the first one is I think Tinubu met President of Benin Republic, right? And I think they're going to allow 43 food items or something to come in from Benin Republic. Did you go through that? Did you guys talk about that?
No.
As a topic?
No. We've not
so apparently, this is going to make Ajani Koko happy. So looks like they're going to have to legalize the importation of food coming from Benin Republic. It's a way to attack inflation in Nigeria, food inflation in Nigeria, because Benin Republic currency, I read some guy wrote about it. I read about it. Benin Republic inflation is 1.4% back in 2022. Nigeria is heading to 30%, right? Benin CFA is backed by France, by Euro, so it's pretty steady. So importation of food to Benin, if you look at, dollar to CFA rate, is cheap. So if Tinubu opens up the borders, removes tariffs, if food is coming from Benin, we will not use Naira to buy dollar to import it. It will be a Naira CFA trade. So that kind of reduces the dollar. First of all, it will reduce dollar pressure. Next thing is it will flood Nigeria with cheaper food, because if you import it directly from dollar, it's going to be more expensive than they importing it using CFA and we buying them. They importing it using CFA and we buying it from them from Naira to CFA, even though CFA has higher value, but it's going to be a Naira CFA trade. So we can flood the market with cheap imported food. If we can flood the market with cheap imported food, it's going to drive down food inflation. Now, it gets back to that Muritala 70s conversation. That one was direct importation into Nigeria. This one, Tinubu is like they're trying to use Benin as a buffer, to use the cheap inflation in Benin as a buffer. When you look at our surrounding neighbors, those guys using CFA, the inflation is typically very low because of France backing them up. So if that is kind of formalized, we can expect food inflation to be attacked. But then you have to ask, what about our own farmers and all that stuff? At this point in time, I don't know if I mean, based on a political person that wants to come back second term, is if they want to continue putting a lot of money into our farmers and fighting all that stuff, we may not get the result that we want. They can continue doing all that, create a commodity exchange board and all. If the price of food drives down, our farmers too may be forced to bring their own prices down. The main thing is just to try and like flood the market with food, with cheap food. If you can flood the market with cheap food, the food-driven inflation will reduce. That's one thing. Next thing is our own dollar that we're using to import directly. That may reduce if we I mean, it's going to be a trade between us and Benin Republic. So it's going to be a Naira CFA trade. So maybe that will also relieve pressure on dollar. And with Dangote refinery coming up too, if it's real, I guess it's real, that should free up the pressure on dollar too, because we will not be importing. So from what I'm hearing, this move, if done well, maybe in 6 months, if they flood the market with cheap import, things may improve in terms of inflation and in terms of people being able to buy food. So I thought that was interesting. Initially, when Ajay could talk about Murtala doing it in the 70s, I kicked against it. But this one is kind of like using our neighbors, achieves the same thing. Let's hope that they continue to subsidize our farmers. And I mean, let's invest in areas that were competitive. We need to just drive down the cost of food. So that's an urgency. So I don't know if you guys
why this makes sense, Kulata.
Kulata.
Because most of the importers in Benin Republic are Nigerians. So it's the same money, most of them. Because I remember when the rice flooded Benin Republic, and the people made the calculation that how can 12 million or so population consume 3 million tons of rice a year.
It was headed to Nigeria.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes sense. It makes real sense.
Kulata, why that is making sense? Why that is making sense? Do you also know that the price of gas is contributing much in our food inflation today?
To anything that goes into the cooking food or producing food, yes, I agree.
Not cooking
and that's
food,
why
gas that they used to drive those lorries that drive those
cooking gas.
Not cooking gas. The one that the big lorries use now, the gas
diesel
for driving diesel. It's very costly. It's about 1,400. So the thing they used to transport with 900,000 naira before is about 2.something million. So and this is even the major issue. That price of diesel is the major issue. So you cannot transport food what you used to transport with 500 or 900,000. You transport it with 2.5 or 3 million naira and expect to sell it at cheaper rate. Any food that is coming from the north to the east is very costly just because of the price of diesel. So that is even the major issue, that even if they open up that what you are saying, which is also good, but that price of gas, we have a lot of problem.
Yeah, but
that price of diesel is something very, very difficult for. I don't know how they're going to do it.
You know, right now they're smuggling those goods from Benin Republic right now. But if they liberalize it, that additional cost of to smuggle, they will go through normal channel. I think the transportation cost will get cheaper. Any tariff that the government may have, they will also remove it, even though smuggling doesn't consider tariff. But if they make it official use, it's also cheap to clear goods in Benin Port. I believe their duties are way lower than ours. So it will be good, because if we just have way more, even though it's kind of like dumping, and again, Benin is backed by France economy, so they're good. The inflation is tiny. Things are going to be pretty stable. So if we're spending, if it's Naira Sifa, Sifa gets stronger relative to Naira, but dollar gets weaker relative to Naira too.
Kolata, sorry. Are we not strengthening the economy of Benin Republic in our own debt remit?
It's a win-win, Thomas, because we're doing agidi to try and do this farming. But the farming stuff is not enough to sustain us. We have security problems, we have infrastructure problems. So, and again, it's like sunk costs. We're just putting money, like is going down the drain. We're not, what the return is not enough to go around. So if we're strengthening Benin Republic's economy, so be it. But think about our own gains. We're also going to, improve our own economy by making food cheaper and essentially driving down our own inflation. So it's a win-win. We just need to kind of like know, okay, which areas in farming do we want to invest in? And also create all these things that Tinubu promised in his manifesto, commodity trading board and all that stuff. And then we compete in areas we can compete, and areas we can't compete, let's forget about it, at least for now. The main priority is we need to drive the cost of food down. I mean, I used to laugh at Ajan. I'm not.
Is it Benin we are really helping, or we are in where do they? Is it Malaysia? Where do they normally import the rice? So why not import?
All right, it's all set up. The thing. If you want to go and have a look at, they go population.
Can we? One man. Can you, speaking to what Klota was just saying? Klota, did you happen to catch this interview on Arise today? There was a man talking about adopting what Egypt did with farming in the deforested areas, the 1 million acres in the plan he had that said I'd worked in Egypt, that Nigeria should also adopt that. Did you catch that interview? I think I saw.
No, adopt what?
I didn't know.
Like where you can pretty much you did maybe like a million, like a large parcel of land in the north, and you just like a farmland and something was. Let me find that clip for one man, and maybe later on the show you can react to it. Very detailed.
One thing about the north of the land is it's not as if they don't have all those. You understand? But I think waste, too much waste, like the way because if you start budgeting for all those now, before you know, the money may go into what we don't intend. I think when the Kulata suggested some kind of subsidy the other time, I would have preferred the type of subsidy whereby you guarantee that whatever the farmers are producing, that the government will buy, and you have some kind of silos where you put all those. But if you start giving these people money to subsidize for them, we will produce the food again, and what happened within the petroleum sector will start happening again, where you will produce and you send out. But why not say, okay, whatever you can produce, I'm giving you some kind of a price floor, and I'm going to buy those food from you, just like what Awolowo used to do for cocoa and all those stuff.
Yeah, isn't that what the commodity board thing is? Like price guarantees.
Yeah. So
exactly, that's what it is.
So buy from the government. So at least there are some government that did before. I don't know whether they still do that, because like Illinois area now, you know why they are so prominent in corn production is because there was a time that government will guarantee, we raise the price floor, I will buy everything from you. But they allow the private people. So even if you are going to give subsidy in form of fertilizer or whatever, you can ignore that. Let them borrow their money, but guarantee the purchase, because you don't want to complicate things whereby the fertilizer will end up in the wrong hand and be set to another people, but produce, set to the government. I think that is going to be viable, in my opinion.
All right.
Yeah,
all right, brilliant. I was just
going to bring up the interview now. Let's see it.
Which interview is it from? Is it the one Babati sent in?
Yes.
Yes. Whilst I'm doing that, I just want to highlight that I've set up the GoFundMe. It's in the comment section, so anybody that wants to populate it. But where are we looking at, Babati? It's a 30-minute long interview.
Let me, you guys go ahead. Let me find that part, so because just to save time, because it was very, it was like a 3-minute gap where he spoke. So let me find that time, and I'll get back to you. You go ahead, woman.
All right, carry on, Kulata.
Now,
let me ask you. You see, I think we are missing it. I think he's planning to set up a commodity exchange, right?
yes.
Not a board. Now,
So maybe exchange. I don't know why I
exchange
keep
will
calling
not
board.
guarantee the price. The exchange will facilitate transactions. It's just like you are saying their stock exchange will guarantee price of stocks. No. The
Is it exchange or board? You know what? Let me
It's
go
an
back.
exchange. It's an exchange. The exchange will facilitate transactions. You know, because the farmers are not getting good prices for their produce because they don't have information. They don't have market information. For example, the same cattle that a farmer in Lagos will sell for maybe 200,000. The farmer in Maiduguri might just sell it for 50,000. You understand? Just hypothetically. So the exchange will. Sorry, I need to go off.
All right,
Patrick.
yeah.
One
Patrick,
man.
sorry.
Sorry, it started at 6:30. So, Cage, I would love for you to react to it because you are the number.
6:30. 6 minutes. 6 minutes 30 seconds.
Yeah, 6 minutes 30 seconds. Because I think that's your. Because I think this. I'm like, man.
Is it run about there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Agreeing on what they can do to limit temperature. Pension fund to GDP, 75%. South Africa, the same thing. GDP of about $375 billion. Pension fund asset of $275 billion. Nigeria's own is just like by 5%, which we can actually ramp up. I just give you an example of borrowing from other clients. Go to Egypt and look at what they've done. What was the whole essence of COP28? Climatic change. Governments agreeing on what they can do to limit temperature rise globally, and then how they can tackle the impact of global change, climatic change. What did Egypt do? It's not just enough. In Nigeria, we are suffering the consequence of flooding. We have drought and deforestation in the north. Egypt is 95% desert. But Egypt, even Saudi Arabia, one of the things they did to curb desertification, tackle drought, was to go on date palm plantation planting. Saudi Arabia started 2006. Today, they've done 1 million hectares. Nigeria is the only place in the whole wide world where the date fruits grow in the wild twice a year. Naturally, just the same thing with palm tree that we've messed up. Yeah. In 2019, I was privileged to speak at the PDP Governors Forum as one of their guest speakers. I shared with them this vision of what Saudi Arabia did, what Egypt did. Egypt today makes average of about $10 billion exporting date fruits from a desert. I said 19 governors of the law, you don't need to wait for Bola Tinubu or Buhari, can dedicate 50,000 hectares of land under a private-public partnership. It does not cost them one dime from fiscal revenue. In 1 year, they can cultivate 1 million hectares of the date plantation across the 19 northern states. One, it will help to curb desertification. Two, it will provide avenue for agro-pastoral arrangements where the nomadic herdsmen can actually put in their cows to be able to graze, have water, and then provide the manure for the plantation. And we have the hybrid date fruit that can grow within 4 years. In the next, if they had done it in 2019 or even 2020, by 2026, we'll have been generating nothing less than $12.5 billion from the north, from the date fruits. And this is for over 70 years. It will checkmate certification, provide revenue, create 2 million jobs, help us even to cut drought.
Okay.
Look at the issue of flooding. What are the issues of flooding here in Nigeria?
Oh man, we can stop right there.
We don't dredge. Yeah, do I awarded a contract.
Thank you. So the guy had more to say. It was a lot of things that he was saying. But to that particular point of what he said, what do you think?
It makes perfect sense. I mean, date palm, the date palm trees. It's a palm tree that thrives in savanna region, in desert region. I believe it was grown in Egypt originally or somewhere in the Mesopotamia. That's why when you travel to Dubai and all these Middle Eastern countries, including Turkey, I mean, you're bombarded with dates. So, I mean, why can't we plant date trees in the north and palm trees in the south? Like we even have double whammy. Date trees up north, palm trees down south. Malaysia makes all their money from palm trees. They make way more money from palm trees than oil. The north too
Yeah.
can make money from date trees. We're just lazy.
Well, Kulata, the guy said he told us the problem. He said it was going to take an average of 4 years. Are we
Yeah,
the kind
but
of people? Are we the kind of people that like long term? No, no. The
no,
reality is that
we don't like long-term thinking. We
exactly.
like
So
fast now. What do we
yeah,
like? We like to go and bust oil. We like to
Okay, now we
it
are
bust
talking
requires
oil
of
planning.
pipeline.
It
resources
requires
now.
planning and organization and bringing people together. See, anytime anything requires long term, we don't like to do it as a people, and that's why we are in the state that we are in. Really, that's the problem. It's a great
But
idea. Great idea he has right there.
those trees are very resilient. They will grow in arid regions. They go. I mean, Jesus Christ, we have a
Okay.
problem.
My
even
contribution
even
now
they
is
can
this.
even water can be obtained in the desert right there. I mean, the Israelis, the Jewish people are doing it. I mean this drip agriculture that they have there, and even water, they get water from thin air. They do, but we don't like to do that. It's amazing.
Please, Daddy.
Okay.
Sorry,
It's like we are shifting the goalpost now.
Anisrujo. What? Because it was a very detailed interview. I mean, what he was saying, Lotta, it was cost effective. The kind of solutions he was providing. He said we don't need to borrow money. That the kind of solution that we can bring to Nigeria doesn't require you to put a lot of capital in terms of like breaking the bank. You already have the assets to grow this thing. So maybe
Land, yeah.
yeah, you already have all these things. He went but that part was what I caught my attention to. So thank you for responding. But we can play maybe that down the road. We can listen to.
But see, you can harvest it twice a year.
Mhm.
And according to him, it solves desertification, and then you make money from it. I mean, we have like how many states? 14 states eligible for you to grow date palm trees.
Okay, do you know
Well,
what he even said? He wants to open up that that river line that we should be able to access the whole of Nigeria using those wide, river Benue, whatever, should be opened up for
River Benue and
well, the man also said something about pastoral
yeah. He did,
See,
yeah.
is he talking about the we call it the cattle rearing or whatever they do? Is that the cow what
Yeah,
they do in the north?
that will save the Fulani people jumping up and
Yeah,
down.
exactly. I think that's what was alluding to. See,
Yeah, but
there's probably more other opportunities to be gotten from this venture that we don't know yet, unless you try. Because for every effort, there's always a window of opportunity that's opened. Go ahead.
He's saying that the United States have to buy into. He wants to program for the whole not to buy into, which I think, according to your point, will be a problem because of the way we are as a people, where we don't want to plan things. But maybe one man can play just a few more minutes so that Kay can see what can, if you don't mind. Sorry, guys, just wanted into just a few more minutes.
For 39.5 billion to dredge from Escravos through Warri to Cocoa all the way to Onitsha to Jeba. That contract was not executed. Jonathan came in, did not follow up. Today, if we dredge our waterways from the Escravos, from One to the water, we will cop flooding, and we also create waterway transportation, which is almost 80%. It will reduce cost of transportation and help us to move things, evacuate agri products. But nobody is thinking about it. It's good that we've come back from COP28, but we need to sit down and look inwards. What are the effects? Nigeria is not even emitting much in terms of fossil fuel emission. We must utilize what we have. We talked about power. Gas is good. What are we doing to stop gas flaring? What are we doing to even explore and process the non-associated gas reserve that we have? Look at Pakistan. Pakistan does not have gas like us. Pakistan has over 2,950 CNG filling stations across Pakistan. Pakistan has over 3 million cars that run on CNG. CNG is 20% less the cost of petroleum. Yet, Pakistan has done it. We can't. I want arrangement that will fund it only that environment. I call it 74 local government. Not being done. People came up with it down in this country. What do you need to do?
I don't know what's going on, but that's pretty much the gist. But it's okay when you have time, you can look at the whole thing. It was very detailed, but that's got my attention. The agri part, the 1 million.
But it's our story now. It's the story of Nigeria. For the longest, we've been flying gas, something that we can be selling, but we're actually flying it. We've been flying it since I could read newspapers. Like since I could read newspapers
2.4
back
million
then.
barrels a day.
So that's
Today
something
we
we
are
can be
struggling
selling.
to do 1.5 million, and people are not even bothered to ask ourselves.
Should I stop it though?
We can say if OPEC is
Are you
doing
still
1.6
saying
million
it?
barrels,
Yeah,
have a plan to ramp up reserve to 40
1 million
barrels,
1
40
million.
million barrels reserve. Do 4 million barrels a day. Assuming OPEC quota is 1.8 million barrels, we can do off OPEC quota for most of the refineries we have in Nigeria. From Warri to Port Harcourt to Kaduna. Kaduna, they shouldn't waste their time trying to rebuild Kaduna. Kaduna uses the crude from Venezuela. They should scrap it. Warri is there. Port Harcourt is there. Between Warri and Port Harcourt, we have almost about 210 million barrels. Kaduna should be scrapped. It does not make any economic sense. Kaduna cannot refine any crude from Nigeria. It uses heavy crude. Kaduna refinery is the only off-site refinery existing in the whole world. In America, they've scrapped all off-site refineries. I don't know why they're still keeping that Kaduna, trying to waste 589 million on it. Over the last 20 years, we wasted $7 billion trying to revive what they could not revive and that have been hidden by corruption. If they want to do it right, we have proposals that can help them. We can do our OPEC quota. We were talking about, if we are refining here, it will be cheaper. It's not true. It will not be cheaper. I'll give you an example. OPAC is there. Nigeria refinery is there. Watersmith is there. They are refining basically diesel in Nigeria. Their diesel is not cheaper than imported diesel because you have to put in the cost of production. The only cost.
One man can stop it now. Can stop it now, 1 man.
Is the cost of freight from offshore.
Okay, because I remember you mentioning that Watersmith refinery.
Watersmith refinery, and also, I already said it here that Kaduna refinery is a waste of time. That it's heavy oil, it's heavy crude. That it's useless. I've said it here on one platform. A lot of what he's saying, I've kind of like said in one way or the other before. I mean, look, this is why all this Nigeria matter. When you look about all these things that this guy is saying, and everybody now, we've like given up and say our government must do it. Must government do all these things? Can we use our own initiative to say, okay, I want to make money as an individual, as an entrepreneur, or as a state? Let's go and do these things. Let's go and plant these things. But no. We'll wait for Jonathan. We'll wait for Buhari. We'll wait for Tinubu. Isn't the laziness us?
I was going to agree with you, Kulata, because right before you even said it, I want to say that it's not the duty of the government to start planting, but government can facilitate. You see, we've seen the examples even in the rise in the cassava revolution story, like I like to use Ekiti, for example, where they have some farm settlements that they form some clusters of farmers. These farmers, they are there to have combined security and to even have combined some kind of workforce just to achieve something. So the thing is, there can be policy around this that will favor the farmers, not for, because before now, even those people that used to produce plastic those days, they used to have their own plantations. Those people that will go into some kind of palm oil production, they can have that. All we just need government to do is to facilitate. An example is, okay, you have some kind of unfavorable import of all those importation of those products. What can government do to help the local farmer? Like the one I suggested the other time. Don't worry, I'm going to guarantee that your product will be bought. So
targeted tariffs.
But collateral, before you say, yeah, we don't need government to start farming, but let's be realistic. In major economies, the government is always involved with agriculture one way or another.
Yes,
Okay.
I agree. They subsidize agriculture to a large extent.
Subsidize
Yes.
or provide some kind of a protection one way or another.
Yeah,
We need that.
yes.
We can't just send private capitalists to go out there and risk all their capital to get into that business without any form of protection or understanding.
But normally,
from the
Prince
government.
Daddy, here's the thing.
I don't agree with what he's saying. He's just talking too much. These are people who talk a lot and do nothing. They want the government cannot. It's your government should not be involved in any factor of production. If he thinks
Agric is an exception.
Let me land. If he thinks that date production is profitable, send in a proposal to the Ministry of Agriculture, and I can tell him they will guarantee him land. Let him send in a proposal for it. They will guarantee him land. We should stop pushing irresponsible things to the government. We like to blame the government for
Emeka, you don't know what you are saying. You don't know what you are saying, Emeka.
Let me say.
You don't know what you are saying.
No.
What are you trying to say?
Dangote, who
you don't know what you are saying.
Wait, can I hold on? Dangote, who went into refinery, that was a heavy capital intensive production. He went in there, he threw in his proposal, and the government gave him backing. And he's suffering for. Wait, let me land. I want you guys to go Google Dangote refinery and the challenges he faced. That refinery should have been in Ogun State. And because the people there, the owners of Ondo State, the owners of the land were trying to wait for him to come and settle them. They were fighting amongst themselves. And he decided I can't take this crap anymore. Lagos State guaranteed him land. Now, I'm telling this man, and I'm saying it here on this platform, if you think you have a profitable idea for agriculture, throwing it into the Ministry of Agriculture, I tell you, they will guarantee you. We need to stop this nonsense we are doing. All the time
Emeka, can I come in there?
Hold on. I'm a little bit. No, don't come in now. I'm a little bit pissed. We need to stop it and stop blaming the government. Government cannot be involved in everything. There's limited resources that can go around. As a matter of fact, the government is proposing to raise revenue from 11 to 15 trillion naira, and that is what is going to finance our budget. And even at that, we still have a budget deficit that we still go to borrow from. Why do we want government to be involved in factor of production to the point that we even want government to tell us how to sleep with our wives? We should stop this nonsense. If you're a capitalist,
okay, let me come in there. Let me come in there, Emeka.
I will land in 1 minute. Please.
I don't know the point you are making.
I will land in 1 minute. Now he's coming to Arise News to sell himself and to talk about the things he wants to do. I dare this man to throw in a proposal, and I think the government
I will watch it,
but from what he's saying, he's full of crap. From what he's saying, he's full of crap. If he thinks what he's saying, he's full of crap.
Emeka, let me come in there. I want to say something.
Now let me land the 1 minute. Now you guys can pick it up from there. If he thinks it's a profitable business, he should go and bring his dollars and invest in it. The government will give him the land in the north. That date.
Let me come in there, Emeka. Let me come in there.
Let it go and do it. We should stop pushing responsibility to the government. We do not run a socialist economy. We run a capitalist economy. If you think a business is profitable, if you think that business will generate wealth for you, now the refinery Dangote is doing, that refinery has cemented Dangote as the richest black man, and nobody is going to see his back. If you think you can do it, go and do it. All you need to do is to tell the government. The government can give you.
Are you saying that? Let me say something. I am landing.
In agriculture,
agricultural companies do not pay taxes. Let Emeka land, and then let Ekene come in after him.
Let me finish my point. I will leave it. I am tired of these individuals. I am really tired of these individuals. I am really tired of them going to the media to go and talk nonsense and say themselves. If he thinks he can do it, throw in the proposal. The Ministry of Agriculture are looking for people like him. If you take 1 million, they go and throw it in. I know how much it takes. Let me land now. Let me land my point. Then you can come in. Let me land my point. You can come in.
You've been trying to land.
Let me land my point. Let me land my point. So that then you can call me. If you cut me, I won't be able to land my point. I am tired of these individuals. Dangote put his money where his mouth is. I don't like individuals who go about talking nonsense about the government. Government will not do, and government will not feed you. Government will not put clothes on your back. Government will not even tell you how marry. Even in Kano State, government are marrying women for them. We should stop this nonsense. If you think it's a viable a business proposal, or you think you can make money from it, then go ahead and go and do it. Go to banks, banks will lend you the money. Throw your proposal and stop accusing the government of all this nonsense. Dangote is about to make 27 billion naira annually from his refinery. That is people who know what they are doing. People should stop running our government out of the place. We have a budget deficit.
Emeka, do you know what
we should stop this nonsense. He's a mouthful of crap. For me, he's a mouthful of crap.
Emeka, that 1 minute vex don't pass now.
Emeka, you know what you didn't mention. You know what you didn't mention, Emeka. Look, see, I agree with you everything except that. The only business government has is policy that we said the other time. An example, when Uber and all these Trexity and some businesses were trying to come into the country, they were not at the jugular of the government. They were just they presented their business and they were forcing the government to get them a policy that will allow that thing to work. Now, policy is the business of the government. This thing that this man is saying is that
the government cannot make one policy. A government will not make a policy for just one business.
No. Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say something, Emeka, because I want to say from what I know. So it's not the issue of what the guy is saying. The government will not do anything will not do most of the things quite all right, but the government must provide infrastructure for those for the agriculture aspect to strive. Because I know of somebody called Koscharis, and I know his farm in Anako.
In Anambra.
I am a local government, Anambra State. You can Google it. It's a very big rice farm. Yes, very big one. But the thing has not been able to come up. The man has invested a lot of billions in that farm. The only challenge is having is this flooding, and that area, flooding used to happen to that area at least once in 2 years, and that has been affecting that rice farm for a very long time. That's the only challenge the guy is having. Even the roads, the guy did it by himself. The roads that connect to that farm, Costaris did that road by himself. But the challenge is having now is flooding. Who is this guy is talking?
Wait.
Let me finish. You said that the
government should take budget from education to go and help Costaris to drain his farm from flooding. Costaris is a billionaire who can go and contact people in Zimbabwe or farmers in the United States to help him with his flooding issues. Now, government should bring more scarce resources that we don't have enough.
The issue of flooding in that area. The issue of flooding in that area. Let me finish. The issue of flooding in that area doesn't only come from that area. It comes from many states, from Kogi and every other state. Then pass through that area. I know that area very well. So you cannot say the government has a lot of work to do in terms of flooding in Nigeria.
Go to somewhere that you don't
have. The government has a lot of work to do in terms of flooding. People cannot invest a lot of money. Let me finish. Now you have said your own. Let me finish now. A lot of farmers go to farm.
You should go buy land.
Let me finish, Emeka. Let me finish.
Hold on, Ekene. Hold on. Listen to what Emeka is saying to you. You are saying this guy.
Hold on. Challenges in the north with that place. Go somewhere else if you want to do that business.
Hold on. I think I'm on board somewhat with what you're saying. What Emeka is saying is that you are saying this guy invested billions and billions. Did he not do feasibility study before he did the investment? And did that feasibility study not tell him that area is prone towards flooding?
Exactly.
So why would they go and invest billions in
let me say what I want to say. That area let me answer what you are saying now.
Let me give you an
Let me answer what you just let me just answer what you said because it's the area I know very well. Let me answer what you said.
Let one person go first now. You guys allow each other. Allow each other.
The refinery that we are all celebrating now, right? Do you know that refinery would have collapsed due to flooding? They had to excavate. It was an additional cost. Excavation, they have to excavate it.
This refinery we are talking about, do you know how much government invested in this refinery?
That's why.
So you're talking about refinery as if it's only Dangote's money.
It was borrowed money.
Is it only Dangote's money that is there?
All right. Emeka, let Ekene come in.
Let's hear from Ekene now.
Yeah, let's Ekene come in and then
he's talking about refinery. This refinery, you know how many percent the government owns in this refinery? It's only Dangote's money, bank money, everything is in this refinery. And you're talking about it as if Dangote went and take all the money that he has and build a refinery. Are you talking to people that don't know what is happening in Nigeria? Stop that, man. This refinery you see today, Dangote is not the only person to profit from it. Government profit is in it. Individual profit, a lot of Nigerian profit is in it. I'm telling you about a 1 month's investment in agriculture somewhere. You are talking about, you are referring to Dangote refinery. That has a lot of interest.
But Kenneth, the question being asked is, why did they go and cite it where in an
that area rice is being farmed? You can check Anako. Yeah. In that area, Anako local government. That area is they are majorly known for rice production in Anambra State. Their major production is rice. So he now go there.
Okay, let me support you. Emeka just told us that government supported Dangote. This man also set up a rice farm in all of us know that rice grows in area where there is water. And area where there is water is prone to flooding. And the flooding is not just a one-man thing, it's an ecological issue in Nigeria. Nigeria has an ecological fund. So why can't they support him?
That is the point. Why would the government allow that area to continue to go that flooding every time? What the government need to do is just like what the man explained. The government should do that project of digging those rivers that are surrounding that. A lot of those rivers are filled up. You don't expect one man to go into that sort of project. What stopped the government to come in?
Exactly.
The area of flooding is not only in Nigeria. It affects almost every southern state. That even chase away many farmers. The issue of problem we are having in terms of agriculture is not only insecurity. Flooding is playing a very big role in it, and the government are not looking into it. You are saying people should not talk about government. People should not, and you are bringing that Dangote refinery in it. What are you telling me?
Emeka is trying to excuse. See, the government has a role to play.
Hold on, Patrick. Let Prince Daddy come in, Prince.
I absolutely believe in private enterprise when it comes to business, absolutely. But we don't pay taxes, and government collects revenue from other sources in the country, and they externalize all the responsibility to private citizens. Who's stupid? Who's going to take their own investment at birth from banks to go fix roads and take care of erosion or flooding?
But there is Bank of Agriculture.
So let me.
So the Bank of Agriculture is.
Let me get this way, by the way. So government can give Dangote 2 billion, but when it comes to agriculture, they should stay on their own way. That's what they make.
That was a fraudulent transaction that they are calling in now.
But
that was a fraudulent transaction.
Guys, let's not lie.
Supposed to. Government is not supposed to be involved in that. Now, when somebody is telling me, if Costa not been in business.
Open the window for other voices to come in. Prince Daddy, make that point, and then Kulata come after him. Yeah.
No, if we continue on this trajectory, right, then Nigerians should be able to have access to guns so they can take care of security themselves. I mean, if we have to observe the government from any responsibility, then what is the government for? See, they have a role to play. And I totally agree with Kenneth in the sense that area in Anambra, which is known and prone for flooding and erosion, right? The government should be involved in fixing the area. They have that responsibility. We can't always expect people to take the capital. That they have to perhaps
but please, the abiding point that that area is prone to flooding. So why would you go and cite a multi-billion or unless he has assurances from government that they are going to fix the flooding, which he did not have. So he cannot go and fix it knowing that it's prone to flooding and then
one man, I want you to Google that place very well. One man, I want you to go. One man, if you can Google that place. Let me say this to one man. In response to one man, I want you to Google that area. Anyamelo local government anako. They are known for rice production. There is nothing they do again apart from rice.
See, that area,
and the land is very good for rice. Once you put rice on the ground there, you are harvesting it. If the season is good, you are having a very good rice coming out from that area. They are known for that, so you cannot blame the man. The only problem they're having is issue of flooding.
So what
are you telling me?
That location is
meant for rice. The whole villages are involved in rice production. The whole villages, everybody is involved in rice production. So the man went there, bought acres of land to invest heavily in that area. So most of the year, he has good harvest. The other year, the flood will just come and wash everything off.
Join the venture.
I don't lose my flow.
Hold on, let Prince land. Let Prince land. There's too many voices just yeah.
I say this is the point where private sector and government ventures works the best. Yeah, just like Kenneth said, that area is prime for growing rice. If they have a problem there, see, it's not always the case that you do a feasibility study and everything is perfect. Well, it may not be perfect, but it shouldn't stop you from continuing to embark on your project or your business. Okay, thinking down the line, some things may fall in place, like working with the government to solve a solution or provide a problem or provide a solution to the problem they have in the
government help a private capitalist to solve this problem? And then he's going to
you cannot do this. You cannot do this.
Enough of this guy. Come on.
Prince, carry on.
Yeah, well, see, what Emeka is saying, of course I understand, but Emeka is strictly talking about textbook solution to a problem. We're not asking the government to take care of private business owners. But again, there are certain responsibility that's incumbent upon the government to take care of, like erosion or flooding in an area. That's not too much to ask. It's not too much to ask. Okay, it's not always the case that I want to build a business or do something that then because the government did not construct a road or not build a road, I have to spend money to build the road and do this and that. It's just too much. Too much. I don't believe in government being in business, right? But at the same time, again, they have responsibility to their citizens, okay, to provide basic amenities. And that's why Angelica goes around throwing this multidimensional poverty out there because the government refused to do what it's supposed to do to help the citizens. Thanks.
That man has the resources. That man has the resources to solve his problem, flooding issues. Why I'm saying this, we have this perception and we have this habit of always wanting to get the government involved in our private business. Why should the government get involved with someone who is a billionaire, who did a feasibility study and know that there will be a flooding problem there and still decided to site his rice farm in that flood and now wants the government to come and solve it? If that is what he wants the government to come and do, I think it is an irony for us. The government do not have enough funds to go around and the government should not be solving the private individual's problem. That man has the financial resources to solve his flooding problem and he should. And even if the government chooses to do that, and which is very wrong, he is still going to pass that cost to us for the bag of rice he's going to be selling to us. And I think it's foolish for the government to take scarce resources and be solving one man's problem. Please, we should get our senses.
May I come in, please, Emeka?
No. Everybody hold on. Baba, have a little interjection, and then Kulata take the floor back.
Thank you, woman. Folks, when we talk, we should really talk about things in their true perspective. People here are above what things I'm hearing. We all know what it takes to establish the magnitude of the rice farm we are talking about. The feasibility study one man talked about. And you can't do this thing without the backing of Bank of Agriculture. So this guy already has facilities there. They are in charge. So there is government involvement. So there is no argument here. If it's not working, if it's not functioning, everybody, be it in aviation, in farming, in oil, everybody knows where to access funds, ecologically or otherwise. Some people utilize it well for the purpose. Some people just pocket the money. We know the business terrain in Nigeria. So we don't need to just overlabor these points. Thank you.
All right, Kulata, back to you.
Okay, so here's the thing. I mean, here's how I see it. Individuals needs to first take the initiative of business, regardless of whatever business. It's always first driven by individuals. Then we should not kid ourselves to think that everything is.
Colata, give me 1 minute. One man, can
Yeah.
anyone yield for Madam Hea is in the background? Maybe he wants to say something. Did anybody want to yield? Me, I'm on the background already. So if anybody wants to yield for Madam Hea to come in, yeah.
All
I
right.
think
Yeah. All right. Anybody that wants to yield? All right, Kulata.
I think I will do it gladly, no problem. I will yield. Okay.
All right. So in the entrepreneurs take the initiative. Government doesn't start businesses. Entrepreneurs start business. Be it farming, be it Nollywood, be it refinery, be it whatever. Entrepreneurs take the initiative, start the business. But let us now kid ourselves and say government doesn't pick winners and choosers, right? Let's not kid ourselves. If the business is in government strategic interest, government will lend some support, whether by making policy, maybe tariff, maybe support. If as long as it is in the strategic interest of that government, they'll pick winners and choosers. And we have numerous examples of government intervention. For example, the US auto during when Obama intervened into the automakers, whatever, the US is constantly intervening in agricultural produce. So I'm not going to say government should not have co-charis, because what do we have FEMA for? Don't we have some environmental protection agency? They should be able to do their work. We shouldn't be suffering from flooding. But at the same time, too, it's co-charis should have taken some sort of feasibility study, some risk management. It should have insurance. It should have all those things. But it's not black and white, is what I'm trying to say. It's really not all black and white. But if AI wants to intervene on this topic, go ahead. But I want to talk about the power topic then. But I mean, keep it open so everybody can discuss.
All right. Before Zita comes in, you guys made me go and set up some GoFundMe, and then you just abandoned it. So there it is, right there. It's all set.
Can you send it to my WhatsApp, please?
Yes. Let me. So there it is, right there. It says one man went to more level up, and then I've set the target at £1,000, which I think is reasonably reachable. It says hi. We are fundraising to level up 3 or more Nigerian families. The idea is to identify low-income but earning Nigerian families, preferably in some sort of businesses, who we can parachute funds to take their business up a level. So that's the objective, and that's how it's been set up. So I think we should reach this quickly so that we can get it out of the way. Zita, come in.
One man, before Madam Zita come in, can you leave it for, this is just an advice, can you just leave it for 3 days or 2 days? If it is possible.
Yes. I'll leave it. Yeah, I'll leave it for about 3 days, and then we'll shut it down. Whatever is there.
No, please make it till like end of the week. Give people some time.
All right. All right. That makes sense. All right, Zita, come in.
Oh man, how nice.
We do. We did like I was going to say we did like Delegiwa, but we don't want to do like that, do we? Well, we did can't we? We did can't we? We did can't we?
Okay, I see. I just want to comment in the argument that was going very hot. Actually, talking about rice farm. Yeah, Ekoshari cited his farm there because number one, the land. Number two, rice grow with flooding. Go and do your research. Rice need flooding areas to grow. But as I said before, government should get out of business in Nigeria. They should put policies to help every entrepreneur in Nigeria, more especially our local entrepreneurs. But saying that Koscheris put billions of dollars in his rice farm, I am sure that billions of dollars must include feasibility studies. He should have studied the way the Vietnamese grow rice in flooded areas. That is up to 12 inches for 24 days, or up to knee length for 12 days. So putting everything in the government, I don't think it's the government that will start the business for anybody. But I will
But the flooding they are talking about is the sort of wash away the whole farm sort of flooding, not
that is what I'm saying now. That's why I said when he did the visibility study, first of all, rice grew in flooding. That's the first thing I confirmed. For you to grow rice, you need a little of flooding because you have to flood before harvest.
You're right. I've seen that stuff in Thailand.
Okay. What the problem is now for him is the overflooding. Maybe it's more than knee length. Maybe the flood stayed more than 24 days. So he should have done his visibility studies because in Vietnam, they have a lot of flooding and they grow a lot of rice in those river floodings. So if you invest millions of dollars to do that kind of a thing, that should be included on how to manage those kind of things. But that being said, now government don't do business. They can help. Yes, I quite agree with everybody that said government should put policies to help the entrepreneurs. You are very right. But things like I have a land where it's flooded because I have crops, it's left for you to handle that. It's left for you. As long as, I keep saying it, security, parliament, judiciary, I think it's only the three things government should handle. The rest, they should sell it off. Even this refinery, this man, and I just overheard him talking, all those refineries owned by Nigerian government, I don't even want to use the word sell. They should be abandoned. Let people build refineries that is doing that same thing those refineries are doing in a better capacity in the modern time, for the modern time. Instead of putting money and selling it, and Nigerians looking forward that their refineries are being sold and they look forward for it starting, abandon those refineries. Government should hands off everything. They should hands off. And I mean it. And until they do that, Nigeria is not going anywhere. They should hands off everything. Because everything government comes cheap. Everything government, there is no consequences. I just came in to say what part of the thing Kulata said. Government do not start the business. It's the entrepreneur that start the business.
Yeah,
Do your visibility studies. Rice grow with flooding. Quote me. There must be that flooding. If you grow rice where there is no flooding, you have to flood that farm. Otherwise, you are not going to get harvest. Go and do your visibility study. But then, if you are having flooding that lasts more than 24 days, 25 days, 26 days, of course, the root of the rice will start fermenting. So why don't you go to areas in the world where they have such issues and learn how they survive to come and put in your farm if you have billions of dollars to spend? Thank you, woman.
Well,
all
quickly
right,
that
brilliant.
one, man. You see, yeah, I agree. I agree with Madam Zita. But again, fixing road, building hospitals, taking care of flooding, and these other things are not businesses. This is a responsibility that the government has to take care of. And I'll tell you also, many of the benefit that the agriculture in America enjoys, and other industries for that matter, they all enjoy the benefit of the government's research and R&D. Believe me, the United States government spends billions of dollars, okay, in research, and these private institutions, schools, they are the beneficiaries of all these benefits, all this knowledge. It costs a lot of money. So let's not
do you want me to answer this thing you just said now?
Go ahead, yeah. If you have an answer, yeah.
You see, I don't want to take you people back to what you discussed some few days ago about the military and how America do not throw bombs in their citizens, in their land. I don't know where you people got that one from, but I don't want to go back to that. But let me say this. United States is one of the most institutionalized countries on earth. That's why when people say anybody can rule America, I don't even understand if they understand what they mean by that, but that's true. Institutions are there to do the research, for you to go and learn from the research, for you to do something, but government, most times, it's not them. It's the institutions. The farmers can run to government to look for buyers for their product. If they have a lot, government can help. Find countries, draft trade agreements for their farmers to be able to sell their product in that country. But as Kulata said, and I'm still repeating myself, the business starts with the entrepreneur, not with the government. Thank you.
Okay, to quickly say, yeah. Again, United States government spends a lot of money, billions of dollars every year, okay, in research and development, and also, in other words, what Kulata said earlier, you can attribute those costs to be sunk costs. They don't tend to make money from it. But again, the beneficiaries are the private institutions and individuals. Okay, these are costs that they don't have to put on the balance sheet or be responsible for, and that's why things move forward. Let's not pretend again that because you want to do business after feasibility study, then you should be the bearer of all cost and responsibility, including that of the government. That doesn't make any sense. Any serious business person, not even Dangote. Now we saw what happened, right? Now Dangote in his back pocket returning about $1.5 billion to the central bank. It shows how much corruption and back dealing that happened there. No serious business person. In fact, in America, a lot of the business people, they are, if you know what is called corporate welfare, they are huge beneficiaries of the largesse or the giveaway that the government has or gives every year. They benefit a lot. And when Trump came out and people were marketing and were saying, look, all the benefit that I enjoy as a business person is also available to all these other politicians and their friends, which is true, because he knows the in and out. So let's not pretend that because you're a business person, you got billions of dollars, you're more than happy to open your wallet and spend your money. That's la la land. It doesn't happen like that.
Praise Daddy, I agree with you so much, and I buy your point so much, and I thank you very much for your view. Very educating and very inspiring. Anybody that wants to hear it, let them hear it. So
I don't agree. Why I don't
Even
agree is
don't
when you
agree.
are doing
I
when
like
you are
people that
doing
have
your consulting.
I like people that have conscience. I like people that have human feeling.
This is not
I like people that
conscience.
feel for
This
his
is not
society. Yes.
conscience.
If
Government
you like,
is not
you can talk anything,
involved.
say anything you want to say.
Government should not
Emeka, calm down.
Emeka, you made that point. Let Ajale Koko come in. Let Ajale Koko come in, and then Baba T, and then Kulata pick it up again. Ajale Koko.
Yes, thank you. If even this Dangote that we are celebrating today, if Nigerian government, Lagos state government, and federal government does not give him that support that he needed, that refinery will not exist today. Every support needed for him to have this was provided by Nigerian state and as well Lagos State. Lagos State sacked some people out from their land in order to provide that land for him. And federal government facilitated fund for him in dollars to have everything done. And even the law, they wrote the law for oil and gas to even favor him. So don't let us say, oh, government does not do anything. Without government, nothing can run successfully in any country. Government is the backbone of even every businesses that function well in any country. Even in this country that we have, when COVID hit, when all companies were going under, government came out with funding for them not to go under. So, look, the role of government cannot be undermined at all in a country where you see how do I say, where you see business people or captains of industry, when their businesses are running successfully and prosperous, government must be doing something for them to be successful. So let me leave it there, woman.
Okay, let me add my own 2 cents. So let's forget the business owner for whatever his name is, the billionaire. Let's look at the human. I think we got carried away with the money. There are actually human beings that live in this area, and people are dying from flooding. As a matter of fact, 3 years ago in my hometown, we had a flood that killed over 100 people. So forget the billionaire for a second. Look at the ecological damage to that area as well. So beyond the business aspect of it, look at the human angle. Okay, so before you start, but government has a role to play. Without government, there will be no Tesla. I mean, not the old Tesla, but this modern Tesla. They helped him out, and look at what the company is today. The government has a role to play, either at the beginning, in the middle, or towards the end. Now, Kay is talking about the initiative comes from the private sector. I get that, but in some cases, government needs to be there at the beginning, especially when you're low on funds. Not everybody will be the billionaire that can put 100 billion in a rice farm. Not every farmer has that luxury or that much cash at hand. So let's forget him for a second. Think about the small farmers, the other ones that need that support. And like Prince was talking about earlier, when it comes to agriculture in America, it is heavily subsidized by the government because they know the benefit, the overall benefit to society. I mean, in most countries,
to achieve food security,
right? Because they know if you're well fed.
And the Babati, when you allow private individual do all these things, that is why anybody can come and sell a bag of rice 120,000 naira, nothing will happen because it's all their efforts.
Yeah.
So I don't even understand what is. I can do my rice farm without any support. Come to the market, say I want to sell it at 20,000 naira or 150,000 naira. Nobody will question me.
I think you are being unfair. Everybody can interject and give false narrative and false information.
No, you can
and when
interject.
When I interject to correct the false narrative, you tell me to stop. I just posted that Dangote collected that money on loan, right? It was not free cash. It was loan, and he has paid 70%. And even at that, they are still haunting him. No, wait now, guys. Wait now. Come on now. Wait now. Guys, wait now. I've not even gotten to my own side. And there have been lots of interjection, and I've been keeping quiet. Why I interjected is because I need to correct the false narrative that is going on. These are false narrative. We need to correct it. Please don't interject. Let me land my point. When you are accusing somebody and you are making falsehood, and I don't like it, I will come in to correct my point, correct the point. And you are saying government comes. Government do not get involved in businesses and should not. Coach Charis is not complaining. He's a big boy. I know him. The bank that I work, he was one of the board of directors. I know him. He's not complaining.
He made the interview. He made the interview. If he didn't make the interview, I will not see.
No, Ekene, settle down. We have to have some order. Land it.
And if he's
Emeka.
complaining, he has the financial muscle to solve his problem. And we are here right there when Madazita has said flooding is required for rice planting. Now, if he thinks it's overflooding, then that's a business challenge he needs to resolve. We don't have enough money. We are looking for money. We can't be solving a private man's business. No, me, I also want the government to come and solve my own private business. I want them to give me the money. Since government is out to be sharing free funds, I want that. But what I want to correct is that false impression that we must always push the buck to the government. If anybody wants to start a business, go ahead and start the business. If that business is of national concerns, then government can step in to help because a lot of people are benefiting from it. The Lagos State looked at the idea, looked at the situation and the possibility and the opportunity for siting a refinery in Lagos State, and they said, Dangote, we will support you, even though when all those states were messing around, because they know that the tax they are going to get from the employment income tax they will get is good enough. The other benefit they will get is good enough. And they said, yes, we'll give you the land. And they know that there is a financial opportunity involved in it. Government does not do things for free. And we must get that up in our senses. If we don't know, please let's stop it. Because when we allow government to be throwing monies into private individuals, and when they are doing their costing, they are passing that cost to us to come and pay. That is double taxation for us. And that is the way we lose money and we lose a lot of resources. We should stop this behavior of blaming government for everything. And yet we are saying that government is not providing enough housing, government is not providing enough education, government is not providing enough medical intervention, and yet we want government to come and solve Costa Rica's problem. A billionaire. Oh, goodness me.
Can I finish now?
All right, but Babati. So Babati,
my head hurts.
Without further interjections,
Yeah,
Babati,
because my speed impediment will just keep kicking, obviously. But my thing is this: the point we were making about Dangote was not that they gave him 2 billion. The point is that he had access to the money in the first place. So I think Emeka does not even understand what he's talking about. Is the access to those funds that we are talking about. So please, nobody is trying to guide you or corner you into anything. Just try to understand what people are saying. People don't. He had the luxury to have that money, and I'm saying that even look at trains. The train network, for instance, is in most countries, government is the one. Before you had Bright Line, now they're doing the LA to Nevada. Prior to that. Even if I'm going to invest in real network, it's the government that will pay the money to lay the track now. I just bring my own. No, people don't pay for that. So we now say because we don't want government involved, so therefore you go and lay your own track. And no, in some key sectors, when it comes to especially agri and transportation, government will get involved in that. But once again, when it comes to this billionaire that we're referencing, look beyond his own farm system. Just look at the ecological impact and the debt toll being caused by flooding every year. That's just my submission in that. But let me leave it in there for a moment.
All right. No. We're going back to Kulata. So to wrap up that space, and I think you wanted to speak on something else. Kulata, back to you.
Man, I did not intend for us to have all these long arguments, but that's how people learn anyway. So the next thing I wanted to talk about is Bayo Adelabu. Is that his name? The Minister of Power.
Oh yeah, he wants to unbuckle yes, I mentioned that. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So he's making a very, very interesting proposal, right? So let me see if I can explain, if I understand. So we have discos, right? Those people that the government privatized too, like during Jonathan. So apparently they did not have the full financial muscle. So federal government had to buy 40% of their stake. So today, federal government owns 40% of the stake of those discos as of today. We also have another company called Niger Delta Power Holding Company that's supposed to be funded from excess crude oil revenue. That is supposed to be owned by the federal government, the state government, and the local government together. So it's one of those because it's supposed to be funded from excess crude. That has a mandate, is run like a private company, is its own limited liability power company that owns assets and can do many things. So I think this Bayo guy, if he does it well, is landed on a genius idea. So what is recommended is states and local government swap with federal government my percentage in the discos. So federal government will relinquish their 40% to discos and give it to the state and local government. State and local government get out of this Niger Delta Power Holding Company, and then federal government will own the Niger Delta fully owned company 100%, while state and local government will take over government and the 40% in discos. So essentially, what that allows to do is the discos. I mean, we've signed this bill, this power bill that state can generate, transmit, and do whatever. So automatically, that puts states into the distribution business in their own states, right? So states can then use that as a leverage to bring in investors that can buy that shares and also invest in generation and transmission in their state. Federal government owning this national Niger Delta Power Holding Company can also sell all the shares that they just swapped from the state and bring in private investors that can invest in that can kind of like privatize that transmission and to some extent power generation. So it's because if we remain with this structure, when we have this federal, state, and local together with this NDPHC, they really can't do anything. Those governors will not let them do anything. But federal government only part of the discos, it's almost useless. They can't. I mean, it's like wasted space. So if you do this swap, it can enable the states, incentivize them to look for investors that take my share and also come and invest in power generation and transmission in my state. And meanwhile, I have this equity in this distribution company. You can also buy my equity or invest in my equity.
Can I ask a question on that in that regard? So, for states that don't know that they're not viable economically, how can they? Because what I'm looking at is like it will force partnership among states that might not be able to financially fund this or people. So, does that kind of force narrative for like some kind of regional alliance or more like state?
Yes, it does. Because those discos, they're across like 3 or 4 states. It's not just one state, they're across multiple states. So then, I mean, the 3 or 4 states will own part of those. I mean, if they do this swap, they will own part of those discos. So if they're going to invest or call investors, they have to work together. They have to work together.
I do not agree with the minister's plan. I think the minister is very useless, and he's trying to support the discos. These discos, out of 11 of them, only 3 of them is
they are viable.
The remaining are
under
receivership. Now they are looking for new, fresh funds. All of them should be scrapped and new owners should come in. They've mismanaged that place and they are looking for fresh funds to mismanage it.
Lawsuit.
They're going to break contracts and make out like...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
They have broken the contract. These are not... The management of those discos need to be sacked. They are now private company, but if the government is looking at selling 40%, but I think what the minister is doing is trying to support this corrupt discourse management and provide them with new fresh funds. Many of them are not viable. They are not sustainable. They are corrupt. They cannot manage their place. Only 3, and out of that 3, only 1, and that is the one in Lekki, the Eco Disco, that is viable, that is sustainable, that can keep itself afloat. So any state coming in, and we have a corruption problem in that country. This is nonsense to me. And as a matter of fact, I think Tinubu should be sacking that minister. No, El Rufai did a study of the problem in the power sector. And he nailed down his study. There is actually a report. This minister has not looked at that report. This minister is not willing to implement the report. This minister is now in hands and in discussion with useless discourse management that will take money and eat for themselves and not provide the power. I am looking at that minister. I am watching him closely. This is 6 months or how many months now? 4 months into his appointment. We don't know his plan. We don't know his vision. We don't know his mission. We don't even know where he's going to. Anyway, let me keep quiet.
Emeka, listen to something, right? How do you reconcile the new constitutional amendment that is supposed to empower the states to transmit, generate, and distribute. I mean, is distribution part of it? I think I transmit and generate. I don't
They can
remember if
distribute.
distribution.
The Electric
They
Act
can. Okay.
allows them to
Oh,
distribute.
okay. Okay. Now you. Okay. Thanks. That even makes it better. You sign the constitutional amendment for states to transmit, generate, and distribute, right? And the distribution aspect of it today, 40% of it belongs to federal government. And how do you give them incentive to be able to do something with that new constitutional amendment? Government, federal government.
It's not a constitutional amendment. It's a new law, Electric Act of 2003. They need to start.
It's an amendment. It's an amendment
It's
because
not an amendment. It's a law.
It
It's a fresh
is. It was part of the exclusive list. They made it whatever list. I wish Ogben is there to come and explain.
They unbundled that part.
They unbundled that part because states are not supposed to do this. So because look at it. Okay, so federal are sitting with the discos. These discos are useless. Federal doesn't have enough resources to work across multiple regions, right? So, and then you have this new law or this new amendment that now says states can do it. And then automatic assets that you can swap with state, federal is sitting on it. It's useless. So why don't you just make it useful by doing the swap? So if you do that swap, state now as part of the discourse, 40% of it. Now federal can now owns this other company that will be fully federal. And then federal can say, okay, Siemens, come and play ball with me with this fully owned something unencumbered.
Let me even help.
The man is running. It's not a constitutional amendment. It's an amendment to the previous.
Hold on. Let me help you here.
Just so let's be
hold on.
I follow the space.
Hold on, please hold on. Once they have done what K is proposing, it's very easy. If you want to get rid of the management of the discourse, it's very easy. You know they are in debt, right? So the federal government will just force the bank to record their loans. They will force a sale. It's not that difficult. Once you've done what you were supposed to do, and you want to get rid of these idiots, just force the bank to record the loans.
That is why I said let the federal government do their business instead of passing the buck. Let the man clean up those who should pay up because the banks are willing to fund their loans.
Now they'll go to court to get litigated.
Just hold on, but you must go through the right. If you make the banks do it, it saves you that litigation wahala. Because it's about you can't meet up your obligation to pay the money back. But you must do what K is saying first. Once you do that and you secure that part of the deal, then you just go after them. That way, they force a sale. They have to sell. They don't have a choice because they can't meet up with the banks.
They can't meet up with the banks. So I think it's a good move, and it costs us nothing. Nothing. This is kind of like, I think it's creative thinking. I mean, I think it's not because the guy went to Ife or anything or laugh before he starts yakking. I think this is a brilliant idea because now the states can even work together to get to source investment. Once they even own part of the discourse, they have a leverage. Federal government too, if they fully own that Niger Delta distribution company, they have their own leverage too. I mean, one governor cannot sue them and say, no, you cannot do this, you cannot do that unless you do it in my state. So I think it's a brilliant move. That's just my own personal opinion. I think it's a brilliant move, but let's see. I mean,
what does the 40% mean, though? Would they not still be beholden to the? Can they not just buy those licenses back? And are there not performance clauses?
One man
in those licenses.
One man. Hold on, like I said earlier, one man. Just what I was saying earlier. The only way that you can save government from litigation is to force the banks to record their loans. Once they cannot meet up, that forces a sale. So then you have fresh bids to buy.
The government has no litigation here now. The litigation is with the discos. No, let's put things in the right perspective.
You cannot just yank it from
litigation is with the discos who have refused to pay their loans to the bank because they squandered the money, mismanaged the funds that they collected from banks. Government has nothing to do with it.
But it's bank that can act.
The bank that can act.
I didn't say government. I didn't say government.
Hold on.
I said banks. You're not listening
This
to
is a space I know. Maybe you misspoke, so I'm correcting it. This is a space I monitor. So the government has 40% stake, federal government. What this useless power minister is doing is to run away from his responsibility. He should go and implement El-Rufai's reports. He is saying the state should take over the 40% of federal government stake.
It's a swap. It's a swap.
Hold on.
Yes, they should take the
Hold on.
stake.
Emeka, hold on. What is in El-Rufai's report? Don't give us their brief
I would
version.
I would download the report and I will give it. Okay, now what El-Rufai said.
Just give us the bullet point. Yeah.
El-Rufai said that some of these discos are not feasible. In short, they are dead. They can't. They've mismanaged the funds and they cannot operate. They are in debt to banks, and banks are calling to collect their money or buy them over, right? So what they are doing now, it is actually the federal government that is telling the banks to hold on. Yes, the federal government guaranteed some of the loan, but it's telling them, hold on, let's see what we can do and onboard them. What this man is doing is to run away from government stake, to swap it to state government, and that is wrong. Get the companies ready, let them be feasible, because private investors are looking. If they are not feasible, then tell them, let the banks come in, take over, and sell the 60% shares to those who can manage the company. You can't run away from your responsibility and give it to the state. And then what will happen? What he's doing, he doesn't want to manage the space. He doesn't want to sweep out the corruption that is going on in those discos. Now he's saying, oh, let the state come in and let the federal government stay away from it, when we know that the discos are not properly well and effectively and efficiently run. Clean up that space, let the banks come in, call for their loan. If they can't pay, the bank should take over.
Why can't you do both? Why can't you do both?
You can't do both. You can't do both yet.
Why can't you do both?
You can't do both now. You can't.
Why?
You can't. It's like getting a lot of people involved in it. That is his portfolio. Clean up that space.
Okay. Emeka, hold on. Emeka, hold on. Emeka, hold on. That 40, the way now that I want you to factor the new, whether it's bill or amendment or whatever. The way we have that thing reading, how are we going to give the states a leg up to start investing in power in their local domain if you're not giving them some sort of entrance into that space with just a swap?
Now, I'm not looking at the swap. That space is dirty. Clean the space first. If you want to do the swap, let the banks come in and collect their loan. Because if you are swapping, you are still a minority shareholder in a dirty space that is not efficient. Now, why would you come and put in money to a management that is already inefficient, a management that do not know their left from right?
It's not money. It costs us nothing.
Emeka is missing the point.
Wait. They can't run. They are not viable anymore. They can't run.
Emeka, let Babate make that point, and then you push back at him, and then we move on. Yeah,
it's my point to you. Banks should record a loan. The government is holding them. I agree that banks should record. Banks should get their money back because that will force a sale. I agree. On the other side, that case talking about is they want to give state more to the state. That can be done at the same time. It does not stop that from happening.
It shouldn't be done at the same time, because if you are coming in, it's a swap deal. They are not paying any money, right? Those discos need fresh capital to operate. So if the state come in with that swap deal, the state will now be committing as a minority shareholder, committing fresh fund to
remember.
Let me correct you. Hold on now. Hold on. They will be committing fresh fund as new shareholders for the discos to operate. They are not viable. They are dead. So what the banks should do, the banks should come in and take over that place, prepare it for a resale. Now, when they are preparing it for a resale, the government can now say, okay, let the state take my 40%. Now you sell the 60% stake to fresh investors who would come in with a new management.
The value will
what
be down.
About Emeka, you're just looking at it from one single prism. You're not looking at it also from the Niger Delta Power Company, that the federal government can have full control over it without any state or whatever and then privatize our generation and transmission. Right now, we cannot do
the
it.
Niger Delta State Power Company is a generating power company. It has nothing to do with the distribution company.
No, transmission and generation. You are not listening. Okay, I think. See,
that's a power generating company.
Look at it this way. Look at it this way. That Niger Delta Power, whatever, the swap, the entire swap is remove state and local government from that Niger Delta Power Holding Company that does generation and transmission. Swap it with the 40% that federal government owns in the disco. So states move to the disco, federal owns this Niger Delta, whatever. Then federal can take that Niger Delta one and totally privatize it, because the states will not be able to stop them.
Point. Now, what is it? I'm not saying the swap is not a good idea. I am saying the government, the minister is useless. Why do I say the minister is useless? Is that you have a disco that is dead.
We know that already. We know.
Now, the banks are only, hold on now, the banks are waiting to take over. Get them out, take over, prepare it for a resale, and get their money out. Now,
you can still do that after the swap.
The swap cannot happen.
Hold on, Emeka. I think I'm not sure we're far from each other in the conversation. So what and correct me if I'm completely just off pace. What Kulata is saying is that so there's this swap deal. The state, local government, etc., along with the federal space, they are all invested. They have shares in the Niger Delta Holding Company. And the federal government also has minority shares in the discos. So they want to unbuckle the local government and state government from the Niger Delta power generation, whatever. Okay. Hold on. They want to unbuckle them. And then by way of unbuckling, they want to then gift them that 40%, which is that swap. So that removes them from the Niger Delta Holding Company.
Now, one man, to answer your question, would you take 40%? Would you take 40% shares in a dead company from a company that you think would make you, that is generating power, that would generate power and generate revenue for you? Would you take a swap shares in a dead company? Yes or no? Now, when you go in as a shareholder in a dead company, to be able to put that company back into a place where they can start to make money and stand on their own, you must also introduce fresh capital.
Hold on. If they do that unbuckling and then they move the states and local government into that 40% disco, so that leaves that Niger Delta Holding Company for them to optimize in terms of whatever national purposes.
The shares has nothing to do the optimization, one man. They can still generate power. There's no problem with power generation in the company. The problem is with the transmission and the distribution.
If you hold on, then you know where I'm going. Then you can still disagree, but at least understand where I'm going. If they unbuckle them from that Niger Holding Company, that frees up that space as a space that the federal space has overall control of, and then they can then either privatize it or do whatever it is that optimizes that Niger Delta Holding Company, which is a lot more difficult to do with so many stakeholders. So if they now move these people to the discos, so now you say that disco now is a dead rubber, but then of course that is really where the money is, as long as they are able to rescue those underperforming discos from the private hands. So that plays out in the hands of the banks. It's just sanitizing it, and just
can I elaborate on what you have said, right? And I think what the minister is doing, that's why I said the minister is useless and trying to run away from his responsibility. The problem in the power sector is not with power generation. We are generating power. As a matter of fact, even the power companies, generating companies, are saying that the discos are owing them funds. The main problem is the transmission, which is still in the hands of the government, and the discos company, which has been privatized, but do not generate enough money because they do not understand the way to do it. So now, that's why I asked you, gave you that analogy. Should I take your shares in a company that you know would give you money and give you 40% shares in a company that is dead? that is looking for fresh capital. And even if you introduce fresh capital without kicking out the management, your fresh capital will go down and you will not see your funds anymore. So that swap deal is not okay. It's not nice. And I think state governors will not take it because they know that the discos are dead. Now, what should the minister do? Clean house. That report is still on his desk. He has not, I don't know if he has read it. He does not want to implement it. Clean house, ensure the discos company are clean. The management are not capable. Take them off and let the banks come in and bring in a liquidator that will stand in and get their money back and sell off. You are as a minority shareholder with your 40% stake, you can still remain there. If you want to sell up for 100%, that's good. You have somebody who wants to buy 100%, then your 40% is as good as that. You sell off your 40%, and the bank sellers is 60% and collect their money, and everybody is good. Business well done. But hold on. You can't sell. You can't even sell.
The value will go
the value
down.
has gone down. The value has gone down.
It's gonna go down further.
The value. Let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth. The value is in the negative. It's a dead business. It's dead. So anybody who is coming out, they are looking at future potentials, not currently now. The value is dead. It's rubble. The value is dead. I'm telling you. I am telling you.
All right, Emeka. Let's have Babati have that say and then bring that space home, Kulata.
I think you have an issue with. Sorry, I think.
Really?
I think that perhaps maybe Emeka has an issue with state governors or local government head. Maybe he thinks that they cannot handle the workload or whatnot. But regardless of that,
government should not be in the act of business.
Emeka, please now, what's going on now? Let other voices say in place.
I'm saying that it is better to force that the banks, like we both agreed on, that they should sell it, but you should do that at the same time where you're transferring, like according to what Kay was saying. You still get it's not a whole lot of money, but it's better at that point than clean out first. Then we know the true value, which is going to be way, way low. Then you now we want to buy out, come and buy you. No, you want to do that when it's hot, when it's ready right now. Then you can get the best deal through the banks. Then you can go from there. But this idea of waiting for you to clean the house first and transfer, then sell, I think
that is what is done in every business community. You don't sell a dirty asset. Have you been involved? So, okay, sir, sorry, not to brag, sir, sorry, not to brag. I was involved in Access Bank Intercontinental purchase. I was involved. Now, sir, hold on, sir. Let me correct you. When Intercontinental,
I just want to be corrected now. My goodness me, Emeka, is it a full moon in Canada?
He's wrong, and I have to correct him. He's wrong. The asset is
you will not correct me. You will not correct me.
Okay,
you will not be corrected.
Make your point.
Make your point. No. Make your point.
All right, Emeka, please. Emeka, no. Let's make you've done it to Bishop now. You will not allow you. I will not allow you.
Agree with me. No, woman, you can disagree with me. Make your point, but you cannot contend that you're going to correct me. No way. Make your own point, disagree, but don't tell me you're going to correct me.
All right. It's all in the language, isn't it? All right, back to you.
It's not the language, it's a correction.
No, Emeka,
it's a proper correction.
Once again, right. You will not.
All right, Babati, make your point, and then Kulata, please bring it home for us, and then we'll move on.
After Babati, move to the next person.
Yes, apology, because some people just think that because they are loud and just disrespectful, they can just say whatever they want. Clearly, they doesn't know what he's talking about. Doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, I know what I'm talking about. You don't know what you are talking about. I'm correcting you. You have not been involved in the business.
You will not correct me on this show once again. You will not.
I am correcting you.
You will not. You will not.
You're too senior. You're too senior a voice here for me to be putting you at the back. So stay muted.
You can agree with me, but you will not correct me on this show.
Look at that. Oh God. At last, after 2 and a bit years, we finally broke Babati. Ayọ̀kẹ́lẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn gbogbo yẹn bóbò ni this is the real Babati now. All guns blazing. No,
Emeka
it's
too.
all right.
Wetin Emeka chop today too? Emeka don
No, I
chop
will
something
correct
for
him
body
because
o.
he's wrong.
No,
I'll correct
Emeka,
him. He's wrong.
No, you will
No,
not.
Emeka,
you're wrong.
he
You're
says he
right,
doesn't
I
like.
agree.
I might be wrong, but no, you
Emeka,
will
he
not.
says he doesn't like that tone of voice. So
No,
why not just
change
not
your
use
tone of
it?
voice. No
All
way.
right.
No way.
All right. Let's just move on. Ajale Koko, rescue us. Take us to a better place.
Okay, so
Ajale Koko, look at these people. They made me go and set up a GoFundMe, and then they abandoned it. I'm not sure I'm liking this. What's going on?
well, I think people will put some fund into that.
Evangelist Koko,
Yeah.
I once heard you on this show sounded like Babati one time saying, "You will not." That is the word you used. So
You will
tonight, Babati is copying you and he's doing the same thing you did the last time. So one man calling you to rescue him, I don't know how it's going to be workable. So
Yeah, we are
that's
going
my observation.
So Emeka and Babati, please let us cool it down. I know both of you are saying, both of you are right, but we just have to listen well to each other. What Babati is saying, I think, I'm on the side of Babati that there's no business, particularly in this advanced world, except if you don't run business. There's no business that you are doing here that one way or the other, you don't enjoy some benefits from the government. You don't enjoy some support from the government for you to remain in business. So, but at the same time, as you have seen, private sector have to take the initiative and this and that. You are right too, Emeka. So both of you are right. It's just that you don't want to listen well to each other. So one man, I think everything been resolved.
Let's go on to Dangote's refinery then. Dangote's refinery to generate $27 billion annually as revenue. Can you imagine that? That guy, fast, within the next 10 years, that guy will be the richest man in the world.
I don't believe it. One man, and good morning to you. I've been listening to you guys talking. This one, I don't believe it. What they say,
you don't believe
27 billion. I don't believe it.
This Frenchman has come again.
I think that 27 is actually an underestimation. Do you know the size of that enterprise?
But now the world is not changing. Woman, the man is changing. The world is changing.
Are you saying Dangote is going to be richer than Tinubu?
It's going to be richer than Elon Musk, is what I'm saying.
It's impossible.
Yeah, right.
It's impossible. It's impossible because the world is changing, woman. Because I do go to all this exposure in Europe, and they invite me a lot just to see where I can have interest in some things I do. But the world is changing now. It's changing now because crude oil is no more in vogue. Sorry to say, it's no more in vogue. Climate change is changing everything. Even in your UK, you know, one man that your king today is all for electric cars, hydrogen cars, hybrid cars. So this is just setting the African again backward. For us to cope today in the world, we must go in the same pace with them in the world. That's my own. So I like what you guys were saying concerning this electricity. I never knew there was a lot of opportunities in it. That they even issue licenses to private people to come and invest in it. I never understood. But thank you. At least anytime I'm in your platform, I learn a lot, and it gives me more ideas. Thus, I prefer being at the back listening to you guys. But Mr. Kulata, can I ask you this question? Are you a businessman? First of all, before I can ask you, do you have a company?
I'm an Egyptian man now. We do business. That's what we do.
No. Do you have a company, a registered company?
Yeah,
which
the
is not?
first billionaire in Yoruba land.
We're the first millionaire in Nigeria. That's true.
The first billionaire in the whole country, sir. Yeah, in the whole country.
Do you have?
They call them Oshomalo. Hey, Mr. Trump. They call them Oshomalo.
I do.
Okay,
On your neck,
there
you must
go.
pay me back
But,
my money.
let me can I
Okay.
apologize to the
Because
platform?
of one thing there's that
Triumph.
I like.
Hold on, hold on, Triumph. BT, you don't have to apologize.
Yeah.
I think you no lines were crossed, so I
No,
don't think
no
an
line was
apology.
spoiled. There was
Yeah,
just a conversation.
yeah.
No, I disagree with
It
you,
was a
woman.
it was a
I
heated exchange.
disagree
Yeah.
with you.
It was a heated
I
debate.
disagree with you.
No,
We should desist
it
from
was a
using
lie.
strong language on this platform.
I apologize. But this is my point to you guys. Just 1 minute, please. My point to Emeka is that if the government is blocking, they said government has been blocking itself by the banks to sell those discos, right? That means
No, they are not blocking. They are telling them to hold on. See, they said because they
now,
want to call for their funds.
hold on. My point that they already have offers. They already had offers. So the offer that they are getting that the government is stalling for them to wait is going to be higher now than waiting for you to clear house first, then selling later on. So you take the deal while it's hot. Is the point I was trying to make to you. They already have offers, right? That's the
No,
point.
they don't have offers.
They do
They
have
can't.
offers.
No, now, sir, hold on, sir, now,
uh,
please. I don't want to use the statement that I used the other time. They don't have offers. They have to come for their funds.
I thought we move away from this.
No, they don't have. The banks don't have offers. The bank want to call for their funds, and if they can't get their money, then they will take over the company, right? So there are no offers on the table. The discos are dead.
Over companies is to force a sale. No bank want to handle what is not commercially viable. They want to force a sale. That is
Not
what
for the bank actually wants their fund.
they want.
So if the
they want their.
discos can,
Oh my
they are
God!
Rebecca, can
talking.
I say something? I want
All
to
right, go
come
ahead.
in. Hello.
Carry on, Zeta, and then after Zeta, we have to move on from that.
Yeah, no, what I'm going to say, I'm trying to move on from what they are saying. The last speaker that said the world is moving on, that they're going to green energy. I want to say this, and I'm saying it affirmatively. The world can never be totally electric. Never. We are going to end with hybrid, with a better refined crude.
Can I interject you, madam?
Dangote
Can
is
I
on
interject you,
point.
madam?
Let her land. Yeah.
Let me say this again. The world, from all the investigation, all the things we have done, all the research, the world can never go total electric. Mark my word. We are going to end up with hybrid, with some electric too. But it's going to end with hybrid. They are not phasing out the crude. It's not going anywhere. So Dangote is on point. Better refined, better managed. But saying that somebody who is going into crude, oil and gas, is off business. It's not going to happen. So that's just the point I want to make to the guy.
And by the way, Zeta, a lot of people they always can you hold on? A lot of people they always leap immediately to PMS, petrol as we like to call it, as the main offshoot of crude. You know, there are so many products that this guy will be churning out of his refinery. It is going to be doing a diesel, is doing kerosene, is doing propane, is doing fertilizer. You know, there are back orders from the United States and Brazil for that fertilizer alone. And they are saying this guy cannot generate 27 billion per annum. Triumph.
There's a law that passed the last 2 years during the COVID era by your new King Charles, Mr. Woman, because I follow European news always, because I live in Europe. Because of if you follow the trend, you will know what's going on. Even as from 2 years from now, before they lend you your money, if it is not energy, green energy, what you're doing is not like with green energy in Europe, the banks will stop giving you money. They've started it indirectly, but many people don't know about this. So, Madam Zita, not to say that you are wrong, what you said, I understand. They use hydrogen too, but they're trying to make things easier. When Dangote can go that's kind of business in the crude because they have about like over 600 finished production in or what do you call it in a crude also. So one thing is that he has to go back to the drawing board and study more. Except he's going to use the government policy to change things to favor him in Nigeria. But for the world today, we have to advance as the world is going on. That's it. Because of everything is changing. Even here, the government gives aid for people now to give you 75% of money to buy an electric car. Then you pay 25 year where we live. Just to like they are now moving out, because they're giving them until 2030 or 35. No more what do you call it? No more diesel engine because of I can tell you that I'm in the business today. The only country
You
that
know,
did not sign the
Mr. Trump.
agreement. Sorry to let me just land, please. The only country that did not sign this agreement is only France, because it will affect their people, and they know France. They can start burning anything, put everything on fire. So they just relax. Even this engine motors, what do you call this? Is going off. It's going off. That's why everybody's now changing, reschedule their business just to go to the market. Because of I was opportunity to go there last 2 weeks, Monday and Tuesday in Paris. I see things. Sometimes I cry. The IT is taking over. Everything is changing. Everything. So I live. So thank you very much for this privilege you've given me just to share this point with you guys, Mr. Woman. Thank you. Let me just go back to the show.
Woman, real quick.
Woman, let me reiterate my point again. I like when I say something, people should listen to me carefully. As I said, the world will never go total electric. Everything about the research has been done. It's not possible. That is one. Two, I said we are going to the end of this crude for vehicles is going to be on hybrid with a better refined PMS. That's what I said. But if anybody try to misunderstand me, so be it. But the world can never go total electric. I rest my case.
All right, brilliant. Just to highlight, we've had our first donation on the GoFundMe thing, £45 from somebody, so we're on our way. Make that point, Dewale, and then back to Ajani.
We'll get there. I've checked the GoFundMe webpage. We'll get there. I'll also contribute. But I wanted to talk briefly on what Madam C just said, that the world will never go totally on renewable energy. But are you aware that the OPEC wrote a letter to Nigeria not to support anything that has to do with fossil fuel, but strictly on emission? Are you aware?
Speaking.
Madam Sida.
Who is speaking?
Adewale.
Adewale.
Yes. Yes. Are you aware?
Repeat myself again.
But I wanted to draw. Okay, you don't have to repeat yourself, but there's a strong.
Let me say something. Let me say something. In the world today, people come out to make pronouncements, policies, argument, debate on certain issues. But when you go to meet people who are actually doing research on what they are discussing, you will know the truth. That's why I said that the world can never go total electric.
Can I come in?
Yeah, carry on, Diwali.
If you if you look at it, who are the most which country has the biggest automobile producer in the world today? If you single out America, also in Asia, North Korea. I said North Korea. What's wrong with me? South Korea, right? And also in Europe
Europe.
as well. But you see, the campaign is coming strongly from Europe and America, and they are supporting this transformation, these changes from fossil fuel to renewable energy. But I think it's require collective effort to take them to the threshold. And that is what is required from third world like countries like Nigerians and other African countries. And I tell you, Madam Sita, they will get there because I've noticed and I've seen changes. Even the most conservative state in America are embracing these changes, are truly embracing these changes. But you see, the next technology that will come is not going to be dependent on the on the fossil fuel and all that, because the world is moving and there's a strong campaign. And that is why the likes of OPEC and other, powerful organizations are campaigning strongly, but they are losing the battles because every day you see electric vehicles showing out and every popping out every corner, across the globe. So it's a battle that is just a matter of time, and they will lose. And before you know it, fossil fuel will be phased out. The nitrogen you talked about is just a gradual one. Before you know
You
it,
know,
people will run.
Adewale, when you talk about crude and emission, most people look at it on cars. And
But it
when
starts
you
from
look at
there. It starts from somewhere.
no, can I land, please? They look at it as cars. I made reference to car. We will end with hybrid. But there are a lot of things that the crude will still be used for in the terms of generating power. So that's why I said that the world can never go to that electric. Sure, they said that projecting 2035, inshallah, we'll be alive. I will tap you and ask you, Adewale, how far? Thank you.
How many hybrid vehicles you see on the road these days?
A lot,
I said that's where
increasingly.
it
Where
will
in
end.
Europe
It will
or
end with.
where you
I'm
see
not
them,
saying
or
there
in
won't be
Asia?
electric cars.
Yes, in
Where
I'm
Europe
not
and
saying there won't be electric
in
cars.
Europe,
Electric cars
hybrid
will be
vehicle.
flooded. But what I'm
You know,
saying, the full gas PMS cars will be phased out. So that's why I say we end with hybrid. So the full PMS cars will be gone, but the replacement of those full PMS cars is going to be the hybrid. That's why I told you the world can never go total electric. That's what I said.
woman, what do you think led to the rise of Tesla?
Diwali,
Yes.
have you heard about that? To the grid, that we have, electric grid. It's almost impossible to upgrade it to support everybody going on electric. The amount of money that needs to be spent to upgrade the world grid, global grid, to support electric vehicle.
No, Kulata, you are
the
even
amount of
taking it
money
too far.
is the amount of money is crazy.
No, Kulata, you are taking it too far. The world can walk around the place you're talking about. What I'm saying is that
it's
when
not
you
going
look
to be.
at
It's not going to be
emission,
instant.
what they're talking about green energy, and they're talking about the hazards of the fossil fuel and the so sweet of the green energy. You find out that two of them have their own hazards. My department where I work, we are doing the two. So I know what I'm talking about. The things that the so-called fossil fuel cannot stand, the so-called green energy cannot still stand it. So what's the big deal? That's the question everybody is asking. What's the big deal? It's clean, and so what? And what about other hazards? I mean, But
I think
let
it's
God
all.
keep us
I think it's
alive.
all around the
But
greenhouse
is
emission,
it
isn't it?
2035? Let God keep us alive till then.
Well, one thing,
It's
there's a
around the corner.
future. There's an hydrogen future possible though. Fission energy. If they figure it out, then we can go green.
As long as it's reduced the emission, that is what it's all about. That is the main goal.
What
Not
I'm
necessarily.
saying is that the world, please, you people should understand me. I'm not saying everything will not be there. Things will be working, but I'm saying, look, the word I used is total. That's the word I used. I said total.
I mean, it's going to take gradual. It's not going to be by next decade. It's going
Anyway, rest my
to
case.
take longer than that. But at least it's a step, that needed to be taken. And if it takes a decade to, put that on the pedestal, why not? But I think it's achievable because there's a strong campaign, to phase out fossil fuel because of the
Adewale, do you know what
environmental
you're saying?
degradation
You are
that is
trying
causing.
to say something like there are no use of coal on Earth.
I'm not saying that, but
That's
it's just
exactly
the
what you're
impact.
saying. That's why I
The
use the
impact
word
on
total.
the ecology,
use the
the
word
impact that we
total.
have, it does
I
bad
use the
and
word
good
total.
because we are so used to this for a longer time. We believe that is helping humanity, but a lot. See, Madam Sita, you and I will agree if you stand close to any exhaust now of your vehicle. I mean, you can imagine what you'll be inhaling into your own system. So the impact of this thing that we don't even see is more terrible than what we benefit from.
Odewale, where do we generate the green from?
Look,
So sorry, what is your argument? Because we're just I think a lot of us are out of the loop in so
me?
No, Zita, what points are you putting across?
I'm just telling him, everybody listening, that he cannot go total. That's what I'm saying.
You
telling me that if we go total,
of course it cannot go total now, but there'll be a real. They're still doing co-powering something, but that is rare. And but the world is increasingly moving away from fossil fuel.
and I ask question for people who is saying it's so green, and I ask, where is the green being generated from? That's the question I ask.
Yeah, but what is at the back end of that question, just so that we can know what's the abiding point? Yeah, what's the abiding point you're making?
Yeah, the batteries, what is it made of? I said the hazard, the other one, we are complaining. This one to have the hazard.
What is the hazard of
you don't know what the hazard of battery and the mining?
Battery doesn't emit anything. Does any engineer or any scientist in the house, does the battery emit harmful substance? I know disposing such what do you call it in scientific term?
There's environmental degradation in the mining of lithium.
What is
it can be minimized.
If they showcase how lithium is mined in Congo, all these Oyibo people will get turned off from buying electric cars. It's not
the risk
really
can be
nice.
minimized. It's just about innovations and find a very less.
Can I say something?
But I tell you, Kulata, real quick, Kulata.
Can I contribute? Just
yeah.
Odessa Midland in Texas, they have almost thousands of acres full of windmill. I have never come across such in my life. You are traveling 200 miles, 300 miles, all you see on your both sides of the roads are windmills. So tell me, if they don't believe in that as the future of power generation, why would someone, I believe it wasn't government investment, probably a private investment, embarking on such huge project. So if there's no future there, you think they will put their money in there? Do you think it's more like a...
No, I'm not saying there's no future there, but the future is
doable.
It's doable. Not. I mean, I don't think everything is just going to go electric like that. I mean, we will have to use multiple energy mix. It's just not going to be electric. The only one is if there's a breakthrough in some fusion or fission hydrogen stuff where we're making energy out of nothing, which is
Kulata, you
hydrogen.
just got the word I was looking for. Multiple energy system. That's why I use the word hybrid.
Uh, but we can't just use one. It's not just no.
Can I
It's not going to
contribute?
happen.
Can I contribute? Can I interject, please? Can I just interject?
Go ahead. Go
Woman,
ahead.
can I interject?
Yeah, carry on, and then after
Madam
that.
Zita. Okay. Madam Zita, I like your reply. You know, I was once 3 years ago saying what you're saying till I was exposed to a certain group of people. I saw things, I started crying. I started thinking the future of my children. I started thinking that there are many jobs that are going out of use very soon. But the world today, we are not prepared to close of we Africans back home. Sometimes I cry, madam. I cry. But I just try to hold myself as a man, but it doesn't work this way. Sometimes when I spoke with my friends, they were looking at me as if I'm dumb. Everything, the technologies are here already. Are here already. But they're just bringing them gently, not to shock the world. Because the world is not ready for them now. Everything goes in the light of speed today. Everything I hear kept done already, madam. When I had the king of, I still say it again, the king of England was talking something before the mother died, the queen died. He said that he said the funds are ready to finance the world, to have everything. There is money. Even the COVID showed us that there is money. I refused the aid. I refused it, but there is money. They can do anything they want to do. It's just the agreement signing. A moment, just thank God for this climate change. Everybody are now signing it, signing it. When everybody signed it, it will take a twinkling of an eye. Everybody will switch to it. But one thing is just that I don't know how to put it, but the technologies are there, madam. I know what I'm saying. But they are not yet put out to the public now. They're just bringing it gently and gently. If you watch formerly, they say in France that the highest kilometers a car can run was 300. But now they've done cars that run 600, 800. From there, before you know, the technology, they're just improving it every day. Every day. So I believe everything is changing. Fossil fuel will be put out. They will just look at maybe not put out completely, as you said, because coal now is not profitable business today. Just thinking about it. Very soon, crude oil will not be profitable business. What will Nigeria survive with? That's the problem we're supposed to be talking about today. So thank you. I leave the floor.
All right, back to you, Ajale Koko. Is Ajale Koko there?
Okay, one man. Thank you. Let me say greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, that's good news coming from Nigeria. And at the same time, it means that when Dangote's refinery makes money, Nigeria will make money. Nigerian state will make money. Because Nigerian states have stake in Dangote's refinery. 20% stake is not a joke. It's a huge money. It's a huge investment, rather. So,
sorry, Angelica, is it up to 20%? I thought it was 10%.
No, I think it stays 20%.
It's 20%.
Okay.
So that is huge. So the forests that we are struggling for, Dangote's refinery will be bringing it for us. And not only that, Nigeria will benefit from taxation as well. Tax, David, get some taxes from Dangote's refinery. Employment opportunity will be created. Um, um, uh, Technological know-how will be achieved by Nigeria. Technological transfer. So all these good things that this refinery will bring in into Nigerian state for Nigerian benefit, I think it will be well managed, because it's a private company and private business like this kind of refinery and petrodollar business, they don't play with it. So as it is now, it shows that Nigeria have a very solid source of revenue. That refinery is a solid source of foreign exchange for Nigeria, and as well revenue in terms of taxation and other fees and all the rest that Nigerian state will benefit from that. So it's and this other guy refinery will be coming on stream yet very soon. Is it Bill, or what do they call it? The other guy, billionaire from the north.
Boa.
Huh?
Boa.
Àwọn orúkọ àbàmì Boa.
Alhaji Rabiu.
Àwọn máa fi gbogbo agbádá kó gbogbo owó yìí lọ. So Boa, yeah, I think the song will be coming up from it's a Cross River. I think Cross River or Rivers. I think it's Cross River, right? So another benefit that Nigeria will achieve is, surplus production of, what do you call it? This petrol. Is it, petrol. What do you call it? This diesel, kerosene, jet fuel. So what we have been wasting money, our foreign exchange to imports from abroad that drains our treasury, I think we're going to be having a lot of savings. Yes, sir.
Do you know if Dangote will be selling PMS to Nigeria at the international rate or at an agreed rate with the federal government or NNPC rather?
You see, what I see, what I am. All right.
If it sells it at a concessionary rate to Nigeria, then we're back to where we were before when they start to smuggle the fuel out again. Because then that would be subsidy yet again, wouldn't it?
One man, you see the way I'm looking at it.
Well, I thought you want to say something.
No, that was Babati. Now more Henry Babati. That's Babati's laugh.
You see, one man, Adewale, you see, the way I'm looking at it is this. I believe we're going to be producing a surplus, because if Dangote is producing, if Nigerian state, as they promised, their refinery will soon start working. If Nigerian state Nigerian refinery is producing, if BUA is producing, and we have surplus production that override demand, I think automatically the price will fall, because we are going to that economy will be open up for competition. BUA will come out with its own. Nigerian state will come out with their own production. Then this will come. Dangote will come out with their own production.
Babajale Koko, sorry to cut you.
Okay.
The question I ask you is just to know where we stand. I wanted to know if Dangote is going to be selling to the NNPC or wherever it is that to Nigeria at the international rate. And if that is the case, that means the only difference will be the landing cost and the other, local expenses that would have impacted the price of the fuel. But that will still not make much difference, right?
That's exactly it.
Okay.
Well,
so, but I heard it on this show that NNPC signed an agreement with or Nigeria federal government actually with Dangote to sell at the agreed rate to Nigerians. So, can anybody confirm it again on this show? Because if that's not the case, that means we are still going to remain. The only thing is there will be nothing like scarcity, but we're still going to be paying higher price for the product.
We're paying higher price. The only difference is going to be maybe saving in shipping cost, but otherwise not much difference.
Yeah, but you keep saying only. How much of a percentage of the end user cost is that shipping?
It can be more than, I don't know, but it can be more than 10% tops.
You don't think? I think it'd be about 30-40%.
No, it's not that.
To ferry petrol from Asia to Nigeria.
Nah, I mean, it's not like petrol is entering first class now. It's volume. No, it's not that high. It's not that high.
Well, maybe we just cap it at maybe 15 or 20%.
No, it's not that high. I'm not even sure it's up to 10%.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, it's not high at all.
Well, I think Nigerian state, I mean, it should be able to work out from some concession because Nigerian state supported this guy financially and in all that matters for his refinery to be where it is today. So, yes, it's a business, but for the fact that he is in Nigeria, they should be able to work out some things. Well, we don't know. We just wait until then. But I believe that when we have competition, others are producing as well within the same economy. I think we're going to have a price fall. It is just that the theory of demand and supply that will set in. We are producing this product in the country, and we are producing in our surplus more than what the market demand for. I think the price, yes, we're going to, and the price will be very reasonable and affordable for consumers. So that's the way I see it. But one thing that I think the government of Nigeria should stop Dangote from doing, I don't know if it's going to proceed from it. I mean, going to proceed to do that, is that it's going to have Dangote's petrol station. I think it should be stopped. It should not be allowed to have gas station when you are the producer and you're going to have a retail store. It shouldn't work like that. I think.
Did he say he was going to have downstream?
Oh yes, it's going to have.
Yeah, no, it's buying up petrol stations at a rapid rate.
What stops him from operating at the?
That's too much.
Is it upstream or downstream? How did they call it?
Downstream.
What stops him from operating it?
No, it's too much. This man wants to capture the entire sector.
How do we spread the wealth? How do we spread?
No, I don't think he should be restrained. I don't think anything should stop him.
No, he should.
He cannot control. He cannot control from crude all the way to the tank.
He's going to be determining the price for us. No,
it's just.
I mean,
but
Has anybody
Probably.
applied for private refinery that was not granted? So so first
No, that's not the argument. Now there are plenty
no,
of
no, I'm
private.
saying. So what's wrong? What stops him from operating both?
It is in the practical sense of
It's not about monopoly. It's about
look,
capital. What do you call it now? If you have the muscle, capital, muscle to play, why not? You control it so that you have a say in the market. If anybody want to compete with you in the market, they also have the same leverage to come in and play their own part.
No, it surrenders too much of that sector to him to
Oh,
manipulate.
come on now. There
Hold on,
shouldn't
can
be any
you do you
restriction.
want to listen to a counter narrative? It
Okay,
surrenders
go
too
ahead.
much. Yeah, it surrenders too much of that industry to him. So he controls the crude. He controls petrol right all the way from crude through to refinery and all the way through to the pump.
No, he's
So,
buying
so,
crude
so
from NNPC.
what do you mean?
He's buying crude from the government.
Yeah, he's buying crude from the government, but he has a large deal, So right from crude all the way through to refining, all the way through to the motor vehicle, just one person controlling that whole chain.
Whatever deal he has with the government is not absolute. It's subject
No,
to
no, no, that's
money.
not really that. The deal for the crude is not the main point.
I'm also
It gets from
afraid.
crude. Yeah, it gets from crude all the way through to refining, all the way through to the pump. That's
I'm, a-
subject to so many
I'm afraid
manipulations.
that when NNPC goes public, Dangote would be investing a lot of money
Of
in the
course, I
shares,
mean,
and that's problematic. Which means one man controls the entire petroleum industry in that country. That's the key man risk. That's a
This was the
significant
same
economic.
argument you have put forward when
That
they
he's not
revoked.
going to be like Stanford Oil. He's going to be like John D. Rockefeller, and that's problematic in our viewpoint. He's control. He's not going to
Exactly,
be
America.
determined.
That's what Standard Oil. That's why they broke up Standard Oil.
Exactly, right? He's not going to be controlling our day-to-day living standard in that country, from sugar to cement to
I
oil
mean,
to petrol.
it's
Come on,
unhealthy.
it's
It's
unhealthy.
Do we have
It's bad.
do we
It's
have
bad.
do we have a different company that can also match up or keep up with him like that you see?
I think that's why Rabiu, that's why Rabiu is also going into refinery, right? If Rabiu does not do
Show
that,
me something.
if Rabiu don't do that, he would get so much financial power to acquire Rabiu cement factory,
right,
and Rabiu's flour factory, and I think Rabiu was pushed to invest into that just to keep up, not so that the wealth will not be.
That is good, but if he's so much of a threat to you guys, why can't the second, third, and fourth put their money together and challenge him? That's the way
Thank
you
you.
would, right?
Thank you.
We don't have enough. We don't have enough people with the financial muscle that
because they
Dangote
want
has.
to
You
play by
can't go against
themselves.
a Dangote. He will crush you.
No.
Look at what he did to Ibeto.
That
You
is
can't go against a
speculations.
Dangote.
Look, some
he
of
will
this money,
destroy
this
you.
guy, America, some of the money these guys are parading out, the money that doesn't belong to them. It belongs to some of this crook. So anyone,
the same applies to Dangote.
I mean, I agree.
Do you see my point though? If it's so much of a threat to you guys, why can't you other billionaires that also have interest put your money together and challenge him? That's the way it works in America. Then you go after the
It's
guy.
subject to. You have to
Go
study
after
the
him.
government. No, look.
This idea of complaining about it is always the one controlling everything.
There's a political angle to it.
I know that.
Okay.
I know, but I'm saying that at the business level. Don't tell me that because he has some billions, you also can put it. But you know that you guys don't work together. You want to have your own thing. You want to do your own thing by yourself. Then you want to challenge that good thing. You don't have the funds. Then make friends in government. Whatever he's doing, do it too. Make friends too.
I agree with you.
That's the way it works.
I agree with you 100%.
Come on now.
I agree with you 100%. I don't think there's anything limiting any other Nigerians from playing in the same field with him. It's just that you have to have that political connection.
They wish they were him. They want to do the same thing that he's doing too. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah,
do the same thing too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So why acting like
absolutely.
I don't want, no, come on. You would do the same thing too if you were that good.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I still don't believe that only him control. Even I don't see reason why they can't be granted license to operate a petrol stations. I don't see a reason why. So look, Nigerians doesn't care whether, as long as you make the product
available to them and it's not at a exorbitant price, they will pay. It's just as simple as that. But all this about competitions and all that, it's not founded. As long as you're able to play your card and start from somewhere. I mean, Dangote doesn't just wake up something and become the partner with the government. He started from somewhere. That's why government could commit 20% in its refinery. So I don't see a reason why it cannot be operating from is it downstream or upstream they call it? I don't see a reason why.
Look, Adewale, what we are saying is that a man should not be so much favored by government law in running of his business, and it's to such an extent of surrendering the monopolistic power in a particular sector to him. Because what we are going to have in the future is that this guy, look at the amount they said is going to be bringing in, $27 billion. Would the NNPC be able to make such money? So we are going to see when it's empowered, more than the state in that sector, then you'll be able to dictate. You will be the person that will dictate to the state on how that sector should be run. And what that means is that he has cornered the state and he will corner the resources of the state. He might even buy your NNPC in the future. The regulatory body that you have now is going to be in control of that.
When they start to sell these so-called moribund refineries, he will be the one snapping them up.
He will be just snapping and he will be in total control.
It's just unhealthy, isn't it? I mean, for one person to control the whole cycle of yes.
But one man, what will be?
Before you know it,
what is the bidding process for that refinery? That would be the question. Would the bid be thrown open for everybody to put in, or would just be just okay? We're giving it.
It'll be a sealed bid now, wouldn't it? And then they'll just tell you
that is the reality of what I was trying to tell this guy about. That sometimes you make backdoor deals before the actual deal. They've already done the deal behind the scenes, but everything is not made done in the open. But I get your point, one man.
Do you agree though that it's unhealthy for him to control virtually the whole cycle of petroleum from crude to pump?
But I have to see the counter offer or alternative to him not controlling everything. Show me something if you are.
Well, no, there's structures in place already. He doesn't have to control the petrol stations.
I'm saying that, but show me the alternative. What?
No. What we are saying. Hold on. We have alternative. We have people controlling that space already.
Where are they? No, where are they?
Hold on now. What do you mean by where are they?
They should mean their own offer.
Hold on now.
Offer, like to.
What do you mean offer? Which offer from where? We don't want it. Okay. We cannot. It cannot be the producer and the retailer. That's what we are saying. It doesn't work.
They make a law. They make a law in regards to that and say that if you are one, you cannot be there. Make an actual law to do that.
That is what I'm just suggesting. That is what I am suggesting now. That what I see that would not be good for the economy is the way that the Nigerian state have favor him with that law that he can have a petrol station. It shouldn't be allowed. The law should not allow him to have petrol station. It should be. They should just let him concentrate on the production, operation of refinery, and that's it. It shouldn't have it. How do we spread the wealth? That sector.
Let's not bring that. Don't say spread the wealth. You're bringing that socialism stuff into that.
It is not socialism. Hold on. About socialism.
Evangelical has always been about socialism.
Okay, maybe I'm using a wrong word.
How do you think we support you, Showore?
Hold on. Maybe I'm using it. How do we give others that
competitive?
Yes, opportunity.
But they must show they must show you what, like, listen to me. I see your point. You don't want him taking over everything, but you also want those companies to come up with an offer. So even if you want to cater to them, okay, we don't want this guy controlling A. Show me B. Let me see your hand as well. Just don't stay idle and complain.
Try to understand me. It is not limited to Dangote alone. Other refineries owner too should not be allowed to own gas station. That should be left for other Nigerians that want to run small businesses.
But they've always had that sort of system. Remember Shell, and they were extractors and refiners in some instances, and they had petrol station all over Nigeria.
Don't they do that in America too? Don't they have gas station in America?
Yeah. You see, our own economy, we should be able to control it. We should be able to allow it to run in such a way that we create opportunity for millions of Nigerians rather. But this billionaire now, if you give them so much money, so much, favor them with the law, and with so much resources they have, they won't give space for other.
Let me clarify with you.
Let
me clarify with you real quick. So, what kind of Nigerians who should own, if you had your way, who should own the gas station? Like, you mean regular Joes with 2 or 3 gas stations, or a company that can do 10 or 20?
People like me, Babati.
But the cost will be more expensive then, because I can't buy in bulk. I'm buying for one of just gas station.
Babati, running a petrol station and petrochemicals refinery, which one do you think is more capital intensive?
Well, the refinery.
It's obvious, right?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
So what is the deal about? No, it's just dispensing your final product. It's as simple as that. And people
it's not dispensing final product. Look, let people that want to run small business, let them own gas station, petrol station. People like me, if I want to say I want to retire home now, and I see gas station that is available out there, I should be able to jump into it. Say, okay,
but that's not what stops you,
let me be running something to make income when I'm retired. We should allow our economy to create opportunity for millions of people and not billionaires alone. These billionaires you have will corner everywhere. And what does that mean? What you're going to have is a lot of people will be impoverished in that country.
I don't think any
all right.
will make such law.
All right, give me 1 second. Let me use this window to bail out the super chats. Only really the traditional names are Ayo, of course, the most traditional of them all. So that's Ayo right there, doing as Ayo always does. I think he comes in sometimes and say, "Oh, look at these people! Look at this guy. He's not getting any super chats. Let me give him some." So that's Ayo doing as he always does, and Ike Ogiome passing by as well. So thank you to Ayo and Ike. So thank you to Ayo and Ike. I'll hand over to Thomas as the conversation carries on.
Sorry, one more, before you leave, that 1,000. Can you put the link up again? So I didn't see the GoFundMe.
Oh yes. Well said, actually. So let me highlight that. I'll post the link in the comment section as I highlight it to just indicate that somebody has actually kicked it off. Somebody has actually kicked it off with I think £45. I think it was. So there it is right there. So for the benefit of people just coming into the conversation. We're doing an outreach for the Christmas period. So we're trying to raise £1,000 so that we can then send it to Nigeria to impact on about maybe 3, maybe even 6 families. We'll see how it goes. If we hit the £1,000 mark, I don't see why we can't impact on at least 6 families. And we're going to spread it across the geopolitical spaces. So we've done this in the past, and it was so successful, we're doing it again. So there it is right there. One man went to more level up outreach. And the idea, it says, hi, we are fundraising to level up 3 or more Nigerian families. The idea is to identify low income but earning Nigerian families, preferably in some sort of business, who we can parachute funds to take their businesses up a level. So that's the idea, and I think Adeyinka has kicked it off with the 45 pound donation. Let's put it that way. So that should tell us then that we should very quickly reach our targets. The quicker we reach our targets, the quicker we can get it over to Nigeria, because there's a process involved still to getting it to Nigeria, and maybe we can even get it to them before Christmas. So anybody that wants to be part of that, then the link is in the comment section. So Thomas, over to you.
Can I ask really quick question? Thomas, a question. Well, do you have an interest in owning a gas station in Nigeria?
Yes, I think it does. But Thomas, Ajale Koko answered that question. But Thomas, after Ajale Koko, Emeka, then Prince, Daddy, then open the floor. So because Emeka has been here for.
When are you gonna call me? You didn't call me.
No, you're part of the after show rooms, but
after our show.
Yeah, pretty much all the way through. I'm Babati too. So Emeka, Babati, Prince Daddy, they've been here for a while. So over to you.
Yeah. Ogogoro master.
But Ajale Koko respond there.
So, Babati, why do you have that question in the first place? I want to know.
I want to encourage small business like you do. So I want to you diaspora and I want to invest in Nigeria. Is it something that you're looking at or what? Because I remember back in the which have this company.
Ajale Koko is selling the Google. Is another town?
No. On a more serious note, there used to be a company close to my house back in days called Delabo. Delabo used to own one of those small gas stations back in the days, like independent, whatever, whatnot. So I was actually asking a serious question about: are you looking into that market of if that ever happens, where we want to invest in a gas station in maybe I don't know. I just wanted to know.
Yes, you see, yes, I'm interested in it, and for people like us that would like to settle back home and run some business on the side to help people and.
Ajale Koko, stop it! You settle back home. You settle back home. Forget it. We always. My father-in-law has been saying he wants to settle back home since 20 years ago. He's still here in Australia. Are you sure you can settle back home?
Thomas, why not? When you settle, it doesn't mean that
you. I'm being serious now. No, I'm being serious. Okay, what about any sort? So, like, where you have like kind of like the 7-Eleven / we know that kind of American-looking mini store and I'm serious. I'm interested. I'm being serious right now. I'm being serious.
You see what I'm saying? You see,
chat with me, BT. Babati, chat with me on the. I will tell you something. Not, I don't want to say it openly on air because people are listening. I will tell you what to do.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So if we, someone like us from abroad, go back home and open a gas station, we want to source the product from Dangote. And that is how we can spread the opportunity, economic opportunity in the country. But for Dangote to be the producer and the retailer, that will kill the opportunity that the economy can open up for people like us and others that have money, that really want to invest money in that sector. So we don't have the financial capability to invest in billions like them, but the little that we have that we can invest in retailing of that product, they shouldn't snatch it away from people like us and others that live in Nigeria that they
but
just.
You mean you can't the competition, but doesn't stop you from creating one. But maybe you think
no, you can't compete.
Yeah, you can't compete with them in terms of the pricing. The price is more okay.
You can't logistic and everything. You cannot. You
You
can't.
can, Baba
Because do you know how
Jelekoko.
many
You
trucks?
can,
Do you
Baba
know?
Jelekoko. You can. You can. I
Hold
know what
on,
I'm saying.
man.
You can.
Oh,
You can't. You cannot. You
when
cannot.
you
You can't
people,
compete with Dangote. He already has a
you
logistic
don't
company,
know what the
Dangote
power of
Trucking, right?
the monopolistic power, what it means. You guys don't know it. People that are billionaire, it's just like Amazon. You said that the business I'm running here, I want to compete with Amazon. Amazon that is all over the world. I that run small business here, you are telling me to come and compete with Amazon. Where is that done? Dangote is Amazon in Nigeria in oil now. You're telling me to come and open a gas
Not yet, Baba
and
Jelekoko.
compete.
Not yet. Not yet.
Hold
Not
on,
yet.
hold on. It is not a matter of not yet. It's been approved for him that he can open gas station. And that is going to kill opportunity for millions of Nigerians. It should not be done. The entire space, that gas sector, the petroleum sector, will be taken over by him. All over the federation, before you know it. It will take over everything.
You can create alternative, Baba
Oh,
Jelekoko. You can
forget
create
about it.
alternative.
It's easy to say. It's easier said than done. If you involve practically in this thing, you will know what it is. You cannot. Small businesses can compete with each other, but small business against big corporation is never done. You can't win.
Okay. Next question. So please. So how many gas stations under your? If you had the power now, because you said it's for people like us. So
Yes.
what would be the maximum amount of gas station that you can own as an individual or as a group or as a company?
It
Because,
depends.
because if I own 40 now, then I'm going to also be monopolistic and control that area. Where because I'm the majority. Yeah. So
Hold on.
what is the cutoff number to make you competitive or make everybody competitive? Is it 1, 2, 3? I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
Okay. If you're if you're not the manufacturer, if you don't own, what do you call it, refinery, you don't engage in manufacturing of this thing, you are just buying. Yes, the economy should allow you to open as many as possible. You understand what I'm saying? So it depend. That depends on your financial resources, financial capability. So you can open as many. It should not be limited. That you can open more than 2 or 3. No, it's not done like that. It should be allowed to open as many as long as you have resources to manage them and to make them run efficiently. I mean, it's all about making money. So Dangote too should not be limited to owning one refinery. If in Benue tomorrow they discover oil there and you want to go and set up another Dangote refinery, fine. It should concentrate on refining alone, refining of that product. That is it. It should not come down to retailing. It should not be allowed to come to retailing because our space is a very small space. You think Nigeria is big? Nigeria is not a big country. It's a very small. So for some people to corner all the resources in a particular sector, I think it should be, the government should not allow it. They should allow small people that want to run small businesses to be there to run the gas station, and then by doing that, opportunity can spread across the length and breadth of Nigeria for people that want to run small businesses and not big corporations running at the big level, upper level, and coming to dominate the lower level again. It's not good. So Dangote can open as many as refinery in Nigeria. I mean, it's money for him, it's money for Nigeria, and
it will help the economy to even develop in that sector as well, because the more refinery you have, the more it turns Nigeria to Dangote will be competing with Aramco and that what do you call it? Libya, is that Lukoil? Is it not Lukoil, or what do they call Russian oil oil company? So it will be it will be in the position, you know, it will be in the position of a refinery. I mean, as a refinery competing with Aramco and that of Russia. So it can open 10 refinery. I don't have no problem with that. But it should not come down to the opportunity for small people like us. You should not come and take it. So that is what I see that Nigerian have provided for him now, which is not good. But the refinery, for the money that is going to be bringing in, the opportunity that is going to go, a job opportunity that is going to create, the technical know-how that we are going to benefit as a country. And I mean, they are all good for the country, and as well as forex that we are going to generate, and taxes we are going to make. All those ones, they are very good. But that of him owning gas station or petrol station, I think the government can do something and not allow him to do that. That's going to be put him in a total monopolistic, you know, position, and that will kill opportunity for people that want to run, engage in that sector as small business operator. So that's my take there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thomas. Where is Thomas? You see?
I mean, no, but I don't. I mean, I like that with the person. I think is a very savvy, very shrewd.
That guy is smart, too.
He's a
Like
very
what
shrewd
man is
operator.
saying.
Don't get me wrong. He's a very shrewd operator.
Yeah.
Why don't you have more of it? You wanna on the Wuru. I become our you know Waruru. Avi. Yeah, you two be tough. You two be very shrewd. That's the way it's supposed to be. Very competitive market. Just don't give people some package and say, oh, because you lost the fight, then you should lose the war. No, you retool, get better. Come together as a conglomerate or something. Fight him in that business sense, not like destructive way, but in the business way. Come together, put up a bid and go after him, and because it's good for us, the consumers.
It's not easy like that.
So I know it's not easy, but that's the way it is in the business world.
Yes, that's where he is. You see, in United States, sometimes you want to compare United States, and United States is a continent. It's a very big space that can take as many as possible. Open thousands of gas stations. It's like you open nothing. It's like you open nothing. But in Nigeria, in that small country, for somebody to operate a refinery and then own gas station, man, that's the end. It's too much power that we are giving, economic power. We are surrendering the economic power of the state to that guy. To that guy, it's
we've actually surrendered it to. This is a man that controls the construction sector in terms of his manufacturing business. He controls flour.
NMPC have to stand up very well. NMPC, if NMPC is not well managed now, if NMPC is not given into competent hand to be a stronger regulatory body that can regulate that
sector,
that
But
sector very well and caution.
Unfortunately, NNPC is not a regulator. Now. NNPC is not a business on its own. So there's nothing
I
they
mean, they
can
should.
do.
I think they have to break it up. You can't be a regulator and be running business too. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, hopefully.
That
Why
is
now,
wrong.
Baba Jaliko? Why now? Why now?
No, hold on.
He can do
It is
both now.
hold on.
He can
It
do
is,
both now.
you can't be the regulatory body and the same time be running business in that sector.
That's what we
What are
call
you regulating?
capitalist now. Capitalism now.
No, that's not
We are not.
capitalism. That's not the way capitalism.
Yes, that's what we call capitalism because of you, Baba Jaliko. One thing is that it's good what you're saying. You're thinking about sharing the
Department of
wealth to everyone.
hold on. Department of Energy in the United States does not run any gas station or anything. You can't do that.
We can call it. We can call it. We don't. Today we are talking about Nigeria now.
No,
So
when we are talking about Nigeria, let's do it right. The way
because of you said earlier that it bring money for the country. That's what you said, though.
No. I'm not talking about Dangote now. I'm talking about NNPC. I've jumped to NNPC. NNPC that is the regular. Look, everything that the way the military rule that country, civilian administration cannot continue in that way.
Why?
It was lawlessness. What most of the things that the military did back in the day, NNPC that was now having gas station and all those things, it was lawlessness. You can't be the regulatory body and at the same time you are running that same business. You will favor yourself than others. And that is why we saw that it is not business. Forget it is not business, it's not run like that. We are business apart, regulatory body apart. If you want to control the way the business should be run as a government, then stick to that. Don't participate in that business.
Okay. Who has BP? This petrol station BP is not British Petroleum. They produce and they sell. Why can't he also? So it is done everywhere too, Mr. Jalukuku.
No, BP is not the regulatory body. You understand what I'm saying? BP is purely a oil company.
They refine,
the department. Hold on. We in the United States, we have the Department of Energy that in charge of that. Is the regulatory body in the United States that said this is what you have to do when to run this business here. You cannot cross the line here. This is the way you have to operate. This is the way you have to operate. Yes, but in Nigeria,
but I remember early those years, NNPC also has their own petrol station. I can remember those days now. They have also in the Niger Delta.
Yeah, it was during the Abacha time that they started.
So why can't Dangote to have his own if he wants to do it?
No, you don't understand. It seems that we are not on the same page. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that what NNPC has been doing is wrong. It's not the way we should manage a country. NNPC is the regulatory body of the oil and gas sector. And you can't be the regulatory body and at the same time you are running that business. You're going to favor yourself alone. You're going to favor yourself more than others. You're going to give yourself more monopoly power than private sector in that sector. I mean, private business.
So what are the way out now? What is your point of view? What is your solution?
My solution is that look, NNPC should focus on regulation. They should not participate in running. They should give up that space for private sector to run. Those gas stations they have to sell it off to private hand to run it. They should concentrate and perfect their, regulatory job and do the regulation in such way
that will benefit the country, no favorism, give room for competition, no monopolistic power. Haven't you seen? Look, do you know how many times that some companies are denied to merge in the United States just because they don't want them to have the giant share of the market? Many times, what do you call it? Phone companies, the big phone companies like the Verizon and T-Mobile, many times they wanted to merge. The government of the United States said, no, you cannot merge because both of you are too big to merge. You will kill other small telecommunication company. They refuse them. Sometimes some of the retail store, grocery store, they refuse them to merge. That no, you will dominate the market, and no other competitor will be able to compete with you. So
Okay, let me give you
we
such
have to.
interjectory. Let me give you an instance now. There's a country I know that has their telecom, but when private telecom comes in, they beat them up. They put them out of the business because they were monopolizing it. They just bought a better service to the consumer, and it was advantages for we the consumers because formerly we have a day free in a week. I remember a few years ago, a day free in a week to call free, but today you just pay like 15 euro a month. You can telephone any day, anytime with internet free. Some people pay 10 euro. You have internet free, everything free in your phone. They produce services. And those ones that doesn't want to change their laws, the regulation, they're out of business. That's the only thing. When there are many people bringing, and it doesn't matter if they want to monopolize, just bring somebody that have a better service. It's just your services that count, Mr. Jelukoko. A better service. You can put anybody, even though
you can't
you can
compete with Dangote. The bad thing about it is even the mindset of Dangote too. He's not the kind of person that would see a business that will want to compete with it and it will allow that business to grow. So he's not the individual that, okay, I think this business, I would allow this business flourish. If Dangote perceive any threat from you, he will just crush you. And that's his problem between him and Rabiu, right? He plays very dirty. So it's not, oh, okay, I want to play fair in terms of prices or providing efficient services. You just go and walk up to the government
But
and tell the government to shut you down.
that is not for him to play fair. It is for the government to provide a fair level playing for everybody else. So
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
BT.
but
No,
again,
serious.
when you
you can't blame him. You blame the government, not him, for being
No serious business person plays fair. That's in the textbook.
when you keep sponsoring public officers and their political campaign because you want them to do a favor for you, that's not good business practice anyway. If we're talking of good business practice, that you were talking about, okay, making your services more efficient, then, or you can reduce prices, which is fine. That's good business practices to kill the competition. But when you are now going to talk to government officials to kill your competitors, then that is shady deals.
Emeka, question.
That's shady deals.
Why did the lobbyists in I guess Canada and America spend millions into the billions of dollars to lobby the politicians?
They lobby politicians for their own interests, or specifically from some business interests. Those are still shady deals.
So what is that? How is that different from Dangote's?
Emeka, let me say this. It's not about what is good. It is what is effective. So if you own a business, you don't care about what is good to acquire what you want. It's about what can get the job done for you. So if you look at what remember when Facebook used to buy competition, when Instagram came up, what did they do? They bought it. WhatsApp came up, they bought it because they didn't want any. They learned from the MySpace experience, right? So if you don't play ball with them, we'll kill your business, or they force the sale to them. So that is the way business work. You have to be very shrewd. You cannot be nice. You cannot be good.
That has been a practice from time immemorial.
It's nothing new.
It's nothing new
No,
about.
my own concern is, Dangote being who he is, right? It's an economic capture in my view. He's now
No,
currently playing in the midstream sector, and
Mr.
now he wants
Emeka.
to go to the downstream. Before you
Okay,
know it, he's also going to go to the upstream
you
and
can still
everything.
beat
And
him,
again,
Mr. Emeka. You can
and
still beat him,
again,
Mr. Emeka.
you can't, you cannot forget it.
No,
Even he's the only one. He's the only one in the midstream sector now with
the,
his refinery in Nigeria. He's the only one, and
okay,
actually, I think he has the biggest refinery in the world. So, in terms of the midstream sector in the world,
you can
he
still
is the
beat.
biggest player. You cannot, and I'm explaining why you cannot. You can't beat him. If you want to go, even
You are not.
Rabiu's refinery is not up to his. Right? Rabiu
You don't.
refinery is not
You
close
don't.
to.
You
I think
just
Rabiu is doing
you
250 barrel per day, and he's doing 250,000. Rabiu Dangote is doing 650,000. Now, if he's going to go into the downstream to get more to get gas stations, possibly he might be buying them off from NNPC gas stations, and then with NNPC trying to go public, he would buy probably a 10% or 15 or 5%. Even five is significant shares to own 5% in a company like NNPC is significant. He probably might be doing 5 to 10 or 15. And then he has that influence to tell them how to supply him with crude and when to supply him with crude and who not to even supply at any point
no
in
no.
time
You,
because he
you are
has a
following it
huge
in a
supply.
one way, Mr. Meka. You are going it in a one way, Mr. Meka. Let me tell you one thing I learned here. Eh? Through Americans and the Germans, they team up. If you want to beat somebody, you team up with the with the competitor of your competitor. Your enemy of your enemy is your friend.
Yeah,
It's
you should
always
have
in the
given that advice to Ibeto when Ibeto should have teamed up, but look at what Ibeto is.
But
Exactly.
that that
should go
no,
and team up. You
but
and
but
Emeka
Yeah.
should
but
go and
but
team
but,
up.
but that goes back to my earlier point, the maker that I was making earlier. When you have an immovable force, let's take Microsoft for instance. When it first came out, when it became so that much powerful, what did these competitions do when they could not beat him? They started working together.
Yeah, you work together, right? But for someone like Dangote, he doesn't want to work with you.
No, no.
Is to kill you completely.
I'm
Dangote don't want to
saying,
work with you.
I'm no, 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 no,
But
no.
see,
Forget him.
who were the big Microsoft
Forget.
competitors?
No, when they had the Apple thing going on, they had the bidding war, and Apple, what's the name of this late guy could not compete with him.
Jobs.
Steve Jobs.
Jobs had issues with him. He had to remember he got kicked out of the board initially. He lost his company. He got kicked out. They had to bring him back in because they needed him. Like, dude, we need you back. We know it's your company. So they also had to form alliance with the former owner. He learned from his mistakes. They found other deals to go after him when it comes to manufacturing because he had a monopoly back in the days. If you remember, he also had influence in government. Bill Gates did. It was a very. Remember when it was so crazy that they had to get in security because he was working by himself. They're like, the kind of deals you're making with these guys, you're crushing many businesses, getting me security. You can't walk around by yourself. Go watch that documentary. It's like an old documentary of him back in the days, him against Jobs. So you will see the details of what they were doing. But they were very shrewd. They were very shrewd with it. But my bigger point is that if you're gonna go against Dangote, you start from his weakest point. What I see happening from these guys is that they want to attack him at his strongest point: cement, oil and gas. No, go after him where he's not paying that much attention. Then go slowly but surely you grind up from there. That's how you do it.
Like
No, but
where area?
Ibeto was already in the
And
cement
Prince that
business
Prince that
before Dangote came in.
we don't have to give
Ibeto
all
was in the cement.
the secret out.
Just
You
look
can
at
type it. You can type
obviously
it on the
obviously it's very powerful, but not in all sectors. So you go from where is the weakest. Not where look at where it makes the most money or where it makes the least money. Then you take it from there. Because
Unfortunately, in my view, unfortunately, it's that late. Now,
yeah,
why do I say it's that late?
See,
Is that one?
sorry, it will see in the Nigerian space, it will be really, it will be really hard to dislodge Dangote. If he wants to monopolize the market for a
It's,
very long time, I think he can do it.
except he
He can
dies.
actually do it.
Except he dies,
Yeah,
and
because
then
no things don't work.
Yeah, you seize the opportunity to talk to the government to see how to break that power.
But you know that
Only the government can actually crush
Prince
Dangote.
that
no,
that means that
he's not the only one then. It's a group.
That means we don't have shrewd and effective businessmen in Nigeria. That's what you're saying.
No, see, the mentality you're talking about is not ingrained in us. See, are they willing? See, sometimes if you want to fight people in business, are you willing to lose billions of dollars?
Let me say this. Do you know that Dangote is not the only, it's a group of company. It's not only the
That is
one.
it. He cannot take the decisions alone.
It cannot
He
take the
can.
church decision alone. It's a group of companies.
So this is the way you can
But
beat him.
it's the iron share we know. But he can. He still have somebody that he reports to, isn't it?
He's the chairman of the board.
Hold on.
I don't know his structure of his
Doesn't
business
report to
actually.
anybody.
He's the chairman of the board. He's the highest shareholder and the chairman of the board. He reports to nobody.
Chairman is the boss. But let
He
me tell
reports
you,
them. He reports
people that
Mr.
are
Emeka. He
saying,
reports.
He reports to nobody, except maybe he reports to
to
the president.
he reports to nobody.
No, he reports
Nobody.
to the board
He
meeting.
owned the giant share. So look, let me tell you this. That is why I was saying earlier that the regulatory body, which is NNPC, should do away with running that business of petrol. They should concentrate on the.
See, Angelico, that's the cash cow.
Let him land.
They're not getting rid
Let
of
him
it.
land. Hold on. Praise Daddy, please. Let him. Allow you to land it. Yeah.
Yes. So when they concentrate on the regulation, they can check anybody that is going excessive in running of that business because they control that space on how that business should be run. And they are the one that will, come out with a policy on how that business can be run as well, that can be injected or can be passed into law. But you know what? What did we have? Dangote being a master player in how corrupt businesses is carried out in Nigeria. He cornered the politician. They wrote the law to favor him. The law we have now, he is the one that, if by tomorrow Nigeria run into crisis of petroleum and the government does not have like NNPC, as I was suggesting, let's say NNPC have done away with importation, they don't have any hand, they just concentrate on regulation. NNPC, Dangote by law is the only person that can import law.
Please, can I ask something real quick? How, unknown to many people, you do know that Dangote once tried to venture into banking and it failed. I hope you know that, right? You remember that Liberty Bank?
Oh yeah.
It's because the guys that like, listen, we're not going to play this ball like this or that. Like she's cement and she oil. No. Because we know you. They came together against him. Quick. He lost. That's my point. Because they knew that if he came in, he would take over. They knew that. And like, no way. They blocked him out. That's the way you're supposed to come together and put your money and forget the hell out of him.
Who blocked him, Babati? Who blocked him?
So he was doing this deal with, I think it was about Osudeko, that the one that owns that first bank, because he had shares in, he had the majority shares.
Otudeko.
Yeah. He had that in the shares. They bought him out. I think it was First City Monumental Bank, and when it was when they were doing that, what's it called? Maybe the bankers can understand.
Who did they get back?
Is it Liberty? What's the name of that bank? Liberty. What's the name? Liberty something bank that they had.
But Babati, that one is different now. That sector is already established. It's already developed.
But
he cannot compete with those people. He cannot compete with them.
I know. I'm
now,
saying that they should learn from the way those people approached it. Like, listen, they knew the danger coming. and they plan that, like, listen, if this guy comes in here, this guy might, and they,
where are they going to hold on, Babati? You are saying where are those people going to source the fund? It's dollars, so
they should find it.
Where are they going to find it?
Go and find it.
When your country, Nigeria, cannot even find the dollar. Where are they going to find it?
Baba Jelly Coco.
Hold
Good
on, let
morning,
me
sir.
down. Leave me down. Àwọn ọ̀tá ti dé nìyẹn.
Ọmọ mi tó ti ń bọ̀.
Ó ti sọ̀kò láti inú comment section. Mo ti mọ ibi tó ti ń bọ̀. So, let me tell you.
Don't tell me, don't believe. No. Don't.
I think the nice guy is that. Yeah, let me give my own submission.
I will yield to you and Simba. Look.
No, that means that it is me now. After me, the ninth crew.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me land that way. So, to source for this fund is not easy. Nigerian state made it possible for Dangote to achieve this thing. You know how much Nigerian state gave him to achieve that thing? So it's not easy. If we are talking of dollar, this is petrodollar sector. It is not naira. It is dollar, huge.
It is easy, Mr. Jellico. It is easy.
Okay, let me leave it there. Yes, others can contribute. Let me leave it.
My turn. Anyway, I want to start with.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Yeah, I think Simba hasn't spoken at all. Emeka land it. Then we hear from Simba. Yeah,
I thought one man said after Bajali Coco, my turn. Then
I said that's what I said. Continue now. It's your floor. Yeah, continue. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, go on.
So I want to talk on the federal government. Them not being they should not be in the act of doing business. I think they are, getting themselves all worked up, trying to be involved in so many activities they are not supposed to be involved in. My viewpoint is, if we are looking at the budget, but we are still waiting for the budget list to be out, so one can look at it and see what they are trying to do there. But already, we know now they are going to go and borrow 7 billion to finance the deficit of the budget. I think the proposed plan is to raise 15 billion naira. 15 trillion naira as revenue. So the viewpoint is, a lot of people from the space are saying, "Oh, our budget is small." If we are going to increase the budget, you must finance the budget, and if you cannot finance the budget, you go and borrow. So I know, yes, it's a small budget in comparison to the amount we have currently. So with time, as we continue to increase our revenue space, the budget can go up to meet other spending needs. And also, just to clarify, I think a lot of us, many Nigerians, do not understand how the budget works. That something that's been budgeted for doesn't mean that it will be paid for. It's a budget with the possibility of actually either spending it or not. So if they can't spend, maybe they don't have the funds for it, they will only carry over that expenditure item either as a supplementary budget or next year budget. So that's the distinguishing factor I just wanted to raise. Something we must also
Emeka,
look at.
a quick question. Is Emeka, is it how the other country doing budgeting for something, and even at the long run, they may not even dispense more than 50% of the budget? Is it how the other countries work, or is that peculiar to Nigeria?
No, it's not peculiar to Nigeria. It's applicable if you don't have the money to pay to spend for.
And so why budgeting what you can't achieve? Is that not a good question?
Yeah, the viewpoint is that there's a need for it, especially for specific maybe ministries or commissions within the government, right? But one of the things that actually takes a huge chunk of the budget is the recurrent, basically salaries, right? You have to pay salaries. So other expenditure items, maybe within specific sectors. Let me take Ministry of Health, for instance. If they are trying to budget for computers, new computers or laptops, which is a capital expenditure, They may not necessarily need. They may not need it immediately. It's not an urgent spend, but it's an item that they might want to get, right? So if the funding is not sufficient enough, then you can say, okay, let's delay this spend, this item, and take it over to the next year budget when we have enough fund. So is something you've budgeted for? Oh, I've budgeted to buy 24 or 120 laptops for the ministry for this certain amount of money, but the fund is not available. Then okay, this 120 laptops will carry it over to the next budget. Still, when there's funding for it, then we don't need to we don't need to start budgeting for this item anymore. So what we should be looking at is budget implementation, right? Which we are not really good at. So if we're implementing our budget close to 70%, I think it should result to good economic growth. But why we don't implement enough of our budget is still the resource revenue issues. If there's money to be spent, of course it should be spent, and if it is spent as per the revenue, which has been reviewed by the National Assembly, definitely it will create some economic growth and we will see the infrastructure. And another thing, and that's another reason why we keep seeing infrastructures being
Quick question,
not
Mecca.
completed.
So, typically, what percentage of our budget is actually funded? Fully funded?
Maybe
What
60%.
25
Maybe
to
60.
30%.
25%.
30.
Oh,
25
really?
to 30, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
nice.
It's not up to 60.
No, 60%. We'll be getting significant growth at 60%, 25 to 30%, and with that, you still find
Are you sure?
infrastructure.
25 to
Yes,
30%?
even less than
Wow.
that, sir. You still find
Wow.
infrastructure.
No, Emeka, no. It's about 50 to 60%.
No, we've never done 60%. We've never even done
It's 50 to
60%.
60. I remember
How
we've been
can you
in
be talking? How can you be saying 25%? It's about 50 to 60%. It's not
done
what you are
60%.
saying is not true. 25%.
No,
Look at
I
what
will
you are
not
saying
want.
now.
I will not want to argue. Why I say so is that I'll take example. Ministry of Works and Housing with Fashola. Fashola was at some point going to get Sukuk bond, right? Was going to get Sukuk bond from the Islamic Bank. He was also doing PPP, right, to finance some of the infrastructures that he had on the budget. So there was no money and he had to take loans. What was happening in the past is they do what they can do and they abandon the rest. And you see those turning into debt. And that's what the new current Minister of Works is saying, that we have over how many trillion debt, 1.5 trillion, that they are looking at to address. Is as a result of them not providing the funding. They provide part funding, and then the government is not bringing the money again, and these contractors come for revision of the contract because the prices has gone up, and like, oh, we don't have the funding anymore. If the money is there, yes, we'll be implementing our budget up to. But what we do is mostly we just pay salaries.
The question, the last budget deficit, how much was it?
The last budget was 23 trillion. 23
No,
or
but I mean the deficit. The deficit
was 6 trillion. 6.5.
So what is the percentage of 6 trillion to 23 trillion?
Percentage of 6 trillion, that should be less than let me say 2.5 is 10, and then 20. That should be close to 16%. 10. That should be close to 16%, yeah. What's wrong with the deficit? So what my view is not about the deficit. You can have large deficits if you know where to go and borrow anyway. But we have so much in debt. We have over how many trillion in debt that we shouldn't be adding so much into it. Even though we are going to add another 7 billion for 2024. So we should reduce it and we should try as much as possible to increase our revenue. I hear the government.
Is it normal? Is it normal to budget for salaries?
Yes, why not? You have staff.
No.
Yes,
So it's included in the budget as well.
Exactly. Yes, there are government employees that are involved in all the ministries in the government, and they work. So you must budget for their
But
salaries.
what I'm saying is it not the money they make? Yeah, yes, yes, yes. It makes
No,
sense. Yeah,
it
but I
doesn't
think
matter whether they make it now, but as long as they're part of the federal government, you have to budget for it.
Yeah. So all ministries, right? All ministries will send in their budgets. Employees, staff costs, expenditures they want to do, including office expenditures, even stationaries. Don't worry, when they release there's the budget office release, but you'll see those things, the budget item. You'll see stationaries, you'll see laptop, you'll see office chairs and desks. Some of those items no, but they are normal. They are normal. No, it's normal. They are normal. It's applicable everywhere, even in corporate offices. If you are
but Emeka,
responsible for
what's
budget, yeah.
wrong with the chair they are sitting last year? Is
Oh,
the
some of the
this the
chairs may be
chair?
old and bad, right? And they need
So they
replacement.
want to buy
Yeah.
chair every year. Do you buy chair every
Some,
year in your house?
no, they don't buy. So now that's what I'm trying to explain. Maybe those chairs have never even been bought. So what they are not doing is, if they didn't provide funding for, they didn't provide the fund.
Emeka dropped off. Come back. Oh. Yeah, yeah, he
Otilo,
dropped off by himself. Yeah.
Otilo.
Yes,
Okay, oh,
he's back. He's back.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
so
yeah,
if they
he's
didn't
back. Yeah.
provide funding for last year, they'll provide funding for this year. So which means they are not carrying the item over because they were not purchased at all. That's the reason why. It's not like they're buying every year for some, but you shouldn't. Most of these items they have depreciation, so they should be depreciated within 3 years or 4 years. So after 4 years, you cannot buy those items again. So that's the same thing that happens with also office cars in government. That's why I was saying yes, these are budgeted items. But if you are not looking at the moral compass of things, when the people are screaming that we don't have enough money, there is no need for a National Assembly to be buying cars. Because if you look every National Assembly, every cycle, every 4 years, right, they buy new cars for them. But because of the revenue concerns,
Can I
Emeka,
can I interject?
yeah,
Can I interject?
let me so yeah, hold on, yeah. I will come in, yeah. Let me ask this question. Is a personal something? How many years do you change your car?
hello.
How many how
That's
many
my
space
question
of
also.
year did you yes, yes. How many space of year do you Emeka, how many years do you change your car?
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear you. Yes. I'm asking you question. How many years do you normally change your cars?
Why
No,
are
it's
you asking
gone.
that? Why
His
are you asking
network
that
is.
question, Thomas? Why are you asking that
Oh,
question?
yes. Why I'm asking that question is a car of 4 years, if it is a brand new, and I know government will not buy Tokumbo, a car of 4 years is still a good car, isn't it?
No, Mr. Thomas.
I change my car every five five years. It depends if I'm tired of the car. If I change my car, it's not that because of the car is not good. I change my car because I want to upgrade. I want something new. The car will still be drivable. Sometimes I will put it in, then get another one. The car is still drivable, it's still fine. I don't change car because I'm beginning to push it in the street of Melbourne, or maybe it's getting fault. I don't change my car because of that, because I don't use used car. I always use brand new car.
Okay.
So
You see, one thing
yeah.
is that some organization, or maybe many organizations, they don't run like that. When you buy your car, you start depreciating the value every year, and in most cases, you put depreciation on car for 5 years. So even some organization, whether you like it, even if it's just 100,000 kilometers you run for 5 years, they will depreciate once it becomes zero value uh, on the book. You know, they can either decide to
Auction it out.
auction it,
Yes, yes.
so that's the way it runs. So if you apply accounting principle, but they are not likely to. The same way too, you have truck
Hold
that.
on, Ola, 1 second. See, I mean, a business is different from governments. I mean, the reason why you depreciate is to get the tax benefit over the term of the asset, right, and dispose of it, salvage the vehicle or the asset. But in government, what are they depreciating the vehicle against? That they're taking tax credit for it. So
No,
in other
and
words,
they don't have to take tax
Yeah,
credit,
you
but
have.
they just have to
Sorry,
balance
just to
both.
comment on that car. Yeah, for Thomas, right? You're using your own car. You're using it. Say the car is almost like okay, you're tired. Either you're tired of it, or the car starts giving you some concerns, and you decide to
Yeah, it's
go
still
to replace
running
it.
very well. So any
Yeah.
car
So,
I take, I
but
always
you,
use brand new car.
but for
So at
accounting
government
terms,
too, they
right?
use the brand new car.
Yeah, for
Sorry?
accounting terms, right, which is
Mr.
applicable to
Thomas.
all corporate organizations, including
Yes.
public companies.
Public, yes. Yes.
Yeah, and in terms of public accounting, they must follow accounting terms, which is every asset you acquire must have a useful life, so that you can depreciate the asset over the useful life of the asset, right? So now what it means is that if you're buying furnitures for offices, if you're buying cars, if you're buying laptops, any asset you buy must have a useful life, so that in your reporting you can state that in your reporting, so it follows accounting standards and policies and principles too. So now what means that when you buy the assets, the general acceptable accounting principle for vehicles is 4 years. For other assets, I think it's 3 years. So, but for buildings, I think 25 years, right? So you buy the car, you depreciate it over the 4 years of the car. So every year you are taking an amount and you're writing it off. So at the end of the useful life of that asset, now, if you still consider that asset to be useful to you, you can now revalue the asset. But mostly, cars is after 4 years, you're like, no, it's no more useful. Like it's a zero sum. So what companies will do, they will either go and sell it off, right, and get a value for it, and or they will probably like say, okay, no, we'll put it off to disposable. We'll dispose the asset and we'll buy a new one. So that's what they do, especially when government
okay,
they do that
hold on,
too.
yes, I was asking the question to online earlier. Yes, we get that part. For a business, they get a benefit to reduce their tax burden on the income. Now, to government,
No, there's no benefit in that. To government, it's just it's not you're looking at the benefit, right?
No, no,
So it's now up to you.
Emeka, let me respond to him. You see, in accounting, it's either you use GAAP or you use IFRS framework. In those framework, government agency are the one promoting that, and they lead by example. So whatever the public sector are doing, the same thing you find in the private sector. So now,
Thank you
one thing
very much,
about
Tom.
things like cars is this: you are looking at it from the private angle. If government is doing something right, they go through maintenance too, they go through insurance. So insurance too is an external party in this process too, that is insuring your car. And the older your car becomes, they start evaluating the safety status, and the more you start spending on it. So at the end of the day, when you look at the cost in the useful lifetime, it doesn't make sense for them to allow it to. Okay, see, some cars you'll be surprised. I don't know. That's just the principle. Don't let us even go to
well,
technical.
okay,
So
we
they
get
just
the
have to follow
principle,
the law.
but what you're explaining here, a lot, what you're explaining here does not really apply to the Nigerian Senate or government in that regard.
It
Hold on.
applies.
Most of these vehicles, trust me,
It,
they're not driving
Prince,
from.
Prince Daddy,
Hold
it
on, they're
applies.
not driving
It's
from
just simple
Abuja to
It
accounting and
Lagos.
applies.
standard.
It applies. It's just you are not aware.
Well,
That's why you are saying that. It applies.
Every asset has its
hold,
useful life.
of course they do. You can depreciate and get rid of the
4 years
asset.
every
You
car.
can
4
salvage the
years.
asset. But my
See,
point here is that all
Prince
those
Daddy,
attribution
Prince
to
Daddy, let me tell you something.
You people should
There was a
come back to
time.
Nigeria. Come back to Nigeria.
exactly
Everything that people are saying, you are just talking about maybe all those countries where they have insurance and all those things. We don't have all those things in Nigeria. The problem
No, we
in
have
Nigeria is
insurance
that
in Nigeria too now.
That's not
we
true.
don't,
There are
they don't
insurance company
insure.
in Nigeria.
Nobody insure. Let me tell you
See,
what is
but that
happening
is
in
not
government
Government
in
true.
Nigeria.
That's what
insure,
is not
corporate
true. I
organization
insure my
insure.
car
say
through
I'm
African
talking about
Insurance. That's
government.
what you don't know.
How can you say
don't tell me. Hold
nobody?
on.
How can you say no?
They insure. They insure.
say a
When the
rent a
larger
vehicle.
percentage doesn't do, when the larger percentage doesn't do certain thing, what will you, so is it not majority?
You
Most
can't say nobody
Timber,
now.
don't say,
Can't
don't
say
say
You
nobody.
nobody.
don't
Say
buy
what you know.
a lot in America. You don't buy $60,000 vehicle of a Lexus or whatever they buy there. Okay, and telling me that you depreciated that asset over 4 years, and that is the break even point of that vehicle to start
No, we are not
creating
looking at
trouble.
break even in this point in
See,
time. We are
Prince
looking at.
Daddy,
Yeah,
So
because
now
So
you
in
see.
no,
life
my
is
point here
zero.
is that
The rest
listen,
goes
the point
to
here is that
depreciation
that vehicle
expense.
can last for 10 years,
Prince
a
Daddy,
decade with very
waiting
minimum
No,
now.
no, no,
maintenance.
Prince
no.
Daddy, wait.
So there is general acceptable accounting principle, right? That
There's
must be
gap, yeah.
adhered to, right?
Gap
The
or
gap.
average. So
So
whichever one
now,
you use.
if you don't
Hold on a
follow,
second. If you after depreciating the vehicle, do you have to get rid of it? Is that what you're saying? You don't have to
You
get rid
keep
of the
it
technically
now.
asset.
yes,
You
they should
can
be off your books.
No, it's
you
a
help
lie.
your
Who
books.
told
It's
you
off
that?
your books.
Who told
If
you
it's
that?
off your books,
You
you've
can take it
gotten
off
rid
the
of
books.
it.
You can take it off the books. It doesn't stop you from continuing to
Prince
use the
Daddy,
asset
Prince
in
Daddy,
You
are
operation.
can
you
use it
are you a
You
financial
can use it
accountant?
for another thing.
on
These are
your
the
books. Prince Daddy is no longer an asset on your
Exactly,
Prince
books.
but it
Daddy,
doesn't stop you from the continuation of the
Of
use of
course,
the
you can
asset.
keep driving it now.
Yes.
You-
Prince Daddy, the
no,
question is
Prince
supposed to
Daddy.
even ask themselves, Prince Daddy, how did
Guys,
government acquire the vehicles in Nigeria? In
guys,
Nigeria,
don't
we
They
pay
just
borrow money.
cash. We
Money.
pay
don't
cash.
just
We
You
argue.
buy.
see
We
what
don't
they
buy on mortgage.
what they do. Let me say what you do. I'll use it. You get it off your books. You sell it off. That's what they call. I don't know if you're
You
like in
retire
some
the
banks. You
asset.
hear you hear, oh, bank sold cars. Bank sold car. You want to buy a car that the bank was using, and you buy it off at a cheap rate. You auction the car. So you auction the car, it's off your books, you auction the car, you get a value for it. So that value, you can give it whatever term in your general ledger that you want to put for it, but it's no longer an asset to you. Then if you have a need to acquire another vehicle asset, then you go buy the asset. But throughout the 4 years useful life of the asset has served its useful life. You've passed the entries to your financial statement. Is not depreciated, fully depreciated, and it's off your books. You can either go buy the asset and buy another one again if you choose to, if you see the need.
Yeah,
But what they
we get
do,
it.
you buy another one again,
Now
and
you're
you
applying
keep using it.
intangible
Prince
accounting
Daddy,
principle
Prince
to
Daddy,
hold on.
don't see.
You're
There
applying
are
intangible
laws.
accounting principle to this problem, to this situation, again, whereby we can't treat the Nigerian government as as a corporation or as a private business that can depreciate and
Eh,
get rid of of
It's
an
No, you
government
asset.
have you
accounting,
have, you
Prince
have a
Daddy
tax
now.
It's government
code.
account. It's apply. It's public
It's
accounting.
Government
They,
applied.
account
It's
they call it
public
public
covers
accounting.
accounting. It's
everything.
applicable everywhere. So it's not.
Covers
It's
Hey,
not
hey,
something
serious.
I
you are looking
understand
Hey,
at it
that.
from a different angle.
Yeah, I understand the gap
hey,
principle.
serious. Okay.
I understand this principle, but see, this is the problem we always have when we take the standard of the world and we apply to ourselves. I'm telling you that a $60,000 or $100,000 Lexus that they drive can last them for 10 years. Why are you so
Of
much
course,
concerned
we
about
know that,
depreciation?
right? We know that it can last you for a longer period of time, but it's just the principle because technically you have to show your books. There are auditors. Only that the
Yeah,
auditors are not
yeah,
good
right. They make
enough.
a principle. The same principle that prevented Emefiele for producing a balance sheet or a
Yeah,
statement
for CBN,
for the central
that's
bank
very
for
wrong,
10
right? They
years.
didn't do they didn't
Prince
do their
Daddy,
financial statement for 3 years.
What
That's
principle are
wrong.
we talking? When did we start following principles? Since when?
Prince Daddy, you are missing it. These things sometimes they are regulatory requirements. You understand? So you don't just say you want to do this. You as an individual using used car is different from when you are working for a corporate entity. The public sector you look
Or
at
like, let's speak to
is
government. Let's don't talk about corporate. Let's speak to government. I understand
government
corporate.
is is a corporate entity too. The only thing
Well,
is you call it public
not when the
sector.
government is broke. When the government is broke, they have to go borrow money to buy
See,
cars.
Prince Daddy, you know why they are doing that in Nigeria? It's just because of corruption. They
Yes,
don't
now,
liquidate
yeah.
anything. Go to their
Oh, guys,
carriers.
let's not say this
Timber, you
now.
are just
Eh,
arguing. You
you
don't
have to
know.
account. You have to do your
Me, let
books.
me
It's
tell
it's
you,
normal.
Do
you
they
people have not.
refund the
How
cars?
many of
Do
you
they
have worked
refund
for
the
government in
cars?
Nigeria? Just tell me, how many
No,
of you have
no,
worked for government in
I've
Nigeria?
not worked
You
for
are, you are
Nigerian
just,
government.
you are just being, you have been fictional. You don't know the reality of what is on ground.
Simba, I
You are
work for
just
NEPA, so
extrapolating what you see in developed world and what to extrapolate it to what is happening in Nigeria.
I work for NEPA. So what are you talking about?
NEPA is not government. NEPA is not government.
NEPA was government when I was there. What do you mean?
Yeah, NEPA was government before now. Come on.
NEPA was government when I
No,
was there.
let me tell you, when you are in NEPA, your cars that you are using, all the vehicles that you are using, do you liquidate them in 4 years?
Simba, you said NEPA was not
Listen,
government.
Simba,
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Simba, you said NEPA was not
it's a
government.
regulatory requirement.
I'm talking about now.
No.
NEPA ibi tó ti
No. Hold on.
NEPA ibi tí
NEPA back
àwọn
then
áfíìdì
now.
fẹ́ gbá àwọn Ọlálétí àti ọ̀gá ẹ̀ tó ti gbá ọ̀gá Ọlálétí.
NEPA, come on now.
Ask Ola, the vehicles, all the utility vehicles that they were using, how old are they when he was there?
No. You said it was not government right there. It's right there.
There is a difference between when you just want to argue and when you want to follow the principle that you were part of. If government is saying, I use IFRS as my accounting principle, and you are mandating everyone to comply, all government entities too, they are registered with CAC. Don't think that, oh, because you are government, you are not registered. Who told you? So all government sector, whether Lagos state government or whatever too, they are part of a corporate entity. The only thing is that there is a public, there's a private sector. And there's a principle they must use. If you look at Lagos State, Tinubu was the one that started creating financial accounting report for Lagos. Then many others say they've joined. So when you are presenting for you to follow the acceptable standard, you must either use GAAP or use IFRS, and you must follow all the accounting principle. So don't just see some of those cars you see. Okay, a person like me now, I bought a truck from a government, this option, government, gov or whatever in this thing, you understand? You will see some car within 2-3 years, they were already doing almost 400,000 kilometers. So you don't just assume that, oh, because you have those cars now, you assume that some of those cars, they are just like maybe 30,000. No, if you bought bank cars before, you may be shocked that some of those bank cars truck there were around 400,000 kilometers.
Ola, I agree with you. What I'm saying in Nigeria,
you agree, you argue.
If they sell all these cars at maybe age of 4 years, what do you think the Nigerian government stand to gain? Nothing. You are just looking at a place where things work, where they can get a lot of maybe refund or whatever from whatever. But in Nigeria,
I work in Nigeria and I tell you what the World Banks were doing. Don't blackmail me with
good. Okay.
No, but that's the truth. That's the truth with what Ola is saying, right? Those assets are which the government also follows. True. So yes, there may be some form of corruption. Maybe they are not selling it. Either the public servants are cornering those assets and taking it off. But those assets will no longer be in the book.
But they have to return back the vehicles now. Normally, in a well,
they are supposed to dispose it. They are supposed to
return
dispose
it back
those
to
assets.
the government. Then the government we sell it to the public.
Okay. Now it makes sense why government, when a governor leaves office, they have like 20 cars or more.
Yes, they take those cars away. You understand? Because those cars are off their books. They take it away. But then again, they are not supposed to do that. They are supposed to leave it in the government with the state government house.
That's why we need a Nigerian accounting principle, not the gap one. Okay, it's not working for us. This is the problem. It's not working for us. We can't afford it.
To allow, so when you're doing your accounting, right, it must be understandable.
Principle and Nigerian in the same sentence,
So,
right?
So how do you want a standard investor and how those things to know what to
exactly?
So
it must be understandable to them
across the globe. So you have to take one that is understandable.
Exactly. If you are using your own principle, they might not understand yours, and you want money from them. You want to borrow from them. You want investors.
The foreigner will not be hurting you. Is that bad now, Abby?
No, not that. So when you're providing accounting information, accounting information must be easy to understand.
You can translate. You can translate. Okay, you can translate to the standard, to the international standard, but it doesn't mean that you have to follow that standard to details.
You have to follow it. So that it should be comparable, right? So like now you're reading a GT standard, a GT financial statement. should be able to understand GT financial statement and that of an Apple financial statement. Is the same principle. What they are saying, okay, in their balance sheet, in their comprehensive statement of income statement, comprehensive income statement, you should be able to see those items and look at
So,
them closely and follow through.
so what you mean now is that you just have to follow the standard, whether it favors you, whether it suits your purpose or not.
Of
You
course,
just have
that's
to
right.
follow it.
Or else people will be posting profits when they are instead of posting loss, right? You have to follow the standard. When you do the standard, it gives you a loss. You say, okay, you report loss for the year. Or who wants to report loss? Nobody enjoys reporting loss. Okay, except you don't want to pay taxes. But then
Or
again,
you
it
don't
will
want
be
to,
at your own.
you don't want to pay your shareholders.
It's
No,
bad
no,
for
no,
you
no.
if you don't want to pay
No,
your
Simba, look at this situation now.
China
Look
does
at
the
this
same thing.
situation.
China does the
Let's say
same
you
thing.
buy Prado for 45 million now.
Wow.
10 years along the line, you are still accounting that Prado as your asset for 45 million. What are you
It's
doing to
wrong.
investors? You are duping
You're
them.
overstating your assets.
Yeah, overstating. Okay, let me tell
And
you
that's
one fraud
fraud.
that let me tell you one fraud that
Like you see, we talk about Nigerian government. You need to quit. Don't go private and don't go corporation. Stick to. So
Prince
what
Daddy, you
profit?
are borrowing money. Wait now, you are borrowing money from China, you are borrowing
Okay.
money from the World Bank, and they
Okay.
want to see your capability.
Mm.
So when you start inflating your account, nobody trusts you. So you have to do what what can make them understand you. You are the one that want to borrow for air facility. You want to borrow for road. You want to borrow for everything, and you are standing by your own. No,
So
nobody
you
will
are
believe you.
telling me that even if you use it for 10 years, you cannot revalue it. You cannot revalue the assets.
No,
I
you
don't
don't
understand.
revalue.
Yeah,
No. The principle is you cannot revalue. You
you
can
don't
revalue building.
have to revalue the asset. You can create another account whereby you track assets that have been fully depreciated but still in operations. You can do these things. It's not magic. Why
You see something. We saw what we are arguing about is when you have a factor of production, which is part of your asset, right? Now, your managerial accounting demands you to allocate, you understand, the cost of those into all the departments that are your profit center, just to take that cost of, because for every services you provide, you have to take cost of that and allocate. So that is what you are going to use to calculate your profits and loss. Then by the time you are now doing your financial accounting at the end of the year too, you have to separate between your assets and what you are taking off your balance sheet. So you can't take the car. See, the car you've used for 4 years is not the same thing as the car you are just using, because
But I've seen companies even if you look at their this thing at the end of the year, they will put it there now, percentage depreciation on their assets. They usually put it there. So that means they have already valuing depreciation.
They will do, yes, you will value, you'll take in, so the
So
amount of
what
depreciation,
stops
right?
you? So
What it
why
means,
do you not fixated on 4 years? Why not 5 years?
I
Why
don't
your
know.
own not
it is
6 years? Why not
hold
10
on,
years?
Simba.
There are
Simba is the
globally
principle.
acceptable standards.
After
General
the
accounting
$45 million
acceptable standard, right?
Prado, right?
So for
If
4
at the
years,
end of the
right?
4 years, if you wanna appraise that vehicle for $1 go ahead and do it. That's your
So
problem. It doesn't
no,
mean that you
Prince
can
you have to
Daddy,
follow
use
the
the
Prince
vehicle.
Daddy, do you know
the
that's the
principle.
problem?
You can use reducing the balance, right? Whereby you reducing the balances, you are taking a huge chunk of the useful life of the asset, right? A huge chunk, and then you are passing it through profit and loss, right? Then
Okay.
you take a huge chunk for the first year of the first few years of the
Well,
asset, right?
front
And then
loading
later,
depreciation. That's
Prince
front
Daddy,
loading
Prince
exactly,
Daddy,
depreciation.
that's it.
let
Or
me
you
tell
use
you
straight
why
line,
those
which is
assets.
equal
Equal
years of
distribution
usage,
over the
equal
years.
distribution over the years. Now, so what you are doing, rather than you buying the assets, right? You bought it with funds, and then you are passing it as expense in 1 year.
Uh-huh.
Typically, right? It's not acceptable because you are still using that asset in the course of your of being in business. So it's not an expense in that part in that sort of way. It's an asset. So you will use it towards you will now use it
at the cost of that asset's life. So now, in this asset, when you have now said, okay, this is the depreciation principle I want to adhere for my assets, that principle or that account depreciation principle must be across board for all your group of assets. Now, what you
So
can say,
for Emeka,
what you can say for
how long have they fixed this 4 years that cannot? Why is the economy so rigid?
hold on, let me explain now.
No,
What you can say, let me say,
Ola, you are in engineering. Let me tell you. You are in
let me
engineering. You are. Let me just Emeka, just give me a second.
That's why
Ola,
you
you are in
argue less
engineering.
with me. That's why you should
Okay,
argue less.
what I want to ask you, just hold on. What I want to ask you, if you look at the durability of things that are, especially electronics these days, compared to before, which one do you think is better?
Simba Farabale, and I will
it's not about the durability,
Emeka,
whether
let me
No,
let me even
on what basis did they choose that 4 years?
Oh my,
okay. No, see,
let's
it's
continue.
a principle.
I want to explain
So,
something to you, but you don't want to listen.
Principle, it must be based on something
it's
now.
just
Technology
see, okay,
changes.
now,
Wait
now,
technology changes. Now, the manufacturers too, they want to be in a business. That is why you see them. Wait, Farabale. If you are talking of surgical operation, I don't intervene. Just get this thing right. We don't have to argue everything. See, if you produce a technology today, in the next 4 years, because the manufacturers who they still want to be in a business, they change everything. Now, if you are still carrying old technology, if as a government entity now that I want to maintain all those things, now the cost of maintaining those things after 5 years, by the time you pay the next 5 years, you may even regret not getting a new one. And if you can get to a situation that they may abandon the technology you have today, why do you think you keep changing your phone as regular? Keep your phone for 5 years and see whether it's going to get the same after some 5 years. So you have to depreciate.
Simba. To add to what Ola is saying, right? Now, it's not all your assets you use the same depreciation principle for. For a certain class of assets.
Have people calculated the cost of maintenance?
Like property now. A property now, you don't use 4 years for property.
No, at all. For a certain class of assets, you could say, I will use this
guys,
depreciation.
IRS gives guidelines about depreciation, like the 4 year for the car. A lot of this is IRS driven, and it also makes it into accounting standard. And if you're still using the asset, you record the asset. If it's fully depreciated and you're using it, you record the original asset cost and the accumulated depreciation on your balance sheet. So it shows that it's fully depreciated, and this is the original cost. But a lot of all this stuff came from all this IRS passed into some standard, and everybody just takes it.
No,
So
it's not
Nigeria
just
cannot change.
No,
It's not just IRS.
IRS is the United States. It's something like
United States use GAAP, right?
Yes,
They use
US
GAAP, but GAAP influence, they influence each other. That's just the truth.
Yeah, I know. So the thing is this: whether we like it or not, those people that put those framework, because it is difficult to explain. That is why all those conventions.
It's not okay. It's difficult to explain to those who are not in accounting or finance.
Exactly.
So there's a conceptual
framework.
There's a conceptual framework where they explain what capital is, assets, liabilities,
and it's even a legal requirement. It's a legal requirement.
So
it's not just a mere convention.
From those exactly the conventions, the principles. So if you are involved in public accounting, corporate accounting, even private practice in your own private business, is something you should also take up. So when you are preparing your statement, your financial statement, for someone for users of your financial statement, which would include those who provide you with capital, such as banks for debt or equity, or those who are interested in wanting to come into your business, or those who are interested in want to know what you are doing, like maybe like Simba, who is a doctor now at the Nigerian Medical Association, who might be interested in knowing what you're doing, and they want to look at your financial statement. So your end users, you're preparing that report for your end users,
and your end users see the benefit of reading your financial statement. But if they read your
That's your
financial statement and you are doing something else, they're like, okay, this is not a financial statement. What are you doing? Tell us. So they have that principle. They have those conceptual framework. They have those policies, conventions that you must adopt, and that is what you would follow if you are in business and you want to prepare financial statement. Else, then don't get into business. Don't prepare financial statement. Just do what you are doing. So
Exactly.
now that's what it is. So you have to adopt to those things so that the end users will benefit for the information you intend to provide to them. And that's the way I can explain it to those who probably are not involved in accounting or financial stuff. That's what it
Exactly.
is. So going back to those who are in
It's
government.
just like when you are in engineering and you are talking of a road code, you are talking of building code, you are talking, so the same way you find in accounting too, that's their own code. That's their own code, whether you like it or not, and it's a framework they've tested. See, if those principles are not there, there will be a lot of fraud within that industry. So someone can repackage asset of 15 years and put it to you that, oh, this is the latest of the asset. So you just have to follow. Then technology, like I said the other time, we never will, because the manufacturer, they will change it and they will make those things difficult for you to. I'll give an example. While in the payment industry, ATM now, they will tell you that ATM, 5 years is the years that the manufacturer want to support. It's not as if the machine will not even work for 25 years. It will work for 25 years, but what will it cost you to maintain? If I'm charging you 12% maintenance on machine that you bought today, now the one you bought like 20 years ago, because the part will be very scarce, because the manufacturer, maybe the data will be blocked and the molding block for all those parts, they built here. So I'll be sourcing it somewhere unconventional places. Then the cost of maintenance will go up. So that is why you have to. So when you leave a car beyond 5 years, if you really take those cars to where they maintain those cars properly, by the time you accumulate the cost of maintenance for the next 12 years and compare to when you buy that new one, it will never make sense. And you don't want your cars to get to the point that you keep breaking down, because it can happen very well, especially even if they do it for 5 years here, 4 to 5 years here, and you are doing it in a role like Nigeria, you can bet. It's not as if we are defending these people, but you just
Yeah, no,
have to
we are not doing it,
follow.
but that's
no,
just
no.
it. So another
The,
example is land, right? Land is
because there's
depreciated
maintenance
over
cost
25,
also.
25 years. But
Emeka,
another,
you said you wanted to stay 10 minutes.
yeah,
Now
no, I wanted
it's
to go
going to
to,
one
not
hour.
only, I will go to, but you are interjecting now. I will go to Dangote, the petroleum, refinery, then I'm done. So I just want, another example is building a land, right? Which you depreciate for 25 years. It is the building that depreciates. Land never depreciates. So rather, after a certain period of time, you now revalue the land. And then once you revalue the land, definitely it will appreciate, right? As the appreciation, that figure that you've gotten, and the amount you paid for the land, you will now pass that amount into profit and loss that has nothing to do with your business, your core business operation. So you'll pass it into other income end as a result of being in business, but it has nothing to do with business operation. So those conventions you have to do. So when someone is looking at it, then you now have notes to the account that you will now explain those earnings that has nothing to do with your core business. And even if you are diversing or you are trying to discontinue a business operation, you will explain those things in the note of the account so that someone who is reading will understand, oh, okay, I know what you are doing here. Now back to the refinery. So the refinery, yeah, I'm really happy that now definitely we now have a refinery that will be working and functioning in the country, and the amount of funds that that refinery will be bringing in, yes, good for Dangote and good for Nigeria likewise. So the important thing there is that I think Dangote, and a very smart, extremely smart, astute businessman, has been able to identify areas where he can have so much economic influence into the country. So now his refinery will be producing urea, which can be used for fertilizers, right? He's not going to be indirectly influencing the agricultural sector in the country. He's also going to be producing polyethylene, which is another one of the top 10 products that we import into Nigeria. And we use that for plastic,
Mr. Nick,
nylon bags.
are you business advisor to Dangote? Do you know what he wants to do with this refinery? Let me ask you this question. You don't know.
No, it's in the news. You can go and read the news.
He said, okay.
It's in the news. So we do plastic, nylon bags, all those polythene bags that we buy. You know, that will be used
I
for
think they have
groceries.
started producing
It
urea
doesn't
already.
exist anymore. Jojo Remy, it doesn't exist. Even here, they forbid us here to use nylon bag. It pollutes. That's what I was
Yeah, I
telling
know
them.
some like in the West. I think even
Then
the
it's not
UK.
for plastic bag alone. What about other
Yeah,
plastic you use at home
other
and
plastics.
also for packaging and the rest are like for
Exactly,
and the rest.
exactly, Simba. So plastic that you
I'm not
plastic
saying now this is
chairs, water
Any
bottle that you put your drink
even
with.
they use grass these days to to fabric things here in France. And grass, no grass.
France is confused. They still don't you buy water bottle? You buy water bottle, right? You buy plastic chairs. You buy
But
you buy you
it
still
is
they still do it.
95%
They are if they are
You
saying
still buy
if they are talking
computer,
about they buy
you buy
computer
computer
exactly.
and they still make it from plastic.
Exactly. So
It is
if
still
France is saying
95%
they don't want polyethylene bags,
Europe.
right?
It's Europe. It is
Yes,
Europe.
Europe. Sorry, Europe, because I know. Yes, you are right, Europe, because even UK was saying that they want paper, but they are confused because there are other things they still use with polyethylene. So and polyethylene comes from is a byproduct.
Sorry, Emeka, to quickly, but I just want to correct an impression. Here in Finland, they are still using plastic for example, if you go to the supermarket and you want to buy some banana or maybe some tomatoes or red pepper, they still give you free plastic to put it inside before you weigh it. So they are confused. They don't know what they really want.
They're still using in Canada too.
What they can say that
So,
they minimize it.
and
They
when you want to
minimize
buy fruit, you still use a
Yeah,
plastic.
if you want to buy fruit, you
they
still
minimize
use nylon bag and you weigh your fruit and you go away.
That is
So
plastic.
it's
No,
a good
no.
byproduct.
Mr.
It's a good
Market here,
byproduct.
we use paper bags. Let me call it. Yeah, we are used to go paper bags, and you
Yeah.
you pay 15 cents for it. It is
Mm.
called and
So let me land the point there. The polyethylene is one of the top 10 products we import into the country, right? So him not producing it as a byproduct is something that we cannot use. You know, we're no longer importing polyethylene again. Urea for fertilizer manufacturing, very good. Now with that, he's controlling significant areas of the economy, and I'm looking at it now. They are like, this is serious. Jet air, kerosene, diesel, and then PMS. Those every family, that refinery alone, every family in Nigeria, it's going to touch them. Every family. So you see how brilliant,
enough, Mr.
how
Emeka. It's not enough. What
brilliant.
I'm saying, we have other refineries in Nigeria, Mr.
Hold
Emeka.
on, I agree with the modular refineries.
That's
Now,
the
hold on. Let
that's
me land now. Before I know you don't like Dangote, but hold on. I'm not saying I love him, but don't
I
worry.
know you are wrong.
I like Dangote. I don't know why they don't like him. I don't know.
I like
He's
a lot of
a very smart man. You understand? With that refinery. Why he intended to go into that? You could see the sectors, the byproduct, and even the direct product. Every family in Nigeria, it will impact them. Whether you are, even if you don't have a car, it will impact you. If you have a car, it will impact you directly. If you don't have a car, it will still impact you directly. Then the man also has flour, where he manufactures flour, and flour is one of the, I think,
Okay, you can see the way
petrol
you
is the
behave
first we
for
import.
the cement manufacturing in Nigeria.
Mm.
It sells very costly for Nigerians, and outside Nigeria is selling cheaper. And what do you people think? Don't it will not benefit Nigeria? I will tell you.
We are not talking of benefits yet now.
That's
I'm
not
talking of
true. It's not
his
cheaper. It's not
impact.
cheaper in Africa than Nigeria. All those things are kind of media campaign. Just like people don't like that map for whatever reason they know. It's not true because he even wants to
There's
say
enough
that.
reason not to even like him. With the refinery, right? In 5 years' time, there will be a lot of media campaign against him. There will be enough reason
Exactly.
not to even like him the more, because you know it's
Dangote granted an
economic capture.
interview. He said it was even easier it was even cheaper to import. The cost of even taking cement to some African country is far more expensive than even bringing it from another country, just because of the barrier they put there. So there is some barrier in sub-Saharan Africa just to make sure that these cements get to those countries very expensive. If I get the interview, I put it there. So it's not selling cheaper. See, Dangote cement is not cheaper in Cotonou than Nigeria. All those kind of things are those social media lies. So for people that just want people to click.
I wish the man the best of luck, right? His ambition at his age.
I wish him the best of luck because he's the only person that I see that is trying seriously to do something in Nigeria. Many people will still they get the money and go and put in Switzerland, they go and put in London.
But why are we not looking? Why are we not looking at Dangote beyond Dangote as a man? Dangote company.
That's what I don't know. And some of what we end
are
up
not looking beyond. We are not looking exactly.
No, can you land the point? Well, I don't get that.
What I'm saying is that as an Dangote as an look at the company is a private liability company.
Exactly.
No.
You understand?
Dangote Sugar is public. Dangote Sugar is public.
It's not only most of sugar, flour, it's everything. Most of the is there is a PLC.
Just PLC.
So that's not even now. If you want to buy shares, you can see because it's listed on the stock exchange. You can go and buy if you have money.
I bought the shares.
So this conspiracy that we are just I don't know. We are looking for something. It has come now. We started cooking up conspiracy theory. It will not help us. It will affect the common man. It will do this. It will do that.
I'm happy with the refinery.
I don't like the way Nigerians behave. Believe me.
It guarantees constant supply of fuel. So there will be no more, like, hopefully, except they don't supply him with crude, which can actually happen in the country anyway. But there will be no more.
Emeka, let me tell you this. Even in the dance film sector, there are a lot of major players there that are very big. MRS there is there. What they call what they call these other guys? No, not even one. Not even one.
One has also been there. It used to be this man, this Otedola, but he has sold his shares in Fort Oil.
Bovas. There's another one, Bovas.
Bovas.
There's so many.
Otedola even has the share in Dangote's refinery.
Of course, he is a partner. He's a partner in this refinery. He's a partner in this refinery.
So why people are taking strategic position and people are just condemning? The question is,
they know the poor now. The poor will be lamenting why people are making millions.
They are
when they don't have the.
No, Remy, I will keep quiet after this one.
Let me go. Good night, guys. Good night.
How is Danjuma affecting us? And nobody is talking about Danjuma.
Yes.
So many people that get oil rig in Nigeria, they are affecting us positively. But it's only Dangote that is even providing job for some people that we impact. See, people do not really know the impact of this thing. Now, some beer parlor now, we just get more boost just because of Dangote cement. Some transporter, they will get boost. Some food vendor, they will get boost. Even for example, even some Allen or all those kind of things, they will even get their own, even though it's a foreign business they are doing. So the thing is, let us appreciate someone that is doing. Yeah, can we do better? We can do better. But when we don't have alternative, because when you ask people now for alternative to Dangote now, you'll be hearing funny suggestion. Funny suggestions what you'll be hearing.
So Ola, the problem with most Nigeria is that there are set of people that they will never do. And those people that are doing it, they will condemn them to death.
No, they never do well now. They never do well.
Yes.
That's how they do. That's how they behave.
How many people this Dangote have created employment for? Thousands of people in various industries. I even want him to go to downstream sector, get his own filling station.
I have a neighbor that I have a neighbor here that relocated to Nigeria for this Dangote project. We used to be on the same street.
Yeah, you see. And then the problem with Nigeria is that there's some bunch of people that they only criticize negatively and they will not contribute positively to the development of that country. Let's
Mr. Simba, check the private sector. Don't say that. What do you think about it? Just reply me.
Okay. What's your question?
No. I'm talking to Mr. Simba.
I know this. I know this. Let me tell you, Mr. Triumph. This is an open secret. That's what they do. And it's not only Dangote. Even
Yes.
small business owner in Nigeria, they do that for them.
Unnecessary
Let me tell you,
effort.
Mr. Triumph, Mr.
Okay,
Triumph,
but
the advantage that we are claiming that Dangote has, if you have business idea in Nigeria, people will bring money for you
all
to
of
do
them
your
have the
business.
same
Simba, it
So
even
it's not.
happens in the banking sector. It happened in the banking sector. At least I work in the
Yes,
banking
now they
sector. So
mismanage
why do
it.
you think it's only happening to Dangote? That's how the big men do. That's how they protect their own businesses. It happens in the bank. I work in the banking sector. They do the same. So it's nothing new. Even if you go to America and
My
all those
senior
things,
brother also worked in the banking sector for about 22
see,
years.
when these
Also.
people go public, when these people go public, what do you think? What do you think they are trying to do? They are trying to secure the investment because they get all of you involved. So a
Well,
person like me now,
that is fair enough for Nigerians. Then it's good.
exactly.
So if you can buy their shares, and if the
A
company
person
can,
like me now, I have Dangote shares. So how do
even
you not need to wish
But
Dangote back?
the value fell. But the value fell
It
3
doesn't
years.
matter. It doesn't matter. Even if it's
It's
just
going
1
to fall
unit,
more.
I will never wish Dangote back just because
And
of
I'm not
that
wishing him back. I'm not wishing him back. But it's going down. I'm telling you, it's going down.
See, okay.
Mr. Triumph, go and if you have the capacity, go and provide the competition.
Okay, let
You
me.
understand?
Can you just
Go
give
and
me a
provide the
minute?
competition, and it will be well for everybody.
Let me
But
give you.
for us to come on social media and just be, if you have the opportunity, you have the business idea, you have the financial wherewithal, go there, compete favorably. Let me tell you, if you go there now, yes.
Let me tell Trump something. Now, when I told you that I have share of Dangote, right? Now, where's the share from Jimo Ibrahim? Where's share from all those big men that are selling?
When they float their transport.
Well, I don't have share with them. How are they benefiting Nigeria? How are they benefiting me? As someone is still doing this, still go public for me to benefit me, I will still criticize. So those people that we want, okay, give this and give this. Okay, how many businessmen are in Nigeria? How many of the shares do you have? So the thing is, we just do this thing for bad belly purpose. It's not a matter. We don't really have. See, one thing about me is that if someone is better than me, I give it to the person. I don't have to do
I'm
it.
not.
I don't have
I'm not
to do the
against
person.
him. I'm not against
You are.
him. I'm not against him.
So let's look at it
let
this way.
me be
Full
clear with you
capacity,
guys. I'm
Mr.
not
Triumph,
against
sorry.
him. No, I'm
Mr.
not
Triumph,
against
I
him.
just want to tell you why this thing will not go under. At full capacity, this refinery will produce 650 million cubic meter of petrol. That's
Were
petrol
you
alone.
here earlier, Remy?
In a day. What do you mean in a year?
Were you here? No, were you here earlier when we were discussing about it? About this?
No. I just want to say I just
You
want
were
to
not
say
there.
something. I know I was listening, but I did not join. Look at it from this angle. You talk about green energy and the rest before. Look at this. Look at Africa as a continent. First, West African country, they would be so lucky, and I think they would have a forward contract with Dangote refinery immediately, so that they can get their PMS from him. That means it also saves them some additional costs. It will reduce the price of per liter, maybe not significantly, but at least marginally. So you can look at it from that angle. Getting their petrol refined from Nigeria to all our neighbor in West Africa. Some South African countries will also join, like Zambia. East Africa will also come. Then the rest of the world will also fall in line. And you guys,
I mean, not only that, even our forex problem will reduce because
this urea you guys are talking about, this guy they have started producing urea like 6 or 7 months ago, but not in large quantity. But they have started doing that already.
Okay. Mr. Remy, let me come in and let me be a devil's advocate. Do you know that now there's a new rule? Yeah, do you know that? That's why I don't. There's a new rules now in the world today. There are certain sides they are now resharing the globe again. They are resharing the globe again. That who is going to be the world power is going to be everybody. The West and the America are in one corner, and the Russia and the Eastern are in one corner. So now they're not fighting. Who's going to control Africa? And you know that. You know today.
That one has been in existence from.
No. Let me land.
Let him land. Let him land. We don't know where he's going.
Thank
Continue,
you.
Mr. Triumph.
Like not today. What have one thing is that like my darling president, Mr. Tinubu, is aligning with the Western. As an ally with the West, is going to do what the West says. That means that there is a policy that is going to implement in Nigeria that will affect that will affect our elder brother, Mr. Dangote. So you people have to think in long term, not the short term.
It's
Because
not
one thing
aligned.
is that
It's not aligned with the West. That's why. See, I told you that I know where you are going to.
I
See,
don't want to say
during
too much.
during the campaign, wait now. During the campaign, he told you clearly that we are going to use whatever we have to get whatever we want, right?
That's
so
true.
the West, they don't want you to do petroleum. We are do petroleum. The West, they don't want us to lay gas pipeline. If not because of the politics in sub-Saharan Africa, the pipeline project should be ongoing. You understand? So they are not restricting us to anything. You see, this soul of Africa we are saying they want to capture. It's not as if they say, okay, let us capacitate Africa. They are seeing opportunity in Africa. That's exactly what is happening there. Now, when we were talking the other time that government should provide enabling environment, like government now make sure that Dangote project becomes successful. The same way they can support someone that is producing rice somewhere, whether in Abaliki, Bakaliki, or somewhere in the southeast too. So, but the only thing I don't want the government to do is that government should not be doing business itself, but they should be supporting businesses by providing enabling environment. Look at China. Why do you think China is coming to Africa? The government of China, they find a way to provide sovereign wealth, sovereign funds. That is what they use to target investment in the foreign country. You understand? For them to come because already their country is so saturated that they need to keep pushing out. So that's just the way it is. Now, the West now they are responding. Just because the economy is taking the hit, they will find a way to respond.
That's true.
You understand?
That's true.
That is why you see, I mentioned that in here before, that is why you see Germany doing the Industrial 4.0, because they could not compete with some kind of manufacturing happening in China. So they just have to find a way to compete. Okay, human factor is the reason that the cost of production is high. Okay, let us think of how we start using robots so that they can keep their production within their own country and provide job for themselves. So all those measures like global warming, all those kind of things, if you look deeply very well, even if it is happening, right? If you look deeply, it's for them to preserve their own economy. They've already built a capacity to get something, but they don't want you to get capacity to develop your home. That is exactly what is happening. So to me, all those stories, okay, now how come that Germany all of a sudden they started refining their coal turbine? It should be they want clean environment. They don't want to produce
because they don't want to go into nuclear.
global warming now.
They don't want to use nuclear. You understand? They don't want to use.
In Canada, they are threatening to get out of Canada.
They're afraid. They're afraid of.
In Canada, they are threatening to get out of Canada if they stop fossil fuel before 2050. And it's Canada, not Western world. It's Alberta, not in Canada. But they are telling the central government that their policy of no petrol in 2030 or 2035, that it cannot work. That the minimum they want is 2050. And that's the promise in Canada. So we are now telling a poor country like Nigeria that you depend on petroleum to survive, that global warming, global jargon.
Okay, do you remember? Okay, can I say something? Sorry to interject. Do you remember when
can they go and tell Saudi Arabia the same thing? With Saudi Arabia listening, we cannot listen.
They're not going. Many of them are changing now. They're not investing largely now. They're not diversifying their wealth because they know what is coming.
Let me tell you, Mr. Sharon, let me tell you this. All these things that you're just saying, they're just textbook stuff. Yesterday, I was having a conversation with a Saudi, and he gave me the history on how Saudi Arabia came to be. Before they discover oil in Saudi Arabia, most people living in this region, they were already living. They were living to Iraq, to Syria, to all those other countries, because Saudi Arabia is a dry land. And they were predominantly, they are just like our own Fulanis that time, predominantly nomadic. It was when they discovered oil that all of them started coming back because they were giving them free money. And the guy was telling me, he said, there is no, if they want to diversify, what did they want to do? to do tourism, like Dubai. Dubai is a very small country, unlike Saudi Arabia, that there is no way they can make the kind of money they are making from oil from tourism. Saudi Arabia will go down the drain, let me tell you, if they stop exporting oil. There
That
is
is
no
what
replacement.
that is what they are emerging with now, China and
There
Russia.
is no replacement. There is no replacement for now. Even look at when there was this campaign against the use of coal.
The
Against the
technologies are
use of
already.
coal. Look at it. How many years up to now? Some country, even China, is still using coal up to now to generate electricity.
Simba, Germany, when Russia showed them pepper, they started firing back the coal turbine. Yeah, so is Germany not the most industrialized in Europe?
Mr. Trump, you know what we need to do? We need companies like Dangote. We're supposed to have a brand that we say, okay, we can sell to the whole world. If Dangote can take the economy of the whole Africa, let me tell you this. India, you know what India does? Because India, you see them everywhere in the world. It's not only that they are looking for jobs. They have own companies that they float outside India. And if you know
They've
how much
captured this
India makes from
environment
that.
finish now. They don't capture the display finish. If you see
So,
India company,
but Nigeria, what do we have? All of us are just be looking for all those small money. I'm making 6 digits. I'm making 90,000 pounds. What is all the money of
We are
all this
not
rubbish?
developing brand.
Salary, yeah, exactly. We don't have a brand that was okay. So if you have company that can
We are
employ
just giving
Nigerians
them our own
outside
talent.
Nigeria, but even the one that we have at home, we are castigating, we are pulling them down.
Okay, no, I'm not bullying
I
you
don't
that.
know.
Okay, no, Mr. Sen, let me ask you this question. Do you know that who are the guys that built this refinery? Is it the Nigerian workers or the Chinese
It is
people?
the Indians,
The
the
Indians, oh yeah,
Filipinos,
they built it.
the Germans,
Indians
the
are there and
Dutch. All
Nigerians
of
too
them
work there.
put
So
together.
I
But
just
it
told
is
you that
Indians.
someone left my neighborhood and went to Nigeria when he lost his job there. He was in oil and gas. He lost his job and he applied for Dangote job in Nigeria. And he has left now since 2017. He left there since 2017 and has been working for Dangote refinery. He will be involved in the project. So the thing is this, Dangote refinery is more than that petroleum alone. His job is tied to some people. It's tied to real estate business. It's tied to transportation. It's tied to telecommunication. It's tied to payment system. It's tied to carpentry. It's tied to tilings. It's tied to steel industry. So these are the
It will
things.
affect all sector. It will
All
affect all
sectors.
sectors. Even agriculture. Even agriculture. We are
Agriculture,
talking about
fertilizer
urea.
are coming there.
We are talking about what do we use to run most of our, like we that even do fishing business, we use petrol, we use diesel, and the cost is affecting our business. So if you can get regular supply of all these things, it will affect a lot of things. Millions of Nigeria will benefit from this thing. Millions of Nigeria. You know, now, even with the removal of subsidy, don't you know that they are still smuggling petrol out of Nigeria because it's still relatively cheaper in Nigeria than the neighboring country. They are smuggling it now.
Simba, let me even quickly say something. You see Triumph, when you see people castigated Dangote, let me give you an example. When Dangote, you know Dangote fail in some business too. And we can't see Nigerians that are doing those businesses up to now, even though it failed. An example is that of tomato paste. Dangote tried those tomato paste and the business failed. Those people that complained the other time, Dangote is taking our
Because they will
business.
go and bring from China now.
So I'm still
they will go and
expecting
bring tomato from China.
I'm still expecting the tomato factory that I employ people today, even though they shouted that time. So the thing is, let us look at this. What business do you want to do that people are not saying? Okay, you and I now probably, if you want to establish business in Nigeria, probably you and I, we don't even have access to, let's say, because we live in the Western world, probably we don't even have access to more than $300,000 to even establish business. Okay, that 300,000, why are we not even putting 50,000 down in Nigeria to even do something that Dangote is not doing? One of those things is rice mill. If you put rice mill in the kitchen now, you rake it 6, or you put it in Igbemo now, you are going to make your money. When are we going to put our own there? You see, ties is not too expensive for medium, for even for small scale industry. When are you going to establish your ties industry there? So there are so many things we can do, but we so focus and we try to explain away our own the lack of creativity. That is that
Exactly.
How come that
and the only thing that we promote is fear. Hey, they have so many tax. There's no electricity. There's no good road. We only see the negative one. We don't see the positive thing that you can do. And the fear.
I'm not
If I
against him now. I'm not against him. But one thing is that I want Nigeria to move forward like other Western countries. You understand?
Mr. Trump, that's what I say. I have a friend now that established or a vegetable oil factory, Papalanto, right? Although
what means does he use?
The guy. Wait now, they almost ruin the guy, but the guy goes there every day to supervise this thing, right? That guy spent well over 100 million there. You know, that's an example of Nigerians that will not complain. That one will not complain that Dangote is taking his business away. You understand? So we have some people too that even as well as bakery is what they are doing. They are not complaining that Dangote is taking the business away. Those people have nothing to do, they don't have something to do. They be the one that will be complaining that they will be complaining that Dangote is taking business that will require over $20 billion to invest, where you cannot even raise $100,000. You'll be saying someone. So some of this, okay. Now, Dangote is not into steel business, it's steel industry now. Why is nobody taking that steel industry? Okay, this guy.
Dangote is not to power. Why is we not having power? Those people there, you know what?
Exactly.
That disco, if you see the way they are just manipulating.
No, Remy Dangote is going to power by the virtue of he generate power for his own business, right? He generate power and he sell the remaining to the national grid. So he's doing that one properly. How come nobody is saying Dangote is taking power business away? Because all those are Genko and Disco and all those one you have, they are just there to make money to go. You know, now since you
all those disco, they were sold with all those cronies, Abu Salam, all of them.
Exactly. Do you see Nigeria now complaining? Do you see Nigeria complaining? Are Nigerians complaining about those? When they saw Port Harcourt refinery to him, let's lose. Now, where are those refineries today? And the like of Dangote would have revived that refinery long time ago. We wouldn't have found ourselves in this type of
Is it not Nigerians engineers that are remodeling the Port Harcourt refinery now? I saw it on YouTube. I sent the video to one man. In fact, by December, they will start even producing some minimum of refined petrol. Let's wait till the end of this month.
We can only pray until then. We know the past stories now. We can only pray.
No, I employ you to go and watch that.
You know, Remy, that refinery, I think they should just dash it out.
No. This time around, seeing is living. You can go check it on YouTube. You can say
what we are saying, it can work for a while. You know, the people there, they are still normal civil servants.
Tinubu has already said it. When they start working, they will just offset it. They will just sell it off. I don't be surprised if Dangote acquire it. So that's it.
In fact, they should just give somebody free and let it go.
No, I can give somebody free. What do you
maintenance cost also? Do you know that in Nigeria we are good in building, but then we are not good in maintenance?
The accounting we are talking about today, that's what happened when they did depreciation of asset and they sold that refinery to Dangote. You know, some people now started saying, we build this thing for so billion. This is what it's supposed to be. Because you when you look at that refinery that time, it was not operational. So those started badly depreciated that you have to spend so much to overhaul. I can tell you that it was even cheaper for Dangote to build a new refinery then than to even buy the Port Harcourt refinery.
I agree with you totally. I agree with you totally.
So they should have given him money to rebuild to build his own data.
You know the problem. Most of us don't understand financial accounting now. Maybe people will just be everybody is an expert on social media.
No,
People will
that's why
just
you hear people will tell you that NBA is pure water now. You know, some people will say NBA is pure water, and you just did simple accounting for where you know. So the thing is,
like total difference between when you do a limited like company account like contract to public corporation. So when you guys talk about the depreciation level or something like that, when you look at some accounting standard, in some limited, maybe they give it 8 to 10 years period, and they calculate annual of maybe 10 to 15% depreciation on motor vehicles, and maybe about 5 to 10% on the other properties. So it depends on what standard that company follow, but there is a laid down standard that all of them must follow. When you guys talk about
no, Remy, you are correct. You know, there are several standards, but the two most popular are IFRS, which American,
yes,
Canada use IFRS, American
yes,
US GAAP,
yes,
GAAP,
yes.
and IFRS 2 is popular in Europe. So the thing is, whatever you
Most
adopt,
time Nigerian follow the American standard.
no, I think Nigeria use IFRS, not GAAP. You know, GAAP is what America uses. I don't know. I have to be very sure. But in Nigeria, I think they will use IFRS. So, but the thing is this: once you take a principle, you have to follow because this thing to have some kind of regulatory law backing them up. So sometimes it's a matter of legal framework within your country. So you can't just take your decision and deviate. Okay, as a private entity now, I have a truck that is about 400 kilometers that we will not even know that will be running on road on the road. You know, I have like a Chevrolet Silverado truck that runs on the road, but almost 400 kilometers. But you won't know. Now the only thing is that when I'm doing my when I'm filing when I do file tax return, I cannot claim anything on it. So the best I can claim is to claim money on gas whenever I'm doing whenever I'm doing the accounting for my company. So, but if it was new, for example, within the 5 years for depreciation, I will have linear depreciation. But sometimes if you modify it, maybe something happened to it, you understand, the depreciation can be even quicker. You understand? Because there can be impairment, you know. And if I do modification to that car too, and if it's allowed within the framework, I can extend the period of that depreciation. But I can tell you, once you start crossing 60 kilometers, 100 kilometers, you start changing timing bets, timing chain,
But
you
that
start
kind
changing
of
blocks.
getting right off timing bet.
You understand? So now, if I tell you this vehicle we are talking about, you know, in North America here, doing 200 kilometers, 200,000 kilometers within 2 years, it's not a big deal, especially because
Yeah, but you know
usually
what you look out for when you want to buy that kind of used vehicle, because they have a record. Once you check the record and you want to know when they change their timing back, do they change it when the car was already run like about 150,000 kilometer, or maybe about 160, or maybe about 120,000 kilometer, or they never change the timing bed before and it's already more
timing
than
chain, yeah.
200,000. They don't touch it. So a lot of people don't know about this and they just go blindly and
Okay, now if I don't want to
Like
set
now,
up my truck
can I say
now,
something?
if
Can
I
I
don't
say
want to
something?
set that
Can I say
truck
something?
now, when it's get to 500
This is
kilometers,
my field.
you say?
This is my field. This is my field, Mr. Land. Let me just say something. Do you know that formerly I used to buy new cars? What I do these days, because of since I have the access to buy new engines, what I do, I just buy instead of me changing the cars, I change the engine. I put new engine. I change the transmission and the embrayage. What do they call embrayage in English? C'est pas possible. I change two things, and it is good. Then I do the control technique. Then everything is gone. It's done. It's good for the
how
road.
do you now configure it to the modern electronic part of the vehicle, which you know
It's
is
very
most
easy now.
expensive?
It's very easy now. You just bring the motor, everything. I like now. I work with the Midas. They do all my stuff for me. I work with them and I supply them also products. So
Mr.
that's it.
Trump, Mr. Trump, funny enough, some of us in North America here changing our own motor vehicle engine is a sport, especially for all those small boys that are just finished from high school. Even
Like,
myself, I said it on this forum before, and the day I show Patrick here that
I changed my Honda Odyssey engine like 6 years ago. It was just like, wow. Because the thing is this, when I visited the mechanical workshop, buying the engine is not the problem, but the cost of human labor is the problem.
That
And I
is
just
it.
went to Princess Auto and the Canadian Tire, and I bought the hand lift, I bought the jack, I bought the transmission jack, and I bought the wedge, everything. Under $2,000, I replaced my own engine myself. See, but despite that, there's no way you can compare a vehicle that was brought out of Toyota assembly line, even to the one that the mechanic, certified mechanic, not the one I changed myself, certified mechanic in the city we work on. They can never be the same in the standard of quality. They can't be the same.
Mr. Triumph, I was driving
Why?
a Peugeot before, and that Peugeot was giving me big trouble. So they changed it to tomorrow. And in fact, I just changed it to Toyota.
See,
This
Triumph.
Toyota is about 2 years ago. I'm enjoying it to the fullest.
No, let me quickly answer Triumph something. You see, there are some talk you apply when you are changing. Let's say you are changing your ham and all those things. There's a way you apply some talk that if you don't follow the requirements, sometimes you find out that your vehicle may now be taking more gas than necessary. It may look funny. Little thing like this, you understand? Okay, if I'm going like say 600 kilometers now, if I want to travel 600 kilometers now, it takes a full tank of Toyota Corolla to do that, right?
Okay.
Now, let's say a full tank of Toyota Corolla is about 50 liters. Now, do you know that Silverado, for example, that we have 110 kilometers, although that's when you overfill it, about 110 liters, for example, that's the same fuel that you are going to use for the same distance. You understand what I'm saying now? But when you now manipulate you modify yourself without following the detail of those things. That's your 600 kilometers now. Your full tank now may now be doing less than that 600 kilometers. As a matter of fact, it may be doing like 500 kilometers. You would think it's a small change, right? When you calculate that in over a year,
one day we will meet face to face. I will tell you one thing. There's a product that we do in a car. We call it calculating. You reprogram it, and also anytime you change an engine, you change the oil, you do the filter, you change everything, the filter, everything, filter oil, everything. Because if not, you will just be consuming your oil.
I know what you are talking about, filter. I'm even telling you that even changing the arm of your car, even changing the arm of your car, if you do not set it properly, as little as it looks like,
when you have the problem
because as you are driving,
I can reduce your
if you apply more
car,
forces,
Ola, in summary, what you are saying, people don't take cognizance of that too. You understand? Because they don't have a record of how much they spend on gas. You understand? And they don't even look at it at all. And what you are saying, in fact, if you look at it in a year, if it's somebody that travel a lot, the money that you will have wasted by the time your car started consuming more than the necessary amount of gas, will be enough for you to even say you want to buy a new one.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
No,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
It will reach that now. Because if I calculate how much I myself I spend every month, I spend up to 10 to 15K a month. It depends my on fuel.
Naira or euro?
No, euro. So
that means you are driving truck now. You are using big truck.
I have a transportation company.
15,000. You know, even in Nigeria, how many liters can 15,000 buy? That is just like 15 liters of fuel now.
No, 15,000. No, 15,000 in time of no
euro.
Baba, once I go fill my truck like this, so you may mind you.
No, that's minimum. That's minimum.
As of now, per liter today now is a $1.24. and that thing just to go to there to just to go for 600 kilometers for full time. What the turning here? You understand? It don't go. So it's
No, it is normal. One thing that
but
like now when
if
I
it's
know how much
using
I
like
need.
okay, even I'm still talking of just 5 point. I'm talking of 5.3 engine or liter engine, not even for 5.7 or 5.3 liters. Now look at this guy,
Too much,
his truck.
it's too much
Probably
now.
what is the size of your truck engine?
Mine I use the 3.5. It's 3.5.
3.5K.
That's
Your
the
engine
car
is
now.
not I don't
That's
use
the
I
car
don't use
now. That's the four plug. That's
I
four
use
plug.
van. I use van.
no, it's
Van.
3.5 is 6 plug, not a 4 plug, 6 plug. No, the thing
It's
is this.
It's six.
Yeah, it depends on how you travel. It depends how far you travel
There's some
anyway.
cars and mine is diesel, diesel, not petrol. It's diesel
No, that
because of
petrol, not that petrol.
that's because of a year.
The last time I used this was 2016. Late 2015 and later 16.
I use
So yeah.
I use diesel. That's why all the cars are diesel vehicle I sent to Nigeria. They don't even know how to
So what
repair
did
it.
you use your vehicle for that you spend so much? When you are even Uber driver don't spend like that.
No, do you know what I do? I told you that I have a transportation company and I transport my goods A to B from city to city.
Okay.
You understand? That's it, and that's why I said that I was trying to tell Mr. BT that he can even open his petroleum company without having a petrol station in Nigeria, and it's very cheap.
I understand you because here
Don't
now,
say
if
that.
I'm
Don't say that. Don't say that because
if
I
a
know
truck
many people.
if a truck is going from my city now to Toronto now, that's about 3,000 kilometers. So return within a week alone, that's like 6,000 over 6,000 kilometers
Each of
on your
my
truck.
trucks, each of my
Oh,
trucks does 6,000 kilometers. 6,000 minimum 6,000 6,000. Sorry,
in a week, yeah, in a week you can
in a week,
easily run 6,000 kilometers. And
in a
then
week, in a week.
one thing about that is that it's not uncommon here to have a big truck to run like a million. Oh my goodness! If you're into transport business anyway, you
Mr.
run. I'm
Trayan,
not into
your truck are doing inter-country, maybe from one European
No,
country.
no. In my city, I used to go in the north of France. That's what I do.
Remain within Canada alone, you can run your truck for 300,000 kilometers a year.
Yeah,
And
I know.
within a year,
I know.
I year.
Because they go everywhere. Only that business is good, but in Nigeria they just finish you off.
They do what I do. I only change my engine. That's what I did because of it. I remember when I was working with the bank, I changed when they found that I use almost 300 something kilometers in a year within the truck.
Remy, in the same Nigeria, that's the business my immediate elder brother is doing.
Because
And
I'm
he's
not
been
on
successful.
ground. If you are not on ground, they will finish you. You have to
No,
be
he's
on
on
ground.
grant. Yes, he's on grant.
It's
He's on grant.
You are not on
like
ground.
if Mr. Simba, we have many things to talk us from January. I'm just waiting till this year finish because I have my project
They
this
are
year.
bring business to Scandinavia, so
Hmm?
they are getting more populated here. Okay, and there's a lot of opportunity here also. Well, I will come down.
You guys are not looking at it. Even this thing that we're this Dangote of it. You know that most African countries don't even have a refinery. I don't think
Now,
there's any.
what are you talking about?
I don't think there's any functioning refinery
More than
in
60%
Africa.
of them don't have a refinery. They don't have
No. There are refinery. I think there are refinery in North America.
In
North
in
Africa.
in northern
I'm talking
Nigeria.
about
Yeah,
Africa.
Who
No,
is
they
talking
have
about North America?
refinery in
they have
Angola. They have refinery
they
in
have
Where?
they have
How
Angola
many?
is
How many?
still
Look at what
importing refined fuel, Baba Jali Cocoa. Angola, I'm telling you,
Algeria has
Angola is still import
Morocco has
refined products.
and
Nigeria,
Ghana refinery will be coming on
Which
stream
Ghana?
very soon.
Which Ghana? Ghana
Oh,
doesn't have.
I've said
Wọ́n
their
máa rely
own.
lórí Dangote ní Baba
They're
Jali
going
kò
to
fẹ́
have
ṣàgbé.
refinery
They are
coming
going to
on
have.
stream very, very soon. Maybe
but
this year,
Algeria has
maybe next year. Their
Algeria
own will
has
be
Algeria has now.
yeah.
Algeria have
Ghana is going to
Morocco
have.
So no,
have
Egypt has refinery. Algeria,
Egypt
they have
have
Libya, there are so
refinery.
many.
They have
Nigeria
we
have.
have 54 countries. Out of the 54 countries, I think it's only about 20%.
But its own is going to be the largest, sir. Dangote is the
It's the biggest single trade
Algeria,
You know why I raise this? You know why I raise this? Is it possible? Is it possible? Because that is why we don't do business with ourselves in Africa. Nigeria cannot sell its crude to other Africa, but it's not. Is it possible for us now to even not even export any crude again and be selling refined product? By the time the Rabi own comes on board, our own the state-owned one is functioning, that we can just be exporting only refined products and to even not to Europe, to any of the African countries.
Do you want him to?
The rest
They will
of
kill him.
Africa is that they
Mr.
see
Simba, they will kill him.
Nigeria,
They will kill him. I will tell you this one. They will kill him.
dominating. And
Yeah,
it's
they will
true.
kill him.
Nigeria are dominating set of people. They are afraid of that. Okay, you allow even the so-called brother, all of us here. You cannot believe even here in Finland, apart from Russia, Nigeria is the second largest immigrant here. Second, before we were number 3. Now we are number 2. And they still continue to bring more artisans from Nigeria. Now, I've started to see a lot of Nigeria working in cleaning company, sponsored skill work. They continue to bring them here. So, and when you look at Canada, America, you see a lot of Nigerian professionals, even in UK. Let's say that all of these professionals in Nigeria is better, and due to the UK and they will have trouble. Most doctors, lawyers, engineers, all of them, we're all scattered all around the world. So, like you said before, people just think, like even you, Simba, you are a qualified doctor and you are getting your 6 figures.
Yes, Mr. Simba.
So why don't you go back home too? So all of everybody just scatter all around the world.
Mr. Simba wants to go home. Mr. Simba, let me ask you this question. I want to ask Baba Beat also. Let me ask you this question. Don't reply me, just reply me in your
Simba
private.
cannot go home. He's stuck in
Simba
Saudi
don't buy
Arabia.
petrol
He
dollar.
can't go home.
Baba Lilo, Baba Alaji.
Simba,
let me ask you.
Baba, let me tell you, everything that I have is in Nigeria.
Saudi.
Everything that I have is in Nigeria. Me, I believe in Nigeria, and I don't think I can enjoy my life.
I know she believe in Nigeria, but still the swap petrol dollar.
Simba, the bá mi wá ṣe kí mi náà máa gba 700,000 lọ́dún ní Saudi Arabia. Wọ́n ní ọ̀rọ̀ fún oṣù 700,000 máa máa ní 700,000.
And if I the funny thing, the only problem with Saudi Arabia is this: they can't give you a long contract. Is a yearly contract that they will giving you. But in that contract, they give you everything. They give you everything. Even you will not.
How much is their tax system? There is it high tax?
There's no tax. There's no tax.
Oh my God, no tax.
There's no tax.
Although me ò ní parọ́, mo prefer.
I want to ask a question, private question. Just tell me the something in the private chat. Please, Mr. Ola. Just please, Mr. Ola. Before it escapes me. For you to work in Nigeria, how much will you collect in the hospital? Can you write it in the private chat? Don't say it publicly.
I know it's not that I can tell you very publicly what is there. I was NYM before I left Nigeria as a salary.
Okay, like today.
That was about 4 years ago. That was about 4 years ago.
Okay.
As a senior doctor, right?
Like now, how much will you collect?
I don't understand what you are saying.
I say when money don't spoil already. That's 4 years ago. That money don't spoil by that time. 1 million means nothing. No,
like today now, how much?
No. There is no significant increase, and that is major problem.
Okay, that's
why I said it is that
it's even depreciated in value now. That's
no.
1 million.
You people did not let me to learn. Like today now, how much would you like to collect to work in a hospital?
Now, if I want to work in Nigeria now, anybody that cannot pay me 10 M per month, I will not do.
10 million per month. Okay, just to know. That means that me, I always calculate yearly. That means you will cost like 120 million for a year. Okay. That's it. But what is your specialized? What do you specialize on?
It's a
I'm a pediatrician.
Okay.
So she o man gbe before àwọn Arab woman náà be ja.
No, now. I'm not an obstetrician.
Just take care of children.
No, we have maids at obstetrician now. They people want that.
Kí ni bàbá rẹ̀ mi ń sọ? Àwọn dọ́tọ̀ dúdú ń wo ìdí àwọn òyìnbó irọ́ tó máa ń pa fún yín yẹn ni ẹ̀rọ bí kékeré. Àwọn dọ́tọ̀ dúdú ń wo ìdí òyìnbó tó bá jẹ́ nǹkan tó fẹ́ béèrè.
Àwọn eléyìí wọn ṣe pediatrician ni Simba. Pediatrician.
Yes.
Àwọn àdè máa gbẹ̀bí àwọn Arab woman bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kò lè possible.
Wọ́n gbẹ̀bí àwọn obstetrician wọ́n gbẹ̀bí yes.
No, I'm talking about you. Òun gbẹ̀bí àwọn Arab woman.
Òun gbẹ̀bí ọmọ kékeré lèmi ń tọ́jú.
Ọmọ kékeré lòun tọ́jú. Máa di bímọ tán lòun máa ń intervene tiẹ̀.
But àwọn pediatrician yẹn náà ibi tó bá ti gbẹ̀bí náà wọ́n máa ń invite wọn.
A máa wà ń bẹ̀ yes neonatologist tó máa fẹ́ bímọ a máa wà ń bẹ̀ yes.
Wọ́n máa wà ń bẹ̀ náà.
To resuscitate the baby.
Ajá ní kòkó. Àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó máa ń pa fún àwọn Nàìjíríà okay máa wò everybody tó bá wà nílùú òyìnbó nísìnyí òkú náà fọ̀. Èèyàn kan sọ kínní ẹ̀ níjọ́ kan mo ní tó bá mọ iye tó ní tó máa ná láti lọ school kó tó lè máa take care òkú ní ìbàdí. Ó better kó lọ sí university straight away because you are going to pay when you are spending like $35,000 just to go and school just to be preparing a dead body. I just laugh at some people as they say òkú tó ń fọ̀ yẹn as if they just get there and just go and be taking care. People don't. So that's the way people say, oh, Yibo will not allow black to do people to with him. Not lie. They never read that.
Gbogbo àwọn healthcare workers tí wọ́n níbi ìbá ìgọ̀gọ̀ mo mọ woman kan, she's a registered nurse here and they go from home to take care of these old people, and she was explaining to me their major work after bathing them. They will wipe their anus. Even as a man, they will shave all of those things. I was like, oh my God. It's nice because at the end of the day,
Baba T, I know you are listening. Can you come back to the air? I would like to ask you the same question.
What we're saying now, in Canada, people are getting that license because that's one of those gold mines for you. People are going for care, all those personal care, all those stuff.
And it's not so under 3 years, you already have it.
No, Remy, it's not even personal. This, you register your own company, you get your certification, then you.
I know one guy that did that. Once you have that license, you can have your own company, and then you can.
I'm working on the website for one of them as I speak to you now. You know, that's what you see Nigerians now. They are. Man, that one one of the shortest way to making money for now.
So when people talk about this green energy, talk about all of this kind of stuff, you have to also look at the population. The population in most developed countries, they are dwindling because of so many factors. That's why they need skilled workers from all over the world to come and work in their country. It's not so easy like that. I think
and although blue collar job pays better, honestly, let me make fun of myself. Let me make jest of myself. There was a time, it's not now, there was a time I wanted to apply for, they call it train conductor. Whether
I know
whether you drive, whether you work, they say train conductor. Not because you be actually ticket to. It's a mechanical job. You might join train together. You look at the machine. When the machine has problem, you raise it to work. You work it like.
I have a friend doing that job in Sydney.
Wait now. I say make I
apply.
That is
making a hell of a money then.
Wait now. I just go. They put degree there, and they told me, I say, oh boy, you are overqualified. Do you know the job I'm overqualified for?
Yes.
Job of $140,000 a year is what I overqualified for. They were looking for someone that finished high school.
Because by doing a long time, meet go certification with Willie, which is carton now.
Oh, ní parọ́ tó bá fẹ́ iṣẹ́ ìjọba now. Oh, ní parọ́ tó bá fẹ́ iṣẹ́ nígbà tí mo ṣe bá ṣe kí ara ti máa sọ mí ti gbogbo.
Mo ò lè parọ́ bó tẹ̀ parọ́ gan. Wọ́n ní access sí social security number tó lè check information for ara.
Àní level 3 security mo máa ṣe. Security tó yẹ pé wọ́n á gba fingerprint ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé wàá lè pọ̀ sí.
Tó bá ti rí wọ́n máa rí gbogbo gbogbo nǹkan tó ti
Exactly.
kíní lórí
They
so
say
kò
I'm
sí ọ̀pọ̀.
overqualified. That job is meant for high school people.
So kò wọ́n fẹ́ dàbí pé kí ẹ̀yà rẹ̀ sí
Adewale is saying now. Adewale is saying
Ola,
now.
I've been listening
Yeah.
to you guys. Mistake number one: don't list all those certification that you have. You list the least one.
These people, when you are doing background check, they will force you to list everything. You
Yeah,
cannot.
but it's between background is what you give them that they will usually look for. Sometimes when they do this background check, because people do have names that other people also have, so they might be thinking, okay, there is mixed up somewhere. But if you give them say, hey, this is the
feel the form letting sign with the back parrot number fine.
I know. It's just sometimes
Mr. Let's afraid.
but I know you just have to give them the minimum. They're going to give you 5. I've seen it happening before. They will tell you, oh, yeah, you are overqualified. So, but just give them bare minimum. So, but it depends on the kind of.
Adewale ṣé kò kò wá bẹ́tà kí ọ̀hún tó yẹ kí ọ̀hún ti mọ̀ ní technical college yẹn lè Yorùbá.
No. What we're even saying. Let me technical college. No, you see me by you. Okay, when you want to go to technical college, you go for apprenticeships. Apprenticeship is that you have to get someone that will employ you too because they will be paying you. Some apprentices, they are earning like $30, $35 per hour. So it's not that even you see they are even earning more than some people that are even.
Ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀la mo ti lọ sí vocational college nígbà tó bá rí machine àti machinery tó fi ń train ní wọ́n bí bá ó make kìíní yẹn easy kó dàbí Nàìjíríà tó pé mẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àkọ́kọ́ nínú ayé ìbàjẹ́ náà àbí technical college Nàìjíríà tó pé kò wá standard tó ibi báyìí tó bá I went to their vocational college here, oh my God, just a school. They everything they have all the machines and machinery. Life is so easy.
Manufacture because some of
our boys talking they are just about 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 years old. They take the job easy. They will call them, come and do this within 5 minutes. It's already done. Take Nigeria for 2 or 3 hours. Because the way they train them, they use machines and computers a lot, and it makes their job more easier, and they earn more money than even the way they fashion this country is that the difference between the rich and the poor is so close, and opportunity for the rich is
like now some master mechanic they earn between $75 and $100 per hour.
You see. And you can see, you know what I really cherish
if you work in oil field, if you have this red seal, they call it red seal, right? If I get it right, I think those people, some of them, they don't work more than like 4 months in a year because of the. If you've been to oil field before, if you see the
2 weeks, they work 2 weeks in a month. 2 weeks in a month.
No, I know what I'm saying. I say some of them don't work more than 4 months in a year. I total it up. But do you know that within those 4 months that we're talking, when you total up, they've already clocked like 400K, 500K.
So they have 8 months to do vacation, to do whatever they want in life.
No, it will spread over. What I'm saying, it will spread over.
You know, it depends on what you do. I have a friend.
Except you want to die. Although I don't know about that, but
Ola, I have a friend who got the oil field job one time. Out of 7 days in a week, he's only entitled to 1 day off. So the day he was to go to Nigeria to get married, that was the day he lost his job.
No, maybe the day he went to what, he lost his job.
The day he came to Nigeria to get married, that was the day he lost his job. You know that
he
particular
went to Nigeria
job
to do what?
to get married. It's only we call him he's serving the second tenure of slavery. Of course, he was born in America. The job pays him a lot. The job pays him a lot.
No, you didn't get Adewale's message there. Is that he was good? He was not getting enough day off,
what
right?
it does actually, you know those oil wells. So once they erect them, so it's just there to monitor the pressure and all that. So somebody must be in the control room constantly. So you understand. So and they must not take their eyes off that monitor. So that was what it does. He's always there in that. So in fact, his off days are always like maybe Tuesday, never on weekend, never. So he gave them advance notice that he's going to Nigeria to get married for the purpose of getting married. So at first they were, dilly-dallying how many days he will be getting and all that. Eventually they say, well, unfortunately, he's the only one available that they can't afford to lose him. So
I just
eventually,
postpone marriage now. Clode.
that's a match, that's him everything. How
Marriage.
can he do that? So
Remy,
they are, every time I look
Hold
at
up,
them,
you
like, they
wait.
had their
So,
wedding they had their wedding
yeah.
anniversary. Was it not a week ago or so? I was still telling him that, look, oh boy, you lost your job because of your wedding.
Hold
He's
up,
a
you
little
wait.
bit
Hold
younger
on,
than me,
hold
but
on. So, Adewale, you know that they play politics in some organization too.
Yes.
It could be a well-paid job. It could be the only black person there, and they are looking for opportunity to replace him, and that
no, no.
opportunity
The
open.
nature of that job is you just have to be there all the time. It was
No,
him and
why
one other guy.
are you telling me that they can't go on vacation, or what do you mean?
But
What kind of job is
this
that?
dude signed for it. 7 days, he must be there constantly.
No. An organization should be run in such a way.
Unexploited, yeah.
Does it work?
Because he was paid. Look, the amount that is being paid.
In Abata, nobody will allow you to even work for 7
Because
days.
I want you born in touch.
Labor law will not allow you.
No, there should be another person that can work in this. Supposing he falls sick, who is going to work?
They didn't account for that though.
Eh?
You know how much this guy was collecting?
It doesn't matter whether they are just looking for they
Like you
just
say, it's
saw an
possible that
opportunity to get
The
rid of him.
question about Jaleko is asking, what are you before sick?
What
that's
if
a
he
good
falls
one.
sick? Who's
There
going
were
to
two. There were two that works
Tó
in
bá
that.
sick wá lọ síbẹ̀, á wọ̀ rẹ̀ débẹ̀.
There were because what they did, in oil field job is very, very
America workspace
competitive.
is terrible compared to Canada. Canada will not even allow you to work for 6 days. They can, once you cross 60 hours, they can penalize your company.
So not that it was alien or somebody with no papers. No, this guy was born. It was where he was paying. As at that time, they were giving him salary of like 3 people. He was well paid, but the only thing is no
ni
time.
wọ́n fẹ́ get rid the opportunity ní bí kò fẹ́ lómi sí àwa ti rírú ẹ̀ dáadáa.
I mean, it's possible, Sha.
Even in government service, àwọn òyìnbó máa ń ṣe.
You know, there's the way you get paid. Yeah.
You stand up to fight.
Wọ́n yìí ṣe fún mi ní company mo lọ bail out. Àwọn boys wọlé sí wọn lára wa lọ provide the system fún wọn. Iṣẹ́ yẹn wá ń slow gan.
People are still listening. I said we're speaking Yoruba. I said people are still listening.
Oh, sorry. So I now went there because we're supposed to provision the 40,000 devices for them. So they were forcing some guys to do like 700 a day, 700 per hour, and those guys they were forced out. So I got there. I was still saying, okay, let me show them my technique. All those things. I showed them technique. They said, okay, I should bring more people. So we just went there. I spread everything up. You know, when the team we now have like about 200 units left. You know what they did? They replaced me with Oyinbo straight away. When it was 200 left,
so
that one will now be supported. After I've helped them.
Ola, I want to ask you a personal question. With all this experience you Ghana and you know your trade very well, are you willing to pass it across in Nigeria in the future?
Human capital development is one of those things I look forward to in retirement.
Okay.
So, but you heard me clearly, in retirement.
I understand.
In retirement,
nobody wants to retirement. I'm sorry, 80 years old or have you something like that. At least retirement.
Maybe 65 or 70.
Nobody
want to employ. Yes, nobody want to employ you as a software developer.
Because both experience in Ghana,
even as of now, I don't think like how I used to think while I was 25, 26.
Yes, so
I struggle to
thinking only change. Think I change. Why the religion are
You know,
just the
hey,
I
sorry
had the
guys.
background for
Sorry guys. I think I realized something. There was another guy that worked with Slumber J. I know you guys remember Slumber
Oh,
J very well.
yes.
His experience was similar to that guy, that my friend of one day off. His own off day too was kind of like a get as a get kid leg, and that guy, his job with them was pouring concrete at the job site. So anytime they are drilling and all that, they will go together and pour the concrete, and they were paying them huge amount of money. But like you said, they exploited the fact that they needed the job. They were paid, so but they won't give them job on the rig itself. So most of the time when you go to the rig, most people you will find there mostly are the white people, the
At least those are
journeymen.
white.
Yeah.
Adewale, let me tell you this. You see the politics they play in this country. If you're a black man and
Oh
you're
yeah.
and you're opportunity to get a very good high paid job, man, watch your back. They'll be watching you.
Oh yeah.
They'll be watching any little thing like this. They will get rid of you and replace you with white man. Because that kind of high paid job is reserved for them.
Yes.
And for you, a black man, to secure it, oh man, they be looking for any slight mistake to get rid of you. You know?
Sorry,
Yeah.
yeah, let me ask Babaja, why do you think they behave like that?
Oh,
Let me give you a personal experience.
It's racism now.
It's
Because
not
It's
okay.
racism.
Because let me ask you this question. If that company is owned by a black man, will he do such a thing to your fellow black people?
That will not
So why
possible.
can't we now start thinking another way and look at how can we improve ourselves as black so that we can be employing ourselves instead of just be looking for job. Let me tell you, we cannot develop ourselves by just looking for salary paid job. Paid job will never take us anywhere. We will remain at that background forever.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because they own this company.
You're right.
You are right.
You're
You are
right.
right, Simba.
You're right.
You know, I had an experience here. I applied for Wolt. Wolt is an international company. And I did like 4 interviews. The first one is a written. The second one is 4 people interview. The third one is 2 people interview. And the last one is you directly with the team leader or something like that. I did that same thing like 3 times. And I get up to the last level and they did not pick me. 3 times they continue to come and do 3 times. And at the end of the day, they put their white people there. That is the irony here.
They put what? They put who?
They put their own citizen there at the end of the day.
So
at the end of the day, because I even doubted myself. Maybe I'm not good enough, but I think I answered all this question. I performed very well. Everything was super good. They continue calling me. Then a friend of mine said, "You are just troubling yourself unnecessarily." They are just using to collect more something to show that okay, we are fair. Actually, they are not really fair. They know where they're going from day one.
It's Oyibo country. Oyibo always
Oyibo
reserve the best of the best for their own.
Yes.
It is the
But
job that they own. Yeah.
We have to create a niche for ourselves. Let me give you for example. Apart from even owning the company, some few days ago we were talking about hotels in Nigeria employing non-Nigerians. You understand? Because they believe that those people, they have experts in that field and they can run their business better for them. The Indians, when you see them, the Indians, Ola can testify to this. When it comes to IT, they have already monopolized that thing, and they will keep on employing themselves.
In UK.
You understand? Yeah. Let me tell you, here in Saudi Arabia, the same thing. If you go to any hotel, any big 5-star hotel in Saudi Arabia, is the Indians that you see. They will be the chief executive. They will all the staff.
Everybody.
Yes, they will be all the Indians.
Look, let me tell you, those people are good in hotel
management. You go to supermarket, the same thing.
They are good in hotel management.
No, Baba Jali, this don't. They are good in hotel management.
No, they are good. Let me tell you. Even in America here, There are so many hotels here that are owned by India. This, although they are not, most of they are not 5-star hotel. They are like 2.5 or 3-star.
Babajale Koko,
Yeah.
what they are doing is very simple. Àwọn èèyàn wọn máa ń gbọ́ràn síra wọn lẹ́nu. Àwọn tí wá máa ń jẹra wa lẹ́sẹ̀ ni. Ìkẹ́sọ̀ tòótọ́ tó wà ní díẹ̀.
Yeah, your con. And look, let me tell you this.
Babajale Koko, we not want to say the truth. Ẹ jẹ́ apára wa wí, so that we can move forward.
Look, let me tell you, we have to consider one factor. Look, the Indians have been here before us. They know this system very well, more than us.
Who says they were here before us?
Yes, the Indians are
like the Indians or the American Indians?
No. Even the Indians. They are one of, when we are talking of
Pakistani, walk on now.
And Pakistani, when we are talking of immigrants that first, came to United States and the Western world, the Indians are number one.
But to be honest, they are very level-headed. They are very level-headed.
Used to be one country before, you know that.
So I think what is working for them, Babajale Koko,
and they support each
other. Help themselves. They help themselves.
They support each other.
Exactly. Yeah. Even here, if you see them, let me give you, for example, Adewale. Initially, in my own department here, early last year, we just have the first Nigerian nurses coming to my own hospital. 4 of them came to the 4 of them that came initially came to my department. And what I discovered is that the 4 of them, they were not working in unison. You come and see fight. They are just 4. They will be fighting themselves. The Indians, they are the one that dominate. They are like 90% of the workforce, the nurses here. And you see them, if let's say 15 of them are on duty, only 1 or 2 of them will just go, when it comes during the time of break, they will go to the kitchen, collect the food for everybody. Nigeria, no, I'm not allowed to collect my food, though. Maybe she will put something in the food. You understand that kind of thing? And instead of us to be together, you come and see, we even be the one. Nigeria will go and partner with another Nigeria to be fighting a fellow Nigeria, another nationality to be fighting against his fellow citizen. We have that, and that is why we are not going. And the individual, everybody will just be looking.
If honestly, if I have a company that I needed to employ people, I will employ foreign national, put them in the front, then employ Nigeria, put them in the back. Because if you put Nigeria to front for your company, you will lose here. That's just the way it is.
Let's just sit down and look at the whole scenario totally. You put Nigerians there, what you'll be having in their mind is to make more money than the owner of the business. I've never seen a set of people like this.
Sorry, what I wanted to bring up earlier,
blow every time. Nobody wants
if you are looking for a job, and you say, "What's your name?" You say your name is Ajanle Koko. I can assure you, before your name will pass through that, your resume will pass through that software. They will run it 100 times because look,
you're right.
Names also matters.
You're right.
If they cannot pronounce
we beat a very bad reputation for ourselves too.
But the Indian's name, are they easy to pronounce also?
No.
Reputation.
Indians have learned how to change their name.
You
now started,
even Indians and the rest Asian, they are also into what some atrocities Nigerians are committing. They are also doing the same thing. But they will never show off. They will never be like blah 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 so loud.
You're not.
Only ourselves that when we get money. Man, people will not.
Adewale, let me give you this. If you see, okay, I have a taxi driver that I use here. I went to buy a TV. And this guy, I have a Saudi shop where I used to buy some of my electronics. The guy, he took me, he said, no, no, you have to go to this supermarket. They are selling very cheap because it's an India supermarket. In fact, he offered to take me there free. for me to go and buy that. You can see that commitment because he wanted me to patronize an India shop. Can a Nigerian do that?
Abanjale Koko,
Ah,
the job that I'm
Naija
doing now,
Naija máa
eh,
gbé ẹ lọ síbòmíì ni.
the job that I'm doing now, the reason why I said name also matter, a lot of factors come saying that, when I apply for this job, it's a government job. I don't want to go into details.
Federal job, wàhálà pọ̀ ń bẹ̀ gan.
That requires some level of clearance, level of security clearance. So after I've done the talking, somebody applied and they had a call. They send them letters and all that. What will follow and all that. I was expecting that my own will come, but no. So I called the what do you call them? The people in charge of recruitment and all that. Like, what is
The HR,
going on? Huh?
the HR.
The HR. Okay, let's call them HR. Sha. And I was like, what is going on? So they now forwarded they gave me a number to call. So when I called this person, the lady was assigned to me. So this lady happens to be a white lady. So one day I was so frustrated and like, what is going on with? Okay, I said, look, because I didn't know when I brought her down that okay, is it because I speak funny, different nationality, this and that. The lady even took offense. Come and see fight on the phone. We never met. Eventually we met, and I didn't know that I was being recorded. To be honest about Jale Koko. Guess what happened?
Oh, but when you're on recorded line.
On the day of interview, they played all the audios for me.
America,
I opened my mouth. I was like, I said, no, you know what I thought? Oh, Ishetibo, forget it. Don't worry about this thing. Don't even think about it. Ishetibo. And the person was like, I like your confidence. Oh, this and that. I said, eh? Say it again.
That's one thing. That is one
Music
thing.
to
To
my
funny
head.
about
To be
America.
honest, about Jericho, I won't lie to you, but the back, I think, the guy got sick, he go to Korea. Because that lady, I was just going off. Eventually, I said I would love to meet that lady. They said, no, you are not meeting nobody. I said, well. But you see, names matter. And I was frustrated because I expected I should have been called. Somebody that, almost right after me was being called upon and all that. So how come I'm the only person, being. But I realized that sometimes the process, but also names that you bear. If you have Nigeria experience and no American experience, that will work against you in so many ways.
Yeah.
So you at least to have at least a year or two, even have more than 2 or 4 years experience in America, then they can say, well, you've established yourself. They can now start looking for where to trace you. If not, it's going to be super hard. I'm not saying there's no prejudice or there's no hatred or racism. All those things factor in. That's why India sometimes, I mean, other nationalities like Armenian, like all this, what do you call them? They find a way to change their first name to English name so that it will be a lot easier for people to pronounce those.
Sometimes
If I
they
even
change
change
it to
last name,
Bobby. They
why do
change it
you
to
think?
Bob. They
Yeah,
change to
why do you
Bobby.
think the Vietnamese have what is it called this common name that they bear most of the time? Or Vietnamese has this particular name. Ah, ah. Home or something like that. They have one common name that majority of them usually as a last name. So they choose those names because it's a lot easier and the people are familiar with it. So you understand? I mean, when somebody not quite long ago was applying for his citizenship and he changed his name to his first name to English, he switched it. And I was kind of questioning why would you do that? I mean, I hardly use English name in my names. But the guy said, don't worry. You understand maybe when the time comes. And I begin to put two and two together. It's like, these people, they will prefer somebody that can pronounce his name easily, and better and faster than somebody who they are still cracking their heads to, even say the first letter. So all these things play together. But that's my guy.
But Adewale, for how long are we going to be playing this second fiddle?
This is not our land. This is our foreign now.
It's not our
If,
land. This is not our world. It's not
even
only.
you go
It's
to
not.
the bank to seek for loan, self, they won't take a second look at you. They will believe your white uh customer that is needed money before you. You know.
We have problem, man. The bottom reason why we scatter around the world is because we don't have people in the right position of leadership in the country. So, and the country is not working well. That's why everybody is running away. And like Simba have said, we have Indians managing hotel accounts when Nigerian can be trained and we can, I don't get it. In our own country, it shouldn't be like that. America is a very big country that is
But no,
open to,
but Babajelo Kuku, that
yeah.
is why we have to just let us shift attention. Our leaders are not the one that make us to be behaving the way we are behaving. It's an
No,
innate
they
thing.
are the one. Let me tell you why
They are
they are the
not.
one.
I
They
beg
are the
you.
one.
You have started this thing
No,
again. So
I will
so
tell you why.
if you are stealing, it's your leader that said you should be stealing. If you are
Yes,
misbehaving, you don't.
yes,
Oh
yes.
God, oh
Yeah,
God.
because we learn it from them the way they steal. Look, when leaders doesn't lead well, followers, you know,
Let me let me
do
let
the
me tell
same
you
thing.
this, Babajai Koko. Let me tell you. There is no country that even India that we are talking about. If you see corruption in India, it's far more than what is existing in Nigeria. The Indians, when they leave their country, they leave all those shenanigans in their country, and they behave well outside.
And
No,
they
no,
act
no.
like they are
Let
white
me tell
people.
you. Let me
They
tell you
act like
this.
they are
Let me
white
tell you,
people too.
the poverty in Bangladesh is more than what is in Nigeria. The Bangladesh, when you see them outside, they behave well. Nigeria is not the worst country in the world.
No,
So you
look,
can't be saying that. It's, let me tell you, in as much as you continue the way you just blame everything, is lack of you have to take responsibility for your action. You can't be
I
blaming
agree.
people, another person.
I agree with
So
you.
that is what you are doing. Let
No,
Nigeria take it, each and everybody take responsibility. Let me tell you this, Babajele Koko. When I got to Saudi Arabia, I was the first Nigerian in my department. In fact, when I got there, an Egyptian called me and said, "Come, you know you are the only black person among these people, and you are working with people from another nationalities. Watch your back." And I took it and I behaved. I don't see myself as Simba. I see myself like an ambassador of my country, and I behaved well. And that one, in fact, they gave me opportunity that if I have any Nigerian who are, because they see me as a symbol of my country. If I misbehave, they will not say Simba, they will say a Nigerian, they will not mention my name. And that is the
You are
spirit that
right.
everybody's supposed to be working. I don't come here and say because my country was worse and my leader and I started misbehaving there and then I'll be blaming my leaders for my misdeed.
No. You look. Look. Every Nigerian. Let me say. Don't let me say every Nigerian. Majority of Nigerians in diaspora, behave exceptionally. You know, uh, among the best that you can see, among the best people in the world. So,
Well, let me tell you,
so,
Baba, okay,
so
let me tell you
what is
the
responsible for that?
minorities here, at least now their population has grown. They're like 30 now, from just like 4 by February of last year, and they're like 30 now in my own hospital. You know what happened now? They have to go and give Nigerians separate hostel.
Separate
They
what?
don't mix the hostel for them because if they house them, they give them separate hostel. Why did they give them separate hostel? Because of the kind of problem they're creating, fighting everybody.
Look, those one are well. Let me tell you. I am not saying that people should not be held accountable for their action, but what I'm saying is that leadership matter as well. When you have failed leadership, it will affect the generality of that country. Failed leadership across the board. We all fail together because people are looking up to them. The way they behave, the way they act, the way
Why
they
should you
talk.
carry that one outside your country? Why should you carry that one outside your country?
I
The
don't know.
leaders in the country where you are working, are they failed also?
Look, it depends. In Saudi Arabia, I believe is a country of law. Look, in a country of law, like in United States that I live, in a particular place, in our places of work, or let me say in places of work rather, there are rules, and you don't follow the rule, you'll be fired. That's the way it is, because this is a capitalist country that doesn't tolerate nonsense. You'll be fired if you misbehave, if you go contrary to the rules of the organization, if you're if you don't follow the ethics of the profession, you'll be fired. That is the way it is here. Particularly in some profession like medical profession, those one are the most riskier job. You don't follow the rules, you might even lose your license. So everybody behave well.
But what I'm saying, let me tell you, we are talking about Indians now, and we are talking about sectors where they have advantage. Even the whites cannot compete with them in those sectors. Why can't we have one? Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking. No, just let me finish. Why can't we create opportunity? You know what we do? Once we get an opportunity, we close it. We don't even create opportunity for other Nigerians like us.
Yeah, look, we lack
And is that a problem of leadership also?
No, look, one thing is that we believe strongly in individual effort and not collective effort. That's our problem. If people in the same profession, like let's say, okay, doctors, people that in medical field, if they group up together and said, okay, look, let's go and set up our own,
practice
hospital or practice where, okay, if we've been known, this is black owned, this is Nigerian owned, and we want to give the best of the best, medical services to the people in this hospital, and we want to show the class that, look, yes, we can we can showcase that we are the best or one of the best in this world. But look, sometimes we are very suspicious of each other. If somebody comes up with that idea, another person will be saying, I have done something before in my with somebody.
It cannot work. If we say we know it cannot work, or
it might not work. I'm going to lose money. This it's just we believe in individual success. That is what we believe too much in, and that is what is keeping. And maybe religion too. Maybe religion is causing the problem. Maybe Muslim and Christian, for them to come together to say they want to form an organization, sometimes it could be a problem. But look at those people, the Indians, they are majority Hindus. So their religion, it brings them together strongly to cooperate and help each other. I think they have that thing in that religion that they have to come together all the time and support each other.
Even the Muslim.
Ajani Koko, Shemole contribute.
Yes, thank you.
Simba.
Permission,
no, but in listening,
so you have seen that all those developed countries, they put religion in the background. Any country that put religion in the front every time, they will never develop.
Remy, it's not even the religion matter, honestly.
It's
See,
part of
no, wait, religion is
part
just a
of it.
symptom.
It's not the major,
It's
but
part
part
of
of
it,
it.
and it's about 50%.
It's a
So
symptom. It's a symptom. Look, Simba, we've discussed this thing before. Human being is like a computer. When you buy your computer, if there's no operating system, it's just a computer. But by the time you start putting program into that computer, that is when it starts performing its function, right? That's how human being it is. It's whatever you input into human being that we determine how human being is going to behave. In every organization, they have their own software. It is software they put in an organization that will define how that organization operates. So, who are those people responsible for that organization? They are the leaders.
What is the software in us? So yeah, tell us our own software that's making us to behave
It's
like
just
that.
an analogy. It's just an analogy. Don't scatter things, Simba. Don't scatter things. You know where I'm saying. So the thing is this: the way we behave is a function of how our
Of our
leaders
upbringing. Our
have
upbringing. It's not our leader, it's about our upbringing.
See, there are levels of leadership. Even our parents are leaders. Even we that we are even elder brothers to some people, we are leaders to them too. Then where do we get our orientation? Now look at it this way. If I'm going on the road and no, if a policeman is on the road and is asking you for a gunje and you are responding. Now the question is this: who is supposed to make that policeman accountable for a gunje receiving to be impossible? Is it the political leadership? Because if you put the right structure in place, it's not going to be possible. We said that in over and over and over. So it is what our leaders put on ground that have impact on us. So we can't absorb all those things. We can't wake up every day and all of us we do the right thing. Someone must force us to do the right thing. Just like our parents will force us to do the right thing.
Ola, you don't get this. We're not talking about Nigeria. We're not talking in Nigeria. We're talking about the way we behave, even outside the soul of our country.
But I can only
Let me give you, Baba Jelikuku, let me tell you this. I have four people. They are like friends. They are even Igbos. The four of them are Igbos. They have to write a a license exam here in Saudi Arabia. You know, all of them, they register differently, and they did not even inform themselves when they are going for the exam. Why? Because they believe that maybe if they inform them, they might not pass that exam.
And now they believe so much in that
exactly. That one, the first person that went for the exam did not even inform the other that she was traveling.
Simba, is it not part of our culture?
Yeah.
No, is it not part of our culture? No, Simba, is it not part of our culture? Who put those culture in place?
That is why I said it's our upbringing. It's not about leadership. It's not a political thing. It's not political.
It is the baggage now.
Let me tell you this, Ola.
Leadership is
Let me tell you, Ola. This thing we have been trained right from childhood. Let me give you an example. I have my daughter and my brother's son attend the same school. You know, they used to there is open day that they used to go.
Simba, before you continue, let me ask you something. Okay. Doctor. Ṣé tí èèyàn bá ń gbààwẹ̀ ṣé èèyàn lè mu coffee?
Wọ́n ṣe wá mu coffee.
Nígbà tó ń gbààwẹ̀ báwo ṣe máa
ẹ máa gbọ́ sọ̀kúsọ lẹ́nu Ọlá. Ẹ máa gbọ́ sọ̀kúsọ lẹ́nu Ọlá.
Ẹni sùúrù náà.
Àbí ó fẹ́ máa mu sìgá gan tó bá gbààwẹ̀ ó lè mu sìgá gan.
Ẹni sùúrù kò ń ṣe religious àwẹ̀ ni mò ń gbà, àwẹ̀ normal system cleansing.
Okay, just for your health.
Exactly. Láì mo ṣe ń ṣe téèyàn bá mu coffee ṣé kò bad.
Coffee there's no energy in coffee now. So it's just a stimulant.
Mo kàn fẹ́ cleanse ni mo fẹ́.
No, stimulant ni o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kò ṣe stimulant. Stimulant ni coffee náà.
I said it's just a stimulant. That's what I said.
Àbá mo ti ń jẹun jù ní ẹnujọ́ mélòó kan yìí, mo rí pé àjẹjù mi ti ń pọ̀ jù. So mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ discipline ara mi. Mo kàn ń jẹun bí alábìsí. Mo ń jẹun bí àpẹẹrẹ abanate. So I just have to train my body again. So
Okay, so what are you trying to say? Or you want me to finish what I'm saying?
Yeah, continue, please. Continue, please. Continue.
So what I want to say is this. So now this my brother's wife will go to the school and we give our own son something. I say, take, don't let your sister know that is my own daughter. In that the way, so what are you imprinting in that guy? You're already showing the guy that no, you have to be hiding things. You don't have to let her know what is happening to you. You understand? That is the way we are. I think is the society generally. That is the way I see it.
I agree with you, Mr. Simba.
See,
100%.
Simba,
I agree with you.
Simba,
I agree with
you
you.
see, our culture
Ola, let me say this. I'll let you look. When we are talking about failure on the side of leadership, it's not restricted to political leaders alone. Even religious leaders, the
cultural leaders,
the cultural, the traditional leaders, all of them are failures. You see, when you see leadership across the board, at all spectrum of the society, fail, it will affect everybody. Simba, it is psychological. You say there is religious leaders. You see them using 419 to take money from people. You see politicians appointing Agbero as the king over the people.
That's leadership. So that
we
learn stealing.
Let me say this.
Wọ́n lọ yan Agbero láti di ọba láwọn èèyàn lórí àwọn politician.
Ajale Koko, politician àwọn ò ní rọrùn wọ̀ o. They will never get them. Something just came in my mind now when you started about politicians, our leaders. I remember Tinubu saying, owó epo a máa gbé wálẹ̀, ẹ má wọ ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀. Politician.
What of have you forgotten when
Adewale, Thomas, if you understand politics, you will not be saying what you are saying. There is no way that politicians don't lie. There is no way.
Even in the corporate organization,
What of Thomas? You forgot it when they go and gather fake pastors to showcase fake pastors.
Bishop.
During the time of Muslim ticket, they went on showcase.
My God.
This guy is our shoemaker now. Shoemaker don't for
our problem was predated the politics in Nigeria, believe me. If predated this thing that we are discussing is just, I think it's part of our culture that is affecting us. This suspicion. You want to tell me that it's politicians that make us to be suspicious of one another? It's not so.
No. Look, let me tell you this. Another thing you have to consider is poverty. Most of us, a lot of us left Nigeria because Nigeria ran us down and we don't see better.
The Bangas, the Indians, they are not rich. They are with poverty also. If you go to India, have you been to India? I've been to India several times. When you get to New Delhi, which is their capital, you will see poverty. They use bicycle as a means of public transportation. Bicycle.
No, Simba, who told you that Indians are better than us in their country?
So what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that, you see, the moment we get here, we believe, is by our own effort, is by the grace of God. So whatever we want to do, I want to do everything for myself. How where I can be successful in life, and then whatever I can take home to help my people, that is it. We don't want to have anything to do with any other person, because some of us have tried it before, they failed, they were disappointed. Some people, you know, couldn't fulfill what the agreement they agree the agreement whatever they agree upon, the other side didn't fulfill, the other party did not fulfill. So, and because of that, they said, I don't want to do anything with anybody. Some people have helped some Nigeria that they got into problem. So there's
Some
a
blacks like
lot of
Dizzy,
things
not only
that
Nigerians,
is
though. Like me,
responsible for people to say, look, I want to be alone. I want to run my own things my way. I don't want to do anything with anybody. Let just be high, and I don't want to get in trouble. So it's just, we look, we are coming, we left that country with problem. It was problem that drove us out from that country, and we don't want to get into problem where we are now. So that's why you see a lot of people managing themselves, keeping to themselves, and trying to do their own thing their own way.
Mi ò agree pẹ̀lú yín o, mo fọlọ́run ṣẹlẹ̀ rí. I don't agree with you, believe me. Everything that you mentioned.
Is correct. So you see, I don't know, Stella, I don't know why you don't get it. I don't know why you don't get it. See, like, okay, look at you and myself now. You were born in the Muslim family, Islamic family. That's why you're Muslim, right? I was born in a Christian family. That's why I'm a Christian. If now Babalawo, we are going to be that, what's that telling you? Because there are leadership structure for us to guide us to what we are supposed to do. I've always believed in what inherits. So leadership is not about political alone. We have different level, religious, cultural, and all those things. So even this suspicion you are talking about, some people build that in us. We didn't know about suspicion, but by the time they start talking of one person that did this, they tell story and they got to call you know, when we talk of all those kind of stories, before you know, especially when you are growing up in your formation age, especially when you are so young that you are coming up, that thing naturally become part and parcel of you. You understand? It's just like a normal Christian may be afraid of hellfire from the beginning, you know, except for people that have become you know, when you grow up and you can liberate yourself totally, or maybe you have different experience entirely. So leadership is what is putting that in you. So then there's what we call the plan control now. You know, you now start passing all those things. By believe
from generation to generation.
Exactly. That's exactly what is affecting us. So it's going to take time. Okay, some people now they are rebelling against religion now. You know, everything once things get to avalanche. You know, it's like people start rebelling. Now, why are people rebelling against their religion today now? Because some extremists. Now, you know, when you put extremism into something, the thing become unbearable for people. Now, when things become unbearable for people, people start. Let me quickly land. Just give me 30 seconds.
Take a question along pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó ń sọ ni.
Okay.
Why is it those people that brought that religion to Africa, why they abandon it? Why are they not doing the same way we Africans are doing now? Even the so-called
they didn't abandon it.
Take it along with it and go.
Remy, they didn't abandon it. They control their own. They didn't abandon it. See, when they bring extremism into our religion in Nigeria, that's where problems started. When everybody was going to Anglican, we were going to Methodist, Baptist, everybody. In fact, Christmas we enjoy. But when it got to the stage now, you want to wear trousers now. You are a woman, you are wearing trousers, you are going to hellfire. Oh, you are a man, you move closer to a woman, you are going to hellfire.
You are blaming the Pentecostal now, right?
I'm not blaming it, though I did not mention name. I see Pentecostal does not. Some people take that into the extreme, not necessarily Pentecostal. Baptists who started as a Pentecostal. So it's not say about Pentecostal or whatever. So the thing is this: when some people now, for some fanatics, you allow some fanatics to get there now. I'm sorry to say now, we have one fanatics in Ibadan and in Osun State. And Arabia Shola was a fanatic that nearly they turned Osun State to another thing just because of religion. So
when those people start changing your orientation, that is where the problem starts.
Really,
So that's where the problem starts.
let me tell you, religion wo lo rò pé Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá ń ṣe? Babaláwo la Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá o. Babaláwo.
Àní òun fi gangan, òun fi gangan.
Mùsùlùmí ni o, ó kàkéwù gan.
Mùsùlùmí kí ni? Bàbá
Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá
ló
súnmọ́ bàbá
bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí
ìyàwó
ní
mi.
ṣe ìṣẹ̀ṣe. Bàbá, let me tell you, I'm from Osun State.
Nígbà
Okay.
Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá súnmọ́ bàbá ìyàwó mi, Muslim ni. Àìkí lórúkọ Muslim yìí tó jẹ́ pé ẹsẹ̀ yòókù tó wọ kí kanlẹ̀. Ìyẹn ni Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá tó wà yìí.
Àwọn tẹ̀blík.
So don't see. Even there was a time that even when the Aregbesola wanted to contest, then they said one Alaji again that my father-in-law was very close to Alaji Lati. That man just said, "Okay, I know that you are not going to win. You understand? But I will support you. I know there's Aregbesola that I will." So they were so close. They were worshiping the same mosque. So even if my wife need to say my wife is not sleeping enough, or even call her to come and testify to what I'm saying. So it is. They may be doing something in what inside that we do not see, but what we can see outside. So the thing is, the orientation. When you start pushing something hard to people, that thing start causing mental health. So I told you, I say religion caused me mental health at a particular point in time, and I stay out of going to any religious center for almost 2 decades. Almost 2 decades. I started attending church this year again, but this time around, you cannot tell me rubbish. You understand? You can't tell me anything. You know, okay, how do you feel when for some people, we just sit on and be praying for like 13 hours a day, and they will say, Bible say you should be praying without resting. When you stay, so even praying for like 13 hours, 15 hours a day, the thing is becoming unbearable. So just because you push religion to unbearable path, now the thing now is no longer enjoyable. That is why people now start misbehaving and people start protesting. But if you are still following the normal Anglican, the normal Methodist African church tradition, you like it. Because those days, some of us will be waiting for like almost 12 a.m. We'll be watching. After maybe we don't shack outside.
The new generation of our
New Year, we all stop. We'll be running to church at 12 a.m. We enjoy ourselves those days.
Of miniskirt and those kind of stuff. Okay, they won't go there anymore.
They will tell you they will tell you not to watch TV. Me that I want to watch people.
You guys. Now we know that this is a problem that we have. So how can we get out of this? Because let me tell you, all these things that we have been doing, it has not been working for us. And that is why we have not been successful. If we say all these things that we are just giving us, say Nigerians are the most educated, where has it carried us? You understand? If you see, we will be boasting, and we are remitting. So, how much are we remitting? Go and see what Indians are remitting to their country. Almost $200 billion every year. And we are remitting. No, what I'm saying, let me go get me Allah. If you look at the ratio, you understand what I'm saying? We all attested to it now that they are more successful than us in diaspora. They are more.
Simba, look.
No, the issue is this. Don't put that one away. What we are saying now.
No. Wait.
How can we build a collective wealth? How can we build a collective wealth?
Can I come in? Can I come in?
I want to respond to
please, let me come in.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Ola. One thing is that I agree with Mr. Simba. We the Sub-Sahara, we don't trust each other, and we don't want to work in collective wealth also. We don't, and that is the problem. Even here in France, that's why sometimes I jealous the northern part of Africa. When they're in a business, they bring their friends, their family into that same business, and they prosper. And when I see my fellow blacks, either they are not security, they are cleaner. These 2 jobs. I'm sorry. Sometimes when I start talking to them, they look at me as if they told me that my hand is not clean, that I use something. What kind of something? I work alone. I work smart, not to work hard. I work smart and intelligently. So, Mr. Ola, one thing is that even where I used to work, the contract I had with them, It happens sometimes when they see that you are good and I was monopolizing no need or the whole business. They gang up against me. They brought people just to break my power. What I did next, I have to go and build my own platform to start the same business against them. So that's what I'm doing today. One thing is that sometimes I would like to see we blacks Africa going forward. I don't know. Maybe there is problem in Africa. I don't know. I don't want to say spiritual, but there's problem in Africa that Africa doesn't want to move forward. They just think.
No, that thing is not generally true. Let me tell you something, Mr. Tryon. China, India, they have advantage. Sometimes you have to be fortunate and you have to be lucky. It's not as if they develop themselves. Look, although before the British people brought those people down, they were okay. India were known for textile. Both India and China, they were control about 60% of the global economy. Even China was there even before Iron Revolution, before UK and the Western world brought them down. They were good. But when they destroyed the economy, they lost it. It was America and the Western world that developed China too when they opened up.
No, Baba, no.
It is the Western world.
Stop. Can I interject for 1 second, please? John?
No, let me land it now before you interject because I've not even finished my statement. So now it is still the same Western world that developed India, but we don't have that opportunity because of the regular incursion of the military administration. And as a matter of fact, as an 1985, in terms of quality of textile, we were still better than India than China because those days nobody wanted to wear the Chinese textile that are out Nigeria. We don't want China, if you remember in the 80s. Now, when American entrepreneurs started looking for where they were going to produce goods at a cheaper rate, they wanted to make money. They were looking like extorting the population in China. They started relocating their factory there. It's not as if, they were so superb. They did that. So when we are seeing a foreign investor should come to Nigeria, those are the kind of things that we're talking about. They went to this country, they developed them. Tell me, when you say the MD of CEO of Google is an Indian person, now Indian funded the Google, and then funded all those companies. No, these people, they were looking for cheaper labor, and they went to those places to develop them. And the thing hasn't come to us because now probably China's very soon
Nigeria
be
has
coming.
everything. No? Mr. Onak, we
Wait,
have
we don't see
everything.
even where we are. They ask us to go and do SAP. If we got that SAP very well, if we didn't have a thief leaders, if we use the proceed of that SAP to develop our power, and we have power base, and we have the right policy. If we don't have all this year policy that we concentrate everything at the center, if we're following the model that Awolowo, Satamodu Bello, and the guy in the Enugu were doing in the 60s, probably you'll be talking of one of the best economy in the world today. You understand? So the thing is, they went to all those places they developed. Now, who developed South Africa, for example? The same Western world. So if they can see, if they put the investment in Nigeria today, just because
No, Ola, you just shot yourself on the leg now. The South Africans have they taken advantage of what they have done in their country?
Wait, I've not shot myself in the leg. You didn't allow me to land. I'm just telling you that the little infrastructure development you see there, that they were the one they developed. Now, our weaker currency today, if they want to take that advantage, because entrepreneurs, they want to make money, because we have weaker currency. If we force them to site factory in our country, what happened in China in the next 40 years, we'll be talking Nigeria. You know, when they say Nigeria is going to be one of the most, maybe I'm getting it wrong, that by year 2050 to 2060, that we are going to be one of the most industrialized world. They know exactly, they know exactly what they are doing.
because the entrepreneur in this world, they will shift to where they can get cheaper labor, except they want to go like Trump, where they wanted to do protectionism. So they will come and they will establish the industry. I will say work, and somehow we find ourselves to supplying the entire world. But the only thing that is stopping us now is just because of the insecurity, whosoever that is introducing insecurity. That is where religion will come in now.
It is
For those
not
people
only
that say
about
religion is our
insecurity.
problem now, that's where they will come in. But the truth
Okay,
is, religion is
but
just a
Ola, let me
symptom.
quickly come in now, please. You
Okay.
mentioned China, that America developed China. I don't totally agree with you, and I will tell you the reason. First and foremost, the kind of democracy or the kind of government they practice in China is totally different from most Africa. We copy the Western democracy. And to me, I always say
It's not working for us, man.
it's not working for us. And in China, they use what we call carrot and stick. It is one party state. They force their people. They force their people to work. They force their people to work. And during their revolution, they brought a lot of people from the city. They took them to the countryside to go and be farmers.
Remy, sorry, I beg. Let me correct you. When the Chinese locked the economy, they didn't open it to the world. They were not moving forward. It was in the late 70s. Wait, Remy, wait now. Remy, wait.
Want to finish up, okay?
You want to see them as superhuman being. That is where I'm disagreeing with you. Wait. When they blocked the economy, they didn't open up. Up to late 70s, they were going nowhere. And like I told you, when it's in the test time, Nigeria was still be performing better than China up to in the 80s.
We are talking about.
Wait. No, I wait. Just give me this 30 seconds. Give me this 30 seconds. Okay. It was where they now opened up to foreign investors, to American and Western world investors. In fact, that was the beginning of the collapse of the European economy. Because they took the manufacturing to that place. You know, all those UK that were exporting to India, for example, now all those they nullified. So they started moving away from manufacturing economy to service economy. So it's not as if the political system is the Western country that took their production to that place, that developed them. They didn't do anything so special.
Okay, I will tell you, I live there. And when you talk about all these American companies, are you telling me it's only American company or European company that are there? Chinese have their own brand.
Okay.
They are one of the superpowers in the early days.
Now India funded Google.
No, let me 1 minute also to let me just say whatever I want to say, and then you can continue or pick it from there. Well, first and foremost, they make their people productive. And the only way they know how to do it is they don't care whether you have PhD or whatever. Everybody has to go to the land and till the land. Because they fought the civil war, and at the same time, they are also in the middle of the Second World War. Japan was colonizing the northern part of China, and they are also fighting civil war among themselves. When they overcome that trouble, and there was no food, so they forced everybody to the land, and everybody was farming. There was a moment in their life that they have to share food among themselves. So first and foremost, they make their people productive. And when you make your people productive, an average Chinese can put an average of 10 hours of work in a day, and he does not blink an eye. He does not complain. The remuneration is not too much, but at the same time, I will tell you, when I was there, with one renminbi or 2 renminbi, you can eat a bowl of noodles. I'm talking about with 1 naira or 2 naira. A bowl of noodles, and a lot of them will eat it. They don't care whether you are rich or poor. Now, when they now close their country, by the time they open up, they have their own industry too. It's not that, when we open up, then it's only America that brought all the industry. It's not that way. Remember, China is...
No. Remy.
So what I'm trying to say is that...
It's so simple to know. Wait,
what
Remy,
I'm trying to say is that...
Wait now, you continue. Wait. Now, what we want to know is this. Look at who is the largest trading partner?
Of course, America and Europe.
Okay, what are those things the Americans are importing from China?
What did you say again?
What are those things that Americans are importing from China?
Most of the time they import what do you call it, clothing, virtually everything. I would tell you, tires,
including spare parts, everything,
computer
right?
parts, everything you want to mention.
Now, the question is, how come that some major techie company in America, they move their production base to that place?
I know you are right. I'm coming to that.
NCR, Winkelhoff in Germany, some of them they move their factory into China.
They
Now,
did. Now, as I'm talking
if
to
those
you, now,
factories are not there,
listen, Ola, for the last 5
okay.
years, most of these companies have moved away from China. China too does not want their country to be manufacturing hub anymore. They are into services now. That is why they develop their economy towards technology. If you go there, their AI is top notch. Their IT is very good. They're also good in hardware. So they are moving their economy from manufacturing to service or IT or technology, whatever you can call it. And when you are talking about China is not developed, China launched a lot of aircraft to space they started in the 1970s, not even in the year 2000. They are the only
No. I mean, you are missing it. I'm not saying they
I'm
don't
not
have
missing it, but I don't like the notion you are trying to tell us that America is the one that developed China.
Remy, don't get me wrong. I told you
They help
clear
them.
before
It's
that.
true. You are right. But you cannot say they are the
No,
one that.
Remy, wait. Just listen to me. Just listen to me. I once told you here that after 1040 something, when China was manufacturing a very big ship, it took United Kingdom almost 600 years, no, almost 500 years to even manufacture a ship that is of about 128 size, what the Chinese will manufacture. But these guys, they use opium war to bring the Chinese economy down. They went to India too, they destroyed the company, and they started exporting from Britain even to India. I'm not saying I'm not, but I'm telling you what happened in the 80s now.
Yeah, I'm also
Because of
trying
the
to talk
greed.
about the 80s.
So
I totally agree with you that they helped them to
So
develop.
even the AI you are
They
talking
are not the
about,
one that developed the
the
country.
AI you are talking about now, they hijacked the concept of Industrial 4.0, which was the concept launched by German in response to the threat provided by China. They hijack everything. And
Of
already,
course,
they've already
why
been,
why would they
the
attack
Chinese you are
everything
talking
in
about, they've already been studying in America. They dominated the MIT. You see them study there. They were in
Of course,
Harvard. They were in there. So
yeah,
they
and they
had the
make sure
basis.
that they come back. So
I'm
let's give
listening.
it to them. I understand you. So the success story of China cannot be spoken without the contribution of the Western world, especially America and Germany. Those two countries, they help China a lot. All those big multinational corporations, they have their footprint in China, whether it's Siemens, Google, all of them, they are there. But what I'm trying to say is that this country, they make sure that an average citizen of their country see their country first before the individual. And they also make sure that whatever certificate you have, they want to put you to work. Go and work. Don't be lazy and stop complaining. But the democracy or the kind of government they practice is what gives them that power to keep a lot of people quiet. We don't want a lot of complaint here. Just go and do it. Go and work. If you don't want to do it, then go and sit down at home.
Remy,
And we don't give you money.
it's not what they do. I can give you an example. Globalization helped China. Look, so many Nigerians that all those criminal SARS people will pull over on Nigerian street and they will call Yahoo boys. Were not Yahoo boys. Some of them were working for Netflix. Some of them are working for Google, and some of them are working for Microsoft and they're in Nigeria. Have you ever asked when they are saying, oh, it's Japa that made the like of a GT Bank loss? Some of them didn't, because one of my boss said something to me that how am I supposed to do it when all my staff they are earning like $150,000 and they are in Nigeria, they are not even living in Nigeria. My boss wanted to go to Arizona State University and he wanted to go and do the master's degree in computer science too. Whether he will get that opportunity. When it's made, right in Lagos, he is living in Lekki, his team member are living in Lekki, and they are working from Nigeria earning like $150,000. Look at that
I'm
opportunity.
not. I'm
No,
not.
no, no, no.
Looking
It's
at one
extending to
you are
Nigeria
looking
too.
at one aspect alone. I'm trying. What
No,
I'm.
I'm giving
Let
an.
me just. Can you please give me 1 minute, please? Just 1 minute.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is very simple. What they did is very simple. First, make sure everybody see their country and they hold their country in high esteem. Second, make sure that an average citizen know that for you to be successful, you have to put in the work hard, and then with good regulation and good policy guidelines or whatever, because they always have a 5 years plan, 5 years plans, and they make sure that they follow this plan. Although some of their leaders are ruthless, but at least they prepare ground for their country, and their country develop at a pace everybody love. And today is a very good example for most developing countries to copy. That's what I'm trying to say. Whether America help them or the global supply chain help them, of course, that one we know. But at the same time, the citizens of that country, they are ready to work for their country, and they are ready
No,
to
no,
work
no,
out.
no, no. See, we are still getting it wrong. Okay, look at the advent of YouTube now. The same Nigerians we say we think they are not serious now. How come that they know how to make money through YouTube? How come they know how to monetize, make money through the X space and all those stuff? What is that telling you? It's telling
I'm
you
not,
that
what I'm trying
wait
to
now.
say is that
It's
it's not,
telling you that if Nigeria is exposed to opportunities, they will. You see, all these Americans, when they know that, okay, how will they capture, how will they make more money? Cisco will take its training center to India just because they know that coming to America or going to United Kingdom will be too expensive, right? Then you make your money in Nigeria, and all of a sudden you go to India to go and learn Cisco, to go and learn Microsoft and do all those stuff. Because you know, when I say Cisco, all those things, who are those companies? American company. So they took those opportunities to those places. And that is why it looks like. But you know, during that time, we used to have NIT in Nigeria and some other, but you know, the ministry administrator then will not even allow our environment to be conducive, and we don't have power supply just because of that ministry administrator. So the economic factor around those places favored this guy to have strategic partnership with India and China. If Nigeria get the electricity very well today, honestly, leaders they can be as corrupt as they are, but entrepreneur will still see advantage because they want to make their money. You still be wondering, despite the security in Nigeria, despite all those things, it was only during Buhari that people didn't go because you take your dollars to Nigeria, you can't repatriate. But once they know you take your dollars to Nigeria, they can repatriate. Entrepreneur will go to Nigeria and go and establish their factory. And they will be the one to help Nigeria. See, Nigeria alone cannot develop Nigeria because what we need to develop Nigeria is huge. India didn't develop India alone because what needed to develop India was even 10 times bigger than what we need to develop Nigeria. The same thing happened to China. It's not as if, oh, China, they are so super, they are so this thing that, okay, they started developing robot. No, it's a global, it's a global, how do you call it, some kind of collaboration that help these people develop. So their own preparedness, their own situation just favor. It's just like today we say, oh, because Lagos is the position of Lagos, that's why people are moving to Lagos. Like the way Lagos is situated, it's just by either by natural advantage or by or by what some people do. So what I'm saying up to now is that we Nigerians, we are not that lazy. If we see opportunity, we grab. If not because of the policy with the policy position we took in telecom and broadcasting today, there'll be no Brother Shaggy, there'll be no Macaroni. Even the traditional artists like Yabo Odu and Co, they are coming to YouTube now to make content. Probably, okay, one man is making his own content too. It's a Nigeria. Probably Remy, seen by everybody, we have his own YouTube channel tomorrow after they got from a woman. And you will continue that way. So anywhere Nigerians spot opportunity, no matter how people want to brand us lazy, we find our way to survive. So within our own capacity, we are still.
So if we get our power right tomorrow now, you know all these P&G that are running away, they will regret it. Unilever that ran to Ghana just because they gave them is it 10 years tax break, they will regret it. So to me, it's just because of our situation. And whether we get our politics right or not right like that, if we just need a little thing right, e.g. power, and these people will come. Let me don't run away. Oh, I've been ambitious, you away, I beg. No vessel. Don't keep quiet. Let me come back.
He has gone, or he has gone. But Mr. Ola, one thing there that can you hear me? You can hear me now? And one thing there is that we African, that's the problem. That's what I want to understand, but I don't want to go there. There are things happening back home we can develop, but the problem is that there's something pulling back Nigeria mostly, because the whole Africa is waiting for we Nigeria. When Nigeria will be ready, the whole Africa will follow us. I can bet it with you. I can bet it. You want?
No, that's the face I've heard over time now. You are correct. Just it's not just because it's just because of our size and our strategic position. Nothing more than that. Hello, Mr. Trump.
But there are things that we can do now.
Like
there are things we can do. I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm here.
I can barely hear you. Maybe you are far from your microphone.
No, okay, now I'm close to it. I just put my earphone. So I was speaking that directly. One thing is that I believe there are things that we can do. If you look at the Indians here in France, they're nowhere to be found. They're the lower class. Sorry to say, they're lower class. Even where I used to work, I beat them now. China, I beat them now. I beat them now. I can remember I beat them. Not I'm proud about it, but I thank God, thank you. Understand? And again, is that one thing is this, that they are good in business. The 80% of them here in France, they're into restaurant business. All the Indians, they're into restaurant business. You can see them here in the other business. So that's it. And their workers, over 50% of them are illegals. We know, but we Africans, we don't help ourselves. If you see another African making progress, they want to stab that person at the back. Or if you over make money, they will think that you're devilish. So you see, they'll think you're devilish, but that's not so. They're not used to it. I think that it is the way we are brought up in Nigeria. The mindset is backward. I'm sorry to say that, because of it is here in the Western world. I learned to love people, not to be afraid, to trust people. You understand? So I remember there was a day.
We are evolving now. Should be before now, someone can deceive you with religion, even if that person is not. Some people doesn't believe God. You see people now fighting back. We are evolving. And we are going to get there. It's just our stage. We are evolving. You can't compare what we've learned from 1998 to what it used to be before 1999. We are evolving. So the thing is that we are not that stupid like the way we think ourselves to be stupid. We are not. It's just because of what we are exposed to.
Exposure matters also.
If you can see now, like you said something now that India they are not better than you. Okay, like when I say we go make provisioning for 40,000 devices now, for example, do you know why I was better than those people there? It's not because I was the most intelligent among them, but I was one of the most because that's what I've done for 20 years. As someone that I was just graduating from a school like 2-3 years ago, how are you expecting them to be better?
Lie.
You understand? It's what I've done for almost 20 years. So you see, that's the advantage I had over them, not because I was so the thing is this.
If you are more experienced, you acquire knowledge than those that they can't beat you. If they are exposed and more experienced than you, they can beat you. That's just the way it is. Every human being is intelligent.
But they can use something against you now. Like now they can call, they can, because I remember when I was working in a board meeting. I was the
No,
head.
because that time they contracted me. They can't use any. They can't use because they contracted me. They wanted me to help them, and I did my job and I left.
They can't on that contract. They can't. They can't. When there's
No,
contract,
I was not. I was not the employee. I was just on contract.
Okay. Okay. So that's just it. One thing is that I know that people back home they believe in that miracles that everything will fall from heaven. Understand? That's the problem, and they don't want to move and go and work. Like now, I tell people this.
My brother, may we not go through mental torture? You can you do understand. You do understand. See, when you see professors, when you see those people that are well to do, when they comment, Kawasuke, what you do, some of them say wanted to pie themselves before they came here. It's not as if they are not thinking. Some of them they don't have farmland. Even when they get farmland, they go and cultivate. And one useless men will carry their cattle there and destroy things. They were not secured. Because see, okay, look at me now. Look at me now. I won't go into aviation business because I don't know about aviation.
That's
if I try my best within IT, if it doesn't work for me, then I quickly look for alternative. So if someone that has capacity of doing farming, maybe all is in life, work in bank as a marketing guy, and all he knows is that okay, he made money to go into farming, and someone destroyed his farm. And maybe someone even went into frozen food, and he later realized that the thing is too expensive. So it's not as if they don't know what to do sometimes. It's just because they've tried their best and the thing went wrong for them. And some of them wanted to pie themselves before they were rescued. So see, when you go through challenges and once mental health setting is a big problem, so that thing will assist your brain and will not able to think straight. That's why it looks like when they say poverty can cause mental challenges. And once you start losing it upstairs, you are no longer yourself. You will think you are normal, but your creative capacity has been degraded.
That's because I can agree with you in this aspect that when you have money, you think differently and you think progress. But when you don't have money, you just be thinking negative, 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 and that's not good. You understand? Because I remember the first day I touched money, real money. I started thinking investment, development. But I remember why won't I like before? It was the environment also. The environment also doesn't allow you now. In Nigeria, they have an hostile environment. So even the heat there also, when you moment you land in Nigeria, the heat from the moment you left the plane from the plane, you know that you're in Nigeria. That means is even the atmosphere is already welcoming you. But I believe Nigeria will be great. I don't lose hope in Nigeria. Mr. Tom, I know you're listening to us. I don't lose hope in Nigeria, even though Baba.
Now, if you lose hope in your country, you are the most. Even even Somalia, they don't lose hope in their country, where there is war. People still, if Ukraine is still fighting in what they call it, Palestine, they are fighting. They don't lose hope. That is why they are
I don't
fighting,
lose
isn't
hope.
it? Yeah. If they lose hope, they will just surrender to Russia, isn't it?
That is it too. No, normally,
Yeah. Yeah.
normally it is the Westerners that are helping them. It is the
Yes,
Westerners.
yeah. So if those countries in war are still hoping to retain their country, why not our country? So I mean, I never lose hope. If you lose hope now,
But,
you're done.
you still get hope for Baba Tinubu now. You still get hope now because I see say they use and do yes small. See petrol will come down.
I
I
know,
was laughing.
so politicians sometimes that thing just struck my mind that I listened to this guy say, everything is going to come down. Don't worry. a máa gbé wálẹ̀. Owó epo a máa gbé wálẹ̀. We will bring it down. But
But you know
now,
that
it's not
there's
going any down.
no, there's inflation worldwide now, everywhere in the world.
I know. Tinubu didn't know
Don't,
that
don't
it's inflation before he's uttering that word
no,
that
no, no,
they
no,
will bring
no.
it down.
Came at the wrong time now. It came at it is timing. This guy had Jonathan has a very good year. Buhari, Midu, and Tinubu. One thing, even though is the opposite and Obi, Obi will be crying and he will be giving excuse now. But the guy is trying to bring everything back to Nigeria. He's trying,
No,
but
actually, it's not that I'm really criticizing him for now because you can let's just say what has been spoiled for 8 years. You want somebody to use a magic wand to reply it in 6 months, 7 months. That person will be the most full human being on earth.
see,
So, but we,
as from
yes,
34,
yes,
36 from now, I can believe it.
yes.
24, 36 months.
But yeah, I
I
still
can
know Nigeria. I told my family member, I said, Tinubu is going to win. They said I might support. I said I'm not supporting him. The what is on ground is favoring him in any way, even though we don't. I told them some of my family members don't curse him. If you curse him, you will still be the one that will take the heat. If you ask me money, if I have, I will give you. If I don't have, I will not give. So you still have to pray for him to be so. That's all now. You still have to
That's
pray for him to be successful. If you ask me 10 naira, if I'm willing to give you 2 naira, you manage it. So I know Nigerians we know, but this first time of Tinubu is not going to be too rosy. Maybe
okay.
second time things will be changing much better. But Buhari has finished that country. Buhari finished that country. Buhari really finished. Buhari doesn't even have the
You know
clue
what I
how.
expect from
Yeah.
Tinubu? What I expect from Tinubu are those policies that are in the executive list to be unbundled. I mean the exclusive list to be unbundled. Move power to states. If possible, move education matter away from the federal. Move to state. Find a
Because
way
it's
to give
local. Education is local. Yeah.
exactly. So all this one that they are forcing us to adopt the style and some people will score 200, they won't be able to enter university. Some people will score 5 and they will enter. No, do that so that then again give police. Once we have police, maybe the next government will get to that pace as soon as you can carry your expense to come and use that into divide us. Over time, we will refocus our energy. You see, energy focus on ethnicity and all those things was not good for us because if we all I'm sure all of us were
Okay,
aware of
sorry
that.
guys, sorry to cut you, Mr. Ola. Mr. Thomas, I have to go. I have meetings. Okay, because I just got
Everybody
a
don't
message.
they go like but everybody don't go with that.
I
Some
have,
people
I have
too
meetings.
close
I'm sorry. I'm
because
sorry.
Adewale and Simba and BT are not there. So Thomas, let's close.
Simba is here now. Simba is here. I know he's here. I know he's here.
Simba is not.
Okay, now
Thomas don't
take
go.
care.
Let's
Now
close,
take
man.
care.
Let's
Maybe,
close.
maybe later in the evening. Later in the evening. Okay, Mr.
Thank you,
Thomas.
everyone. Thank you,
Take
everyone.
care. Take care. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Yeah, we've come to the end of the section today. Um, it's our portion, or it's what we love to do, uh, to make our country much better. If not for that, we'll not be here for 9 hours. And I hope things will be much better in the future. Not future, but sooner. Sooner, everything will be much better in our country. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Simba, Kolata, Adewale, Hola, BT. Thank you, everyone. We've come to the end of the section again. Yeah. One man will say, another day, another dollar. So thank you, everyone. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. God. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know,
we look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest, your people in the Southwest, and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. I believe.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them. You can only see. can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.